It's 6 in the morning with Brett King. Here's Brett.
There's the horn. Denver loses game number 1 of a 5-game Eastern Conference swing. Denver disappears in the fourth quarter. The final tonight from Philadelphia. The Sixers win it 126-121.
Power play for Ottawa in the dying seconds of the third period. They're 50% so far tonight, 1 for 2. Avalanche have conceded 3 power play goals in the last 2 games. Face off to the left of Onanen, won back by Ottawa to Stützle. Figure eights his way away from danger. Stützle slung it to the far side. It's off the skate of Kiviranta and all the way down ice. 30 seconds to go in the third period. Giroux across center ice. Josh Manson applying pressure. Jack Johnson the same. Stützle has the puck because the Avalanche, like Lazarus, have come back from the dead again. 15 come from behind victories for Colorado.
And a bad game and a lot to talk about in between. And I don't even know where you guys want to start. If you guys want to start with the fun stuff, which was the Avs comeback again, if you want to start with that bubbling anger crept on me, Marty. A lot more than I thought it would.
Yeah, let's
really
do that.
Did. All right, we'll start there.
It's just disappointed again, you know?
It is. And I don't know why. Look, Embiid said nice things after the game. Oh, see, Marty's already giving me the hand wave right now. He doesn't even want to hear it.
Neato.
Well, Marty, bottom line here. Embiid was fantastic. He was really good. And he usually is when he played in Philly. Like, he's a really good player. There is no doubt about this at all. But there's something that just gets you. And I don't know what it is. You kind of watch that game and you still view it through this prism of all of the stuff that we had in the past. And I have, for the most part, been totally cool with Joel Embiid. Like, I don't think he's a bad dude. It's just been sort of a beef that we've had with national media members or Philly fans in general. That's what's kind of done it. Now,
I don't really hate him. Other than the flopping, he doesn't bother me.
I had one little... I started to sour on him a little bit towards the end of last year when he was really complaining about the MVP stuff. And he was taking some subtle shots at Joker. But I don't think that was anything about Joker. I think that was all about him being in his own feelings. But other than that little moment, I've never disliked Embiid. Now, I'm with you on this, Marty. I dislike the style of play that he has. But I saw a lot of people talking about this yesterday, that, I just can't stand watching Embiid play basketball. It's such a dirty brand. I didn't get that last night. He made a whole bunch of jump shots. And he did it really effectively.
There were a couple times he was just like asking for calls. Like he'll go in the lane and just like throw his hands up and, oh my God. I hate that. I hate it.
I didn't think it was out of control yesterday.
There was just a couple. It wasn't like the whole game.
That felt like what every single superstar in the league does. That didn't feel different. You know, usually it kind of seems like Joel Embiid is just playing a James Harden, Houston Rockets style of basketball. I didn't get that last night. He was just really good.
He only had like 4 free throws in the first half. They really came hot and heavy in the second, though. Ended with 15.
And he had a whole bunch of points in the first half because he was just knocking down shots. Like, again, he's an amazingly good player. Jokic is the best player in the world. He very well is probably second. Like, I don't know who else. Like him, Giannis, Luka, like all those guys are in the discussion, but I think it's pretty clear that Jokic and him are like 1-2.
Good for him.
Because you know what last night was? And this was what was insane. It was so absent of almost every other Nuggets game this year. And it happened on both sides. And I know Stan Van Gundy kept kind of going back to this. Marty, they were so worried about the big man on both sides of the floor. I mean, both teams. They've completely changed their defense and were giving up wide open shots to everybody else. So both teams, now I will say this, Joker matched up on Embiid more defensively than Embiid on Jokic last night. But there was still a lot of Aaron Gordon on Joel Embiid last night. But then what that did, that put Jokic on a little bit smaller guy, and then they'd have to rotate, and Jokic couldn't rotate fast enough. That would give up a wide open shot, and guess what? The same thing happened on the opposite side. And I was with Stan Van Gundy. I'm like, dude, just play normal defense. If Embiid cooks Joker, then he cooks Joker. Who cares? But I don't want to get beaten by Nick Batum and whoever the hell else was Kelly Oubre. Like, I'm tired of those guys making shots.
Were they worried about fouls? Like, Embiid committed, I thought, 2 early fouls, and then they just gave the second foul to Batum, and it's like, oh.
I was confused there for a second.
Right there.
I thought Embiid had 2, and then he was on the floor, and I go, ooh, that's risky. And then he had another foul in the second quarter, and they go, that's his second. Which foul did they not give the foul to Embiid on?
They gave Batum a foul on like a reach-in, even though it could have easily gone to Embiid.
Yeah.
I think somebody was in there like, don't give him 2, please. Not right
you know
away.
What I'm actually okay with.
I'm fine
I'm
too.
okay with. We're watching that game to watch the matchup between the bigs. I don't need foul trouble. So look, at the end of the game, I was just like, damn it. Because I didn't want to have the Philly fan conversation again. Where it's just them yelling, yeah, Embiid's better. Like, all I know is this. Embiid better play a week from now. When is it? A week and a half? Something like that, right?
The 27th, 10 days from now.
He better play in that game that's here. Because all we have is a sample size of them playing in Philly. Play in Denver, and let's see what happens. The thing that I thought was hilarious, though, is the broadcast was like, you know what? And I don't know who was the play-by-play last night, because he was just very much into...
Is it Brian Anderson?
Maybe. Very much into Embiid last night. The amount of times Marty said, you know, he's playing a back-to-back, you got to give him credit. And I'm like, no, I don't. This is what you do. You're a player, and you have a game. You play.
He's playing 2 games at home.
Both at home. Yeah. Maybe that's the part that really put me over the top. I'm like, would you stop giving him credit for playing, for doing his job? Marty, I don't know if you know this. We had a radio show yesterday, and I'm back today. I'm on a back-to-back, and I'm hurting.
I'm sure you are.
I'm hurting.
Hey, hats off, brother. Really well done.
You guys want to know what happens when you do 5 back-to-backs during the workday? I got to get 2 days off. You know what I mean? Like, I need it. In all honesty, you work 5 days and you get up at the times that we do, and I'm sure other people that are up in the morning with us can feel this. Now, I'm not a napper, though. I can't nap. Marty, are you a napper?
Not really. Not unless I'm sick.
Me too. I do not nap because my naps are 3-hour sleeps, and then I don't sleep again until 1 o'clock at night.
And you're groggy. It's no good.
So I just don't do it. So I hit Friday. Friday, I fall asleep at like 8 o'clock. I'm no night owl on Friday night. But
you ever have something to do on a Friday night?
Oh,
where you have to stay up?
Oh, Now, if you tell me, hey, Friday night we're going to the Nuggets game or we're going to the Avs game, like, I'm cool. I'll make it. But if it's just like, hey, my boss and his wife want to go out and get dinner, I was like, I'm sorry, not going to happen. I'll go to dinner, But once I clean that plate, it's
But it's
check.
it's me time after.
Correct. Unless you can spare another few minutes
Wow.
for you. Yeah. Anyway, that would never happen. Naps occur more often at this point in my life. Anyway,
Chances Embiid plays in Orlando on Friday.
it's Wednesday.
He played 2 games in a row, Brett. Did you not?
Okay, all
Did
right.
you not see the news?
I did. I did see the news. Anyway, what I'm getting at is this. I had that feeling, but you know what? It wasn't towards Embiid. That it's not towards him. It's never been towards him. And he was fantastic. Still got 15 free throw attempts, but it didn't feel the same way he usually gets them. Can we agree there? A lot of it, Marty, was teams were in the bonus like 4 minutes into a quarter. And so if you had a touch foul, then somebody was going to the line. You know, Jokic still only got 4. I thought Jokic had more than 4. What I thought the Nuggets were going to do, because as bad as the defense was, they dominated the glass, the Nuggets did. And I thought that was going to be the separating factor. Jokic alone had 11 offensive rebounds. They were crushing Philadelphia on the glass. They out-rebounded them 46-32. Second chance points, I don't know what the final tally was, totally in the Nuggets' favor. They just couldn't get a stop. And honestly, Marty, I don't think it was terrible defense. A lot of times you got a hand in somebody's face. It was just both teams, and this is where I give Philly all the credit in the world. For them to play a back-to-back, Marty, and shoot the way that they shot is really, really impressive. Damn near 50% from 3. They shot 56.5% from the field. Guys like Tobias Harris never missed. Every time they lined up a 3, it went in. And for a while, it was like that on both sides. Like, the most fitting end to the first half was Nuggets are down, 5 or 6, and then they make a couple of buckets, and then here comes the last second heave from Jamal, and it sinks in for a 78-78 halftime score. And you know what? For it being damn near 80-80 at halftime and that game to finish 126-121, they made some adjustments in the second half. Both teams did. But Philly's a good team, and they got a really good player, and they're playing at home, and that's just what happens sometimes.
It was a good game. I mean, if I was just an outsider watching on national TV, I would have been thoroughly entertained.
Yeah.
2 superstars going at it, 2 good teams. I mean, they're both championship contenders.
They even got some early points from their bench. Now, the bench disappeared in the second half. But Christian Brown knocked down a few shots early. Reggie got a couple. I don't know. It's one of those, like, immediately after the game, I was pissed. And then, like, 30 minutes later, I was just like, you know what? Philly played a good game. What are you going to do? And you get to see them now a week and a half from now. And I really, really hope that Joel Embiid is going to play in that game. All give him the kudos like they did a million times on the broadcast. You played a back-to-back, and you played against a really good team. Good for you. Can you do it on the road, please? Can just once we see that game here in Denver? You know the last time that he played here?
2018, 19?
It was not the first Nuggets game I've ever attended, but maybe the second or third. It's 2019.
So since COVID, he hasn't played in Denver.
And that was the game that Philly was up like 20 points in the fourth quarter and Jokic hit the game winner. I think I've said this before, but I was there with my wife when we were sitting in the 300 level. There's a Philly fan up there that was talking smack the entire game. And my wife looks at me and she goes, "Would you ever do that?" And I go, "No, I never would." And then Jokic hit the shot to win the game, and I started yelling at that man. And she said, "You just said you wouldn't do that." And I go, "Well, he was the ass first."
It is not my fault.
It's just
I was
equal
provoked.
opportunity. Yes. You keep poking me in the chest, you're going to get it back. All right, let's get to the Avs. As I don't know what to think about this team. I mean, I know they're good. I just, in the middle of a game, I don't know what to think about them, Marty, because there are times where I'm like, oh, they'll definitely win, and then they don't. And then there's other times where I'm like, oh, this is going to be a disaster. And then they just spring on goal after goal after goal. No problem. We come away with the W. So let's talk about the Avs. Well, by the way, speaking of, we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning, but we'll get to the Avs next. All right, so the Avs with another comeback victory as they win 7-4 in Ottawa last night. They're 29-13-3 now on the year. Another one of those starts to the game where it's you give up the first goal and then it's back and forth, and then Ottawa feels like they're taking over. 3-2 lead turns into a 4-2 lead. But to the Avs' credit, almost every time the opposing team scores, it's like they kick it into another gear. And, less than a minute after the first goal for Ottawa, Mikko scores. And if you go back and watch the replay on that goal, I remember this specifically happening. Oh, whatever. I'm not going to make the comparison. It's too vague. So I'll just say this. People were so interested in what Nathan MacKinnon was doing on that play that like 3 different guys started skating with MacKinnon because he got close to the net, and then Mikko did his patented. Like, if Mikko were to have a statue, it's got to be that one, right? Where he's down on one knee, he's got his top hand that's like above his forehead, trying to get his stick in the right position just for a nice deflection to go in. That's a patented Mikko move. But it's because of the attention brought to MacKinnon that he's wide open back door for the tap-in. So, tie the game up 1-1. Then you get the really cool second goal where Jason Polin strolls through. He gets his first of his career. I still like that feeling has to be so unbelievable, especially to do it on a team like the Avs, right? Where you get your first goal no matter what, it's going to be cool. But you get it on a team that is a cup contender and you're actually getting some playing time alongside some of the best players in the world like MacKinnon and Makar. Really, really cool.
Plus a needed goal. Like, that tied the game. Like,
Very much,
absolutely needed that.
And again, that was a response about a minute later after Ottawa scored their second goal, so you get it tied up. But after a couple of goals from Ottawa, it's 4-2. You need some sort of response. And was that the time that Malinsky takes it coast to coast and just fires one? Like, I'm telling you, when I say, because I did this about a week ago, Malinsky reminds me sometimes when I'm just watching him, like if he wore the number 8, I couldn't tell the difference. Now, it's not all the time, and he's not as good as Makar. But it's the same way that I say, Marty, occasionally I'm watching like LOC skate, and the 2 and the 5 look like 2 and 9, and just the way that they're moving, it kind of looks like MacKinnon. He's obviously not, but it looks like MacKinnon. I get that vibe from Malinsky. Like, he does some Makari things, and going coast to coast and finishing is certainly one of them. Unfortunately, Drouin was, I think he got lost on where he was on the ice because he wasn't really panicked. He didn't know he was over the blue line. I think he thought his foot was still on it. So it takes away that goal after the review, which stinks because that goal was amazing by Malinsky. So you get the second goal from Mikko afterwards. Miles Wood to tie it early in the third. And then Malinsky again does get a goal that counts on the power play to make it 5-4. Logan O'Connor gets another goal. And then Devon Toews with, you know what? I know a lot of these guys can golf that are NHL players, especially guys in the Avs. There's some really good golfers on the Avs. I think that Toews is probably a good golfer because that was a chip shot that was just money. I mean, all the way on the other side of the rink and just bloop, hits it with a little sand wedge and flops her in for the empty netter to really close things out with about 5 minutes left in the game. So the Avs score 5 unanswered from the 4 minutes left in the second period, all the way through 5 minutes left in the third. 5 straight in that span. So it looks like a dominating win. It was closer than that. But this is just kind of what this team does. And, Onanen getting the start last night looked like a little nervous at first. But you know what? He settled in pretty well late. I mean, at the end of the night, Marty, he had a 900 save percentage, 36 saves on 40 shots. I think a lot of the goaltending, as much as we just, it's kind of like in football. team loses a game and you just point at the quarterback and you say not good enough. Sometimes I think we have to look at defensively what's going on in front, and is he getting enough help? And we'll ask this to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Whether it's Georgie, whether it's Ananen, whether it's Prosvetov, like whoever's between the pipes, I think they need to get a little bit better support in front of them. But overall, Ananen looked a little bit shaky, maybe a little bit nervous to start the game, but I thought he settled in really well and made some huge saves at the end of the game.
So it wasn't a confidence builder for you. You're not like, okay, Ananen's in goal. Getting Georgie a blow, that's fine.
It was kind of nothing. Like I didn't feel good, didn't feel bad, just kind of like fine. It was fine. And I think this is just where the Avs are at. At least for right now, they're the kind of team that you're going to have to get goal support. You're going to have to help your goalie out. You're going to have to score. And that's, you know what? It's a problem you can handle right now because you're really talented. It's like having, again, to make a football reference here, Marty, you got a football team with a very shaky defense, but your offense is stellar. Like, you're very capable of winning games. Now, when it hits the postseason, defense is going to have to step up or it's not going to last. But for the regular season, you'll be just fine. Texture says, the emergence of Malinsky makes the trade deadline more palatable with moving Girard or Bo, doesn't it? I mean, I guess you could. By the way, if you guys look at the advanced numbers of Sammy G this year, he's been really good. Like, really good. Is this just conditioning, though, that we've just said his name? And by we, not me. You guys have said his name at the trade deadline for like 3 straight years now? Because I want you guys to go look at Sammy G's advanced numbers and tell me he's not playing at a high level right now. Like, I really think Sammy G is just an aesthetic thing for people, Marty. I think that they just look at him as, you're a small defenseman. I don't like that. I really think that's all it is. Because I'll tell you this, Sammy G skates with the best of them out there. He creates space in an instant. And that's a very good quality to have in a defenseman, especially if you're under pressure. Now, he's far from perfect, but he's a perfectly adequate defenseman for a championship team. In fact, when they won the Stanley Cup, do you remember this, Marty? He was playing at an incredible level, and then he broke his sternum. And then all the people that were asking for Sammy G to get shipped all of a sudden said, oh my God, what do we do now with him out of the lineup? And it's a lot of flip-flopping on that guy. But I'll tell you this, whether it's him or Bo or you bring somebody else to the conversation. If you want to flip one of those guys for like a second-line center that you believe in, I'm cool with that. Like, just make sure you get a real asset in return. Because I like Malinsky. And if you want to give him more ice time, by all means, go for it. But part of the problem that the Avs face right now is they're already like, they're super thin right now depth-wise. You got a lot of big names that are out of the lineup. So 303-504-0925. Again, I thought that this style of play from the Avs is just something we're going to have to stomach for a bit. We're just going to have to keep it as on the level as we can as far as our emotions, because I think a lot of games are going to look like this, especially with some of your big hitters out of the lineup.
That was an important game, too. There's not many road back-to-backs in a season. What, maybe a couple?
Yeah.
So to get a couple of points out of that, that's big enough.
Yeah,
good enough.
I'm totally cool with it. Totally cool with it. And look, Ottawa is obviously not like some all-world team or anything like that, but I thought especially their top line was playing really well last night. 303-504-0925. So few things I wanted to get to today. And again, we'll talk to Jared Bednar, 8 o'clock this morning. I need to know what happens here. I'll let you guys behind the curtain of me. I'm not one of those guys that goes to the press boxes or press conferences because I don't consider myself that guy. I know it's technically media, but I tell you guys all the time, I'm not a media member. I'm not a journalist. I am a jackass with a microphone. The word journalist should be reserved for the people that are like in the Gaza Strip right now. Those are journalists. That's not me. But there's a lot of people who
We were talking about eating one another yesterday. We're not journalists.
You know what? When Anderson Cooper has that conversation, then maybe I'll consider myself in the same category, but I don't. But there's some basic things that you need to know as a media member. And part of the reason I hate the press conference setting is it's so stuffy. And people take their job so seriously that I was legit, I didn't even want to ask when the one time I went to ask a question was Brandon Allen because we read the story about his car being burnt during I forget where he played at college. It was some Arkansas?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Some big college where they care about college football, and he lost a game and somebody burned his car. And we talked about that story, and somebody's like, you should go ask him. And I was like, all right, fine. And I got to the press conference setting, and they're asking Brandon Allen, dude. Some of these people are like, what was your mentality on the 2nd and 2 in the third quarter? And I'm like, guys, what are we doing here? So I looked around, it got to the very end, and I was like, I'm just going to blurt out a question. This is how you handle it. Did your car get burnt to the ground in college? And then people had follow-up questions. I'm like, oh, this can be fun. Okay, cool.
What was your mentality when your car was in flames after you lost that game?
Like, my whole thing is, like, not that serious. But if you step to a press conference and you ask a question, and you want to ask football questions, which you have to, that's what they're for, and they're needed. So I still have respect for these people. It's just not what I do. You step in there and you ask a question. You got to be on your game. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to Detroit this weekend to play in the divisional round of the playoffs. Todd Bowles is having his, I don't know if it's daily, weekly, whatever it is for them. He's having a press conference talking about this Lions game. Tampa Bay coming off this big win against Philadelphia. And he's asked this.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
Now, pretend you're Todd Bowles for a second. You're just asked a question by somebody who I think would consider themselves a journalist with a question like that. That playoff game that you're playing in Detroit. I don't know if you guys know this. It's cold in Michigan in January. They play in a dome. So you're asked that question. Before I play Todd Bowles' response, I want you guys to give me what you would say. 303-504-0925. What's your response? But because I don't take this seriously, Marty, if I were Todd Bowles, I'd just roll with it. I'd say, you're absolutely right. The weather is going to be a major factor. We have been turning down our air conditioners inside our houses to 50 degrees just to try and get ourselves primed up for this game. Like, how do you respond to somebody? You're in the playoffs, by the way. You've won a game in the postseason. I know that Tampa might not be like a rabid football town like Denver or like New York or, you name it. But you're in the playoffs. Todd Bowles did not help her for an instant. Go ahead.
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds, getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
We've all had embarrassing moments in our life, but Marty, the person who asked that question, wanted to die the second that he said that, right?
Can you believe he let her ask the whole thing instead of just like cutting her off? I feel like it's a dome.
He's probably thinking, though, Marty, like
This must be going somewhere.
She's got to be going somewhere else. Like the old bait and switch. Had to be.
Who would you have liked to seen her ask that question to? Like, what's Belichick's response to that?
Oh, that's a great question.
What does Sean Payton say to that?
Sean
oh my
Payton.
God.
Come on.
He wants your credential right now.
Wait, stop, Marty.
Going to slash your tires.
I think next year I might ask my second press conference question. I gotta wait. Who do they play? They already have the schedules released. Give me an opponent who plays in the Dome next year. Like, I guess we don't know when they're going to play, but give me like an opponent who plays in a dome that in late in the season would be cold.
And they're playing the Saints.
That's not gonna work.
Falcons.
Nope.
They're traveling to the Ravens, Bengals, Saints, and Bucks.
Oh, they don't have one next year? Damn.
What are you looking for? You're looking for somebody that plays in a dome, right?
No, I wanted a dome in a cold weather city so I could ask that question, like, how much is weather going to be a factor?
Yeah.
There's nobody?
No, it's not going to work.
Maybe I could just be like rain. Maybe if it's raining in New Orleans that day or something like that, I'd be like, how is rain going to affect this game? Maybe that's what I have
You guys
to
will be
do.
getting off the bus and going into the stadium. Any plans for umbrellas? What are you guys thinking?
I mean, that only happens in a non-football town, right? That only happens there. You can't ask that question if you're a Bears fan. Like, if you're a Bears media member, a Chicago media member, you cannot ask that question. That only happens in a place where they either mildly or not at all care about their team. You know what? How about this, Marty? I'll ask it to Bednar today. All of their games are in a dome. Let me just ask it to Bednar.
Weather in Boston this weekend's looking dicey.
Is Boston the next game?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, weather in Boston, really frigid cold. How will you guys handle that? That's got to be it. I'll ask it to Bednar today then. See, but the difference is Bednar's going to be cool and he's going to, like, play along. I need Sean Payton. I need somebody who, if he doesn't know you, he doesn't like you.
First, he's going to say, are you with the national media? I won't go so bad on you.
Is there any way she could have saved it? Is there any way she could have asked the question, and then after he gives a response, she goes, no, what I meant was, what comes after what I meant was?
Oh, I was thinking the other Detroit. That's my bad.
No, you can't do that. That's worse. Like, no, how about this? She goes, from a texter, what if the heat goes out in the dome? Like that. What if you did that?
For that?
You followed up by saying, no, but they had thermostat issues. A few days ago, I thought I read. Then what would you do? I'm telling you, Marty, the second he goes, well, they're playing in dome, it's immediate. You just want to die right there on the spot.
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome.
Oh, and
nice
even
long pause.
He
after
even
that,
hits
too.
you with the you do know,
that,
right? Yeah, that's even worse. Marty, I got depantsed once when I was squatting in my high school gym by an upperclassman. And when I say depantsed, it wasn't just the shorts. It was everything. So imagine having like, I don't know, probably 2 plates on my back and everything is now fully exposed. Very embarrassing moment for me. By the way, we lifted, it was like an all sports lifting thing after school. So there were women there too. That's a very embarrassing moment. I would rather have that happen to me again than whatever happened to that woman. Whatever happened to her is worse. I'm telling you.
I need a video of the entire scrum and just to see everybody's reaction to the question.
Oh, I know. Like if there's a camera on everybody, you're just like, ooh. Here's a quote. Still a good quality starter. That is what league execs are saying about Russell Wilson. There's a team that's rumored to be interested in his services if he were to become available via free agency. And I have a question about we're going to move on from Russell Wilson. But what happens if he plays well for somebody else next year? We'll get to it next. So Jeremy Fowler of ESPN had an article where he talked to some league executives about Russell Wilson and prospects for the future. And they didn't just shut down the idea that Russ stinks. In fact, they said some things to the opposite. Now, it's a long story and a long article. I encourage you to go read it because you look at the playoffs right now. Quarterbacks who are left for dead and then come back and play well is not something that's totally foreign. In fact, Marty, I give you Baker Mayfield. It's a guy in the divisional playoffs right now that was just on, 3 different teams in the last year? Played for Carolina and LA and then went to Tampa. And now he's playing at least a good enough level to win, albeit a bad division, but win a division, win a playoff game, and earn the right to continue a season. The quote that from one league executive that was given to Jeremy Fowler was still a good quality starter. Now, it depends on what you feel like those words mean. Good in quality starter is what to you? Because to me, Marty, a good quality starter is I don't know, if you were to put quarterbacks in tiers, it's so 1 is your elite of the elite. 2 is like your stars, I guess. Quality starter is the one after that. That's where I'd have guys like, I don't know, good quality starter is Goff. It's a good quality starter. Get some pieces around him, he'll make it all work for you. You'll have some confidence in the position. Can I put Derek Carr as a good quality starter? Maybe not after this year.
Not after this year. What about Stafford? Is he a level above that?
I think he's above that. Probably just one level above it. But you can find guys in that category. But
it was like Cousins when he was playing.
Yeah,
like
Kirk Cousins is great.
Pretty good.
I think that's a great example. Like a good quality starter is Kirk Cousins. You don't really know how high the ceiling is, but he's not bad. Like you're never going to look at that quarterback and be like, he's the reason why our team is terrible. Maybe you look at him and say, he's the reason why we can't get to a Super Bowl, but you're going to be in the playoff hunt every year. That's what I feel like good quality starter is. Like, I don't say that Jimmy G is a good quality starter. That's too low down the totem for me. It's got to be better than that. And do I think Russell can be that level? To be honest, I don't know. Maybe if it's the right pieces around him. Like, I'm telling you, Marty, I said this about Belichick. I want to say the same thing about Russ. You want an opportunity to be pretty good right away, and especially for Russell. You want a really good opportunity? Go beg the Falcons for that job. Beg them. You have 2 incredibly capable running backs, a good wide receiving core, Kyle Pitts, a defense who was better this year than last year. Like, you want to go out and prove that you still got something left in the tank? That feels like a team that immediately you could go in there and be like, I have weapons. I can work with this.
And they had the 8th pick in the draft.
And that too. But if Russell Wilson goes out and plays well next year, no matter where it's at, how is that going to hit you?
So if he plays a Kirk Cousins level style next year for the Falcons, how will that hit you?
Yeah.
Not good. Won't like that.
You don't think so? I got a texture that says, this is weird. I'm getting these voices in the studio again, Marty. It's like ghosts in here.
Behind you.
I don't know who is this voice, and I know you guys can't hear it, but it bothers me for a second, so you need to know what's going through my head.
Who's speaking? Is it Russ saying, I don't want to go to Atlanta? I don't want to go.
Hang on. I heard something about a newscast. Is it your TV in there? Anyway, sorry, guys. When I hear voices, I get sidetracked. It feels like I'm going schizophrenic. So I don't think it's going to hit me in a super negative way. I think that I'm rooting for Russ. I think that Russell is a guy that, look, he didn't fail here because he didn't work hard. And I think that part of it matters, okay? If you're a guy that got paid and then got lazy, I think it's totally fair to be somebody that's like, yeah, I hope this guy fails at his next venture because he screwed us.
Yeah, but wouldn't you be upset that he's doing well over there? Why couldn't he do that here?
I wouldn't be upset at him. That's what I wouldn't be upset at. Because that whole question, Marty, is this. Is Russell Wilson playing better in another place because he cares more about that place than he did Denver? Because I'll never buy that. What I will say is perhaps he didn't have the right pieces or didn't have the right coaching. And that would be the one reason I think I'd throw out there if he had success next year, which, again, is no guarantee. And to be honest with you, I almost doubt it. I don't think it's going to happen. But if it were to, I'm not going to sit here and be angry at Russell. I'd be angry at a couple other people. And I think if you give somebody, whoever it is, if they draft a quarterback, and I told you guys already, if the Broncos draft a quarterback, I'm on board with that right now because you need to get that position figured out. But it fixes almost nothing to me. Because I don't think the main problem here has been quarterback play over the last 2 years. It hasn't been good. Hasn't been great. But there's so many other issues that they got to tackle. And this is where I get really confused on what's the timeline to fix all of this stuff. Couple of texts coming through. I'd honestly love to see Russ do well. I hated how he was traded here in Denver. See, and this is where I'm in between. There was some things that were way over the top with Russell. When it got personal, that's when it bothered me. But criticizing the football stuff was totally fair. Totally. And that's what comes with playing in a big football market. You don't do the football well, you get criticized. Now, if you're Kyle Brandt and you're like, yeah, well, one time him and Sierra didn't talk to me when they were on the red carpet. Like, that's a stupid level of criticism, okay? Criticize the football part. So 303-504-0925. Got Bednar coming up in an hour. So we'll talk to him about the comeback win last night. 5 unanswered at the end of the game to win 7-4. Nuggets match up with Embiid. Embiid was really good. I don't know how else to put it. He was really good. The team's really good. Philly's really good. They're especially good at home. Embiid's especially good at home. They got you. I just pray to God that a week and a half from now, he'll actually suit up in play in Denver, please. Give us the back and forth. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Moser Lombardi came next.
There's the horn. Denver loses game number 1 of a 5-game Eastern Conference sing. Denver disappears in the fourth quarter. The final tonight from Philadelphia. The Sixers win at 126-121.
Finds Johansson. Swept off. Girard wanted to center it. It goes through everybody to Malinsky. He'll shoot and score! Sam Malinsky rifles one from the top of the circles. It's a power play goal.
All right, a good night and a bad night all rolled into one. I couldn't help it, guys. I got a little mad at the end of that Nuggets and Sixers game, but it dissipated pretty quickly, considering, you know what? Embiid just played really good. He played really good last night, and there's not a lot you can do about it, and he's probably the second best player behind Jokic in the NBA.
He's the best offensive player in the NBA. Offensive player.
He can kind of do whatever he wants. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a monster. And he's a tremendous regular season player. And, again, I'm not detracting from Joel Embiid. He put on a show last night. A show. Now show it to me in the postseason. Show it to me in Denver on January 27th. Haven't played in Denver since, since Mark Mosier was in college.
I really think, going back to it, I think it was the first year that I got here when the Nuggets overcame like a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter and Jokic had a game winner. I think that was the last time he played here.
That's the time that you got that. There was that Sixers fan who was all in your face all over your section, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy.
Last night was disappointing, and I've got one eye on the Avs, Ottawa, and by the way, Sam Malinsky. Woo! God, we'll get into him. Mm-hmm. One eye on that, the other eye on the Nuggets. It was just disappointing to see such a great game and just such firepower between two teams, and then the Nuggets go through about a 4-minute stretch of forgetting how to get into an offense, and the game is over.
Yeah. Fourth quarter was a mess offensively. There's a few things
They scored 3 more points in both the third and the fourth quarter than they did in the second quarter alone. Like something happened.
Well, both teams. Look, that game was 78-78 at half, and it finished like a quasi-regular basketball game, which is 126-121. Both offenses kind of dropped a little bit in the second half. They couldn't keep up that pace. I mean, good God, Vic. Everybody was hitting shots. Nobody was missing in that first half.
No defense in the first half. And, listen, both teams tried something different defensively. Both teams experimented, taking on the big fellas. The Nuggets played a defense I've never seen them play. I've never seen them do that.
And it didn't work.
Immediate doubles on Embiid and leaving three-point shooters open. Whatever they did, in my humble opinion, don't do that. Don't do that.
Stan Van Gundy said it. Stan Van Gundy said it during the broadcast, and I was thinking the same thing. I was like, okay, you tried this, it's not working. Just play your defense, man. And if Embiid cooks Jokic because you match him up big on big and he gets him for 25 points, so be it.
Cooked him anyway.
Yeah,
he
it
cooked
didn't matter.
anyway. What's the difference? I mean, you know what? My opinion is let him have his, but just keep everybody else in check. And that's what they were unable to do.
That was the problem, right? Is that Tobias Harris was hitting every shot that he put up because he was wide open. And Kelly Oubre and all these other guys, Tyrese Maxey, they were all getting shots.
Open.
Yes.
And I mean wide open threes. But even after all of that, the Nuggets, early in the fourth quarter, when the starters went to the bench and they had primarily bench players in there, they were up by 8. They had a nice little lead. Mm-hmm. It was 113-105. And they had 2 or 3 opportunities to extend that lead, and they couldn't. And I thought that point is when they could have done a lot more in that situation. Starters returned to the game, and then Jamal Murray forgot how to pass the ball. Jamal Murray forgot how to pass.
He was putting bounce passes with 2 seconds left on the shot clock into people's shins. And I'm like, Jamal, knock that off immediately. Now, there's a lot to it, and Moj, I know that you were doing double duty last night, and by double duty, you're probably being a bass, trying your best to be a bass.
I was a bass. Yeah, I mean, I had our game going on, but the Nuggets was on as well. Again, for some reason, They get the game in Canada. And I don't know how that. It's like Canada. Everything's free. Every game.
Comcast doesn't exist
stuff.
there. They don't have Comcast.
Right. That's correct. Yeah, they don't. And so anyway, I got the. I mean, it was. I was Bass-like, but I was obviously clearly focused on my joint.
And we'll get to that in a second. We got Jared Bednar coming up at 8:00 this morning. I think at the end of the day, though, guys, this is the one thing that truly bothered me, because I didn't feel like that was your typical Embiid game. He still got 15 free throws or something. Vic,
Yeah,
I didn't
15.
notice the flopping and stuff like that. I thought most of those were legitimate fouls, and he got to the line because you fouled him and whatever.
100%. 100%.
But I'll say this: the one thing that really bothered me. How many times are they going to mention on the broadcast? Let's give credit to Embiid for playing in this back-to-back. I'm like, he's doing his job. Why are we constantly giving this man credit for playing in a basketball game? It's what he's supposed to do. That's the only thing that bothered me.
You know how many back-to-back games Nathan McKinnon's missed in his career?
None?
Well, I mean, if there's a back-to-back, he plays in both.
Oh yeah.
And he does that 12 to 13 times a season. I mean, it's like, good Lord. You know, you want to get him a friggin' gift certificate to Shea Perry because he does his job. I don't get it, man. In this day of coddled players in all sports, this day of massaging their egos, in this day of oh, baby, you okay, baby,
you know
all
what?
this. You don't get credit for doing your job, dude. You don't get
I
credit
don't want to
for
cry
doing
on
what's
this
right.
radio show today. I don't want to be the bitter loser. We
No,
sound
but I think
already
Brett
like
just hasn't.
crying.
Well, no,
I told you,
he's a
I
stud.
told you. That was the only issue, and it was the broadcast crew. It was nobody else.
Okay,
It was
I
the
know.
broadcast crew.
I understand. But I don't want everybody jumping on board in 3 hours of busting on Embiid. Embiid outplayed everybody last
did.
night. Embiid was the best player on the court. The end.
That's
And he
fine.
did the same.
Okay, listen,
Hey, you know what? He did the same thing a year ago in the regular season, and then what happened?
both
happened? Okay,
Vic,
but
both
for last
both can be
night-
true. Both can be
Yes.
true. So
Last night,
here's what you don't need. I know you're trying to say, hey, listen, let's not sound like whiny babies, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think that is an adult, mature way to go. I will also say, the broadcast crew and he don't need your friggin' protection there, Captain Police guy. Just back off a little bit and let Brett make a point. The fact that if he does his job in back-to-back games, it's celebrated like he walked on the moon.
That was
like,
it.
Like he. That's all I'm saying. You don't need to defend him, Vic.
Everything you said,
I'm not
Vic.
defending him.
Everything you said, Vic, is absolutely true. Best player on the court last night, no doubt about it. He's an amazing player. The Sixers are a great team. They played really well. I give them all the credit in the world, by the way, for them to shoot the way that they did on the second night of a
played their
back-to-back.
butts off.
Like
They
they
played
played
their butts
great.
off.
The only
They're
beef
the
I
ones
had
who
was
played the back-to-back.
That
And they
play-by-play
had more
guy.
energy in the fourth quarter. They play. You know what, guys? You're giving the Nuggets too much of a pass here, and it's upsetting to me. You're giving the Nuggets a pass. I could tell in your tone,
I'm
Mose,
not at all.
You didn't even watch it. You were doing your own damn game. I'm going to tell you something right now. The Nuggets in the fourth quarter folded. They're the ones who had rest. The Philadelphia 76ers played the day before. Second game of a back-to-back. Fourth quarter came around, and the Nuggets looked tired. They were making sloppy mistakes. That's why they lost the game. That's the story of the game today. That's the story of the game today.
What you're doing is you're mixing your peas and your mashed potatoes. Because both things are true here. You're absolutely right, but it seems to me,
the
Brett,
Nuggets lost on a game where the other team was playing the second game of a back-to-back with a dude who never plays a second game of a back-to-back, and guess what happened? That team played harder. That team gave more effort in the fourth quarter. They played cleaner, and the Nuggets did not, and that's why they lost.
Yep, you're completely right. Brett, you can tell he's pissed. He's
I'm
pissed
because
about
I don't
what
wanna
happened
hear
last
excuses. You know why?
Who made-
Excuses
who
don't
made
mean
the- who
anything
made
to me.
excuses this morning?
Because I can just tell by Mosier's tone. Let me tell you something. The Nuggets lost this game last year, and I was mad. And then the playoffs came around, and the Nuggets reversed everything. They were the better team. I'm not worried about a regular season game. I'm really not. I slept well last night. But I don't want to come in the next morning and provide any, this and that. No, if I hear any of that BS today, I swear to God, They got outplayed.
I don't think
In the fourth quarter. That meant most.
I don't know what I think you're making a straw man here.
Is there some other dude on this show that I don't friggin' know about? Because I don't know who
I
you're
don't
arguing
hear any
with, Laverne.
excuses.
The first 10 minutes of the show, rather than just give them their credit, here's what I hear in the first 10 minutes. Well, he doesn't really play a back-to-back. And he did. Oh, and the announcers were giving him all the... You guys sound like whiny little girls.
Are you listening to a different show? I think the first thing I said was Embiid was amazing. Best player on the floor. I said the one thing that bothered me was the play-by-play guy who gave him credit.
Oh,
that was
give
the one
me a
thing.
break. The play-by-play guy annoys you. Oh,
Yes!
so Mosier annoys you. Are you going to be like the other fans and Mosier annoys the opposing team's fan base? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Break.
I mean, look.
Hold on, Brett.
Yeah?
Brett. I think somebody broke into my room, grabbed the spare headset, and started getting being in Vic's bonnet.
Well, you know what? If you look at the text line and the Twitch feed, everybody agrees with me. You guys don't play. Listen, they're the champions for a reason. They persevere. They're big boys. They're mature. They're mature
say
boys.
don't play?
They could take it. They could
I
take
won't
it.
play.
They didn't play well in the fourth quarter. They got outplayed in the fourth quarter. They should have been in the fourth quarter last night. Which team should have had more energy? Which team should have been
Without a
sharper?
doubt,
in the
it should have
fourth?
been the Nuggets. It should have been.
The Nuggets were not. That's on them.
I'll tell you this much, by the way. Murray looked like the most tired guy on the court last night in the fourth quarter. He looked the most exhausted, and I don't even know how that's possible. Like, Murray was really bad in the fourth. The Nuggets overall were really bad in the fourth. But the turnovers killed him. Like, that's a game that you saw the way the offense was rolling for Philly. You had no room to give them extra possessions or have empty possessions on your side, and turnovers killed you late in the game.
Yeah. I do believe when they rematch in Denver on January 27th, I don't think you're going to see the same approach to defending Embiid. At least I don't want to see that. I just want to see them play straight up and see what happens. I would like to see that. Now, I thought Aaron Gordon had some moments where he defended him very well, but at the end of the game, the guy's just too big. He's too big, and he can make jump shots over anybody. So let him have his. My approach would be let him go. Let him have 80. Who cares? It's everybody else you have to worry about.
I know that they were all worried about trying to get Jokic in foul trouble. By the way, I got very confused because I thought in the first quarter Embiid had 2, and then he had a foul in the third or the second quarter that I thought was his third, and they said it was his second. Which foul did they not give to him? Because it looked like he had 2 pretty obvious foul calls in the first quarter. And I think that's part of the reason why they didn't match up on both sides. Now, I think Jokic guarded Embiid more than Embiid guarded Jokic during the course of that game. But when Embiid is able to just step back from the free throw line, hit a jumper, step behind the three-point arc, hit a jumper, there's no stopping that. Van Gundy called him the most dominating offensive player in the game, and he's absolutely right.
You know what, though? In the playoffs, the game changes. In the playoffs. One thing I learned about Joel Embiid last night that was interesting, because he can shoot over everybody because of his size. He doesn't really have a wide array of post-up moves. He's just big. He's just a big brute. He doesn't have a Hakeem Olajuwon dream shake. He doesn't have the ability to turn people inside out on the interior. And when the playoffs come around, those kind of points are necessary because people will extend their defense more in the playoffs. Defense becomes much more pronounced in the playoffs. Again, the way that the Nuggets approached the fourth quarter last night, that's not going to happen in the playoffs. I guarantee it. That's never going to happen in the playoffs. So that's why I slept fine. It's not a big deal. They lost a game. The reason they lost is because the Nuggets sucked down the stretch. That's why they lost.
You're right about one thing, though. Embiid doesn't really play back to the basket.
No.
It's a lot of face up, and then he might hit a couple of jab steps, but he'll take that 10-foot jumper. He doesn't really, like Jokic, when he got in the paint, a couple of times against Embiid, hit him with a spin cycle, up and unders, like stuff like that. Embiid doesn't play that game.
He doesn't have a single one of those shots in his arsenal. I hadn't seen him say, like, well, so what happens in the playoffs then? You send a double at him, he can't get out of it. There are things you could do to beat Embiid in those games.
He passed well last night.
He
they
did.
doubled,
He did.
and he passed really well.
got rid of the ball. And those passes resulted in wide open threes, which is why I wish they would just play them straight up.
You okay, Moshe?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Don't get all offended, Moj.
I'm not offended. I'm just letting you argue with the wind. It's eventually going to blow back right in your hair. It always does.
Where the volume is?
Where the volume
Moj,
is. It's going to increase.
Don't do that. Get your
volume
hand,
of your hair.
get your hand off your chin. Quit being a little baby. Just do radio. Get your hand off your chin.
I'm just chilling,
It's
bro.
all right.
I'm
gonna be okay.
I'm literally just chilling.
I
Here's
do
the
feel
thing.
I do feel like you made up points for Mosher just to yell at him.
You
Probably
did,
right.
and that's okay. We got off the plane last night, and nobody. My suitcase was the last off, and dude puts it on the tarmac. It's all ice. My suitcase starts to just blow away down away from the airplane. I gotta go chasing my suitcase at 2:30 in the morning down the friggin' the tarmac at the airport. It was hysterical, man.
Here's the trip you've taken.
So pardon me. I'm seeing the sun this morning here in Boston for the first time. It's beautiful, but pardon me if I'm just going to sit here with my head on my hand and let you argue with the cuckoo clock on the wall, because you do a great job of it.
My last thought on the Nuggets, and we'll get into the Avs here momentarily. It is a 5-game roadie that it's going to require a lot of intensity, okay, because they're only a game ahead of the Clippers, who won again last night. The Clippers, 14 losses. The Nuggets, 14 losses. The standings could change here by the end of this road trip. Can change pretty dramatically. Next up, Boston. Playing at Boston. A place where Boston has not lost a game all year. What are they at home, like 19-0? They're ridiculous.
Yeah.
They got the Knicks on the road on this road trip as well. They got tough road games. Last night was a doable game that you could have had if you show up in the fourth quarter. That's out now. That's done. Let's see what happens the rest of the way.
We'll get back to that in a little bit. 303-504-0925. We got Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning, but let's talk about the Avs. 5 unanswered to close out the game for a 7-4 win. We'll get to it next.
Well, since I'm the only one here, thought I'd chat a little bit about Marty O's trip to Nebraska. And every time somebody goes to Nebraska, something like this happens. Apparently, Marty went to the emergency room throwing up blood. What city in Nebraska did that occur?
This was in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Lincoln,
Wow.
yeah, typical. Yeah, typical.
So
Yeah,
Fine
there's always
facilities
a
there.
story like that when
They
passing
must have
through
called a
Nebraska.
vet. Yeah, called a vet like, hey, what's going on with this guy? Call the vet.
Well, they closed
So
the
what-
highway, so they basically forced us to stay there. I didn't want to stay there. I was going to drive through the night.
What
That's
was
the
wrong with you? What I mean,
I had
you-
like
you
the
just
flu or
had-
something. I don't know.
You had the flu and you started just vomiting, like projectile vomiting. What is it?
I spent most of the evening in the bathroom, Vic.
Why didn't you call Powder here, his family, and get their town vet to help you out?
I
town
honestly was
vet
surprised
serves
they
as a
even had
doctor.
doctors there. I was lucky that I got in with one.
We don't
You
have
had to go to
a
the
vet.
emergency room. Wow.
Look, I'm no doctor. I don't play one on TV. But if you barf up blood, typically that's that's either like something bad or that's like an alien, like ready to burst out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't. Other than that, I don't know. Like if you eat a bad chicken wing, or a deviled egg or something. Typically, your body doesn't say, "All right, I'll tell you what the answer is." Not only are we going to barf this out, but we're going to throw up blood as well. We're going to burst the inside of the lining of your stomach, and we're going to barf up all kinds of red blood cells all over this bra.
Brett, this is
Typically,
my
it doesn't
fault.
happen.
I was talking to Vic during the break, and I knew, of course, he would bring it up immediately. That's on me.
How about this? The Avs win last night 7-4 after.
Excellent transition, Brett. That's really, really good. From barfing blood to the Avalanche win.
Yeah,
Well,
I
when
don't
they
got
were
anything
down
else.
4-2, I was barfing blood.
That is
when they
true.
were down 4-2,
And similar to last night, just in the opposite way, the Sixers were playing on a back-to-back, and they came out and finished the game really well. The Avs did the same thing. They're off a back-to-back. They start the game a little. Now, they got responses each time that Ottawa put a goal on the board. They responded. Mikko gets one back. By the way, if they were ever to make a statue of Mikko Rantanen, it's that goal, right? It's
We
one
call
knee
that
on
now
the
the-
ice, the
it's a pose.
top
It's-
hand way up top.
It's going to be a new yoga pose. He does it on the ice, but it's going to be a yoga pose. We call it the kneeling moose.
I like it.
Yeah, that's the new thing. The kneeling moose down on one knee, one hand way up here. You got one hand way up here, and the other hand's redirecting the. You guys
Puck?
don't like
song
my
wasn't
song?
necessary.
Oh,
That-
okay.
That's
All right,
not a
sorry.
song.
Oh, that goes in tune last night because we were quoting Alanis Morissette because Riker goes, and this is the way my brain operates. He goes, now isn't it ironic? And da 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 da, and then I chime in, don't you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little too ironic. I really do think that's kind of how. Then we killed that pretty early,
Okay,
even though
great.
Atlantis
Yep.
is from Ottawa.
Yep.
Okay,
Great.
sorry.
Rantanen scored, so that makes it 1-1. Jason Poland then ties it up again with his first ever NHL
How about the
goal.
kid? How about the kid? Good for the kid. Now, listen, I don't know what's going to happen in Jason Poland's career. I have no idea. He could never leave the lineup between now and the time he's 50. I don't know. He could be gone to I don't know. But the cool part is the kid will always have that for the rest of his life. No matter what. He made it to the show, and he scored a goal. It's friggin' – anytime a dude has his first NHL goal, it's friggin' cool because more often than not, that may – listen, that may be the only one he ever had. I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? You just never know. I mean, I think he's got plenty more in him. I'm just saying he'll always have that. There are hundreds of thousands of guys who never made it to the show and scored a goal. It's really cool.
So, Moshe, Malinsky scored what I thought to be the tying goal to make it 3-3.
Yep.
And then I turned my attention to the Nuggets, and I looked back and, wait, I thought it was 3-3, and it said 3-2. Why did they disallow that goal?
Jonathan Drouin was offside about a foot.
He just
Probably
got
about a
lost,
foot.
right? He
Yeah.
looked like a guy who thought his skate was on the blue line and it was just off.
Yeah,
'Cause he
and
wasn't
and
panicked.
reached. Right, it was very, very close, but the Situation Room made the correct call. I don't know if you guys were listening at this point. You're probably watching the Nuggets. They're involved in some big thing. But the Situation Room in Toronto can hear us when we're talking about it. They can hear us. And they can hear us beforehand and everything else. They
they hear everything that we say in the Situation Room. So now we went there on last Friday night and watched a couple of games, and they do a great job in Toronto. But we're like, okay, Situation Room, you got that right. You were correct. It definitely was an offside call. Absolutely.
That would have been like, this is, again, with that kid, I'll make a comparison. Because I said the last time he scored about a week ago, it looked Makar-ish, okay? He's not Makar, but it looked like Makar. In the same way that I say sometimes, Moj, I watch LOC fly down the ice, and like, it kind of looks like McKinnon, and the numbers are similar and all that stuff. It's the same thing. He's not McKinnon, but at times it kind of like, it looks like him.
Sure.
Malinsky going coast to coast, and I know the goal didn't count, but to go coast to coast and finish like that, what the hell, dude?
First of all, you got to have the speed, you got to have the skating ability, you've got to have the brain, and then you've got to have the courage, boys. Vic, to go from your behind your own net, come wheeling all the way through, and then just dart your way through what essentially was 4 Ottawa Senators, but nobody tried to defend him. That's one thing, is that he's like, oh, okay. And then by the time they tried to defend him, that shot was off. It beat Sogard, but the Avs were offside. But, the courage, the chutzpah to try and pull that off, it was awesome. You love to see that out of a young guy. Love it.
Thoughts on Justus Annunen, giving up 4, still winning the game?
I don't know how to say that those goals were against him. But, man, giving up 4 all the time is not easy, and it's not good.
But that's what this team has done for a lot of this season. They've given up a lot of goals and still won games.
That is correct. I guess when I look at it, I look at it like anybody else would. Hey, make that one save that, like, whoa, you know what I mean, to keep it a 3-goal game or something along those lines. I mean, something, right?
How much of this is goalie and how much of this is play in front of him? And this applies to both Annunen and what we've seen from Georgiev lately.
Alexander Georgiev leads the league in a lot of categories, including wins. He also is number 1 in the National Hockey League at, and I'm not going to categorize this correctly because we had it on the graphic, but I'm going to paraphrase it. Awesome chances against. Okay. He's number 1 in the league in the opponent's getting a kick-ass chance on your goalie. In terms of because they can track anything now, right? Like,
how do they define that?
It's formulatic, Vic, but it's on the ice. Where you're on the ice, it's number of odd man rushes. Formulatic is not a word. Is that correct?
Correct.
No, it's formulaic.
Damn it! Have we done that? We did this like a couple of months ago, didn't we?
We did.
Yep.
Yeah, we did this.
Don't give
but
me
I would
this,
assume,
Martin.
Vic, But hang on, Vic. I would assume it's the same thing. Like, they can track open shots in the NBA. Like, what's your shooting percentage on open shots as opposed to contested shots?
I'm just curious because in the NBA they have a if you're 3 feet away, it's considered an open shot. It's 3 feet.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious. An awesome scoring chance in the NHL. What is that designation?
Well, I don't know. The league comes up with a formula for it, and he's number 1 against. Talking about Georgiev. And I guess if in an ideal world, hey, man, throw a blocker out, make some miraculous save, whatever. But I look back at those goals, and I'm no goalie expert, obviously. But I don't think he did a whole hell of a lot wrong. You know what I mean? It's just that, hey, they have the funny part, I don't know what it was in the game, and I think it's 2-1 Ottawa, and I go to Riker, I go, this is on the air. I go, how does this team only have 15 wins? He goes, well, they give up a boatload of goals. I said, let's hope that happens tonight as well. And it certainly did. And Riker was right, man. When this game was 2-2, and then it was 3-2, I think, he said, this feels like at least 10 goals in this game. Man, he sniffed it out big time. He knew exactly where the direction was headed in that contest.
It kind of gives me the vibe of a team that, maybe the opposite of what the Broncos' entire last 8 years have been, which is a team that has a good offense and not a good defense, but the good offense is enough to win games in the regular season. You just wonder, can that continue if the postseason comes and it's the exact same? Because I doubt it. They certainly can get better. I said this yesterday, Moj. I think this is like the worst, and I know Annunen started last night, but for Georgiev, I think this is like the worst it's going to look. And you're still winning a whole bunch of games. You said he leads the league in wins for goalies across the NHL.
He does. Georgiev does.
Yes, and that's why I want to ask this to Bednar in 30 minutes if he feels this is more of a goalie thing or a defense thing. Because when you talk about giving up all those chances, like if you get good chances, pucks are going to end up in the back of the net.
I bet he says both. I bet he's going to say both because he's not been shy about his displeasure, and he's not really showing displeasure as much as he's like, we could use one more save, that kind of thing. It's not like he's like, man, Sheldon Keefe last week with Samsonov says, we can't win with this guy, period. He came out and said that. They tried to send him down to the minors. Bednar's not nearly there yet or anything of that nature, but I bet he says both because he's going to be right when he says guys in front of whoever is between the pipes have been loose at times, really loose at times. And when you leave your goalie out to dry, it's a little bit unfair. I mean, in some instances, it's incredibly unfair.
By the way, two more things. Number one, is Logan O'Connor one goal away from his career high in a season already?
He certainly is.
Goal he scored last night was sweet. Especially kind of put it away.
Is he riding a point streak that is his career high? Certainly is. Does he have 8 points in 8 games in January? Certainly does.
What's his point streak
Did he
at?
vomit at a hospital in Lincoln, Nebraska?
He's never barfed up blood at a hospital in Lincoln, Nebraska.
You don't know that
Thank
for sure.
God.
You don't know that?
No, but
Let's ask Bednar at 8.
There's a 1 in 1 billionth chance that he's done that. Now, somebody on this program did, but nonetheless, his goal was huge. I mean, that goal makes it 6-4, and all of the starch comes out of that place and comes out of the Senators as well. I mean, it was awesome. The Malinsky goal was killer. The power play goal. And you talk about, again, Brett, you're right. He's not Cale Makar, and he's never going to be Cale Makar. Cale Makar has the opportunity to accomplish something tomorrow night here in Boston. And it would be unbelievably special if he did. I'll explain a little bit later. But he's picking things up because the way he's walking the blue line, things he's doing now, I knew he was going to be a good player. But he's starting, I think, to pick up little hints from Cale. The way he's maneuvering, looking for his shot. They must talk. He must observe like a mother. He went to Cornell, so he's obviously a smart kid. I like the way he's playing the game right now, big time.
I love this stat, and it shows that the Avs just never give up, and they're persistent. They lead the NHL now. It was their 15th comeback win of the season, and they've done so 8 times in the third period. Also leads the NHL. 8 times they've come from behind in the third period to win a game. Nobody does it better.
Look, that's a great stat. That's a great stat. Also, I don't know if you want to be down that many times and having to come back. Would like to have a couple of those where you just have a 2-goal lead and you hang on.
There used to be a day not too long ago where the Avs were that team, and the NHL was sort of built this way. Whoever scored first won the game. One of those weird games. Yeah. It's not the case anymore. It's just not the case. Hell, we've seen the Avs win games when they've given up 3 goals. 3-0
Yeah, but the team that does score first typically goes on to win the majority of the time. But the Avs have the comeback ability. And you look at this road trip, they gave up the first goal in Toronto, won. They scored the first goal in Montreal, lost.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up the first goal last night, won. And I would say to you, isn't it ironic?
No.
Don't you think?
Can I say one more thing?
A little too ironic.
Can I say one more
thing? I really
thing?
do think.
How about the old flop shot there from Taves? Put it right in the middle of an empty net from the length of the ice. Just
how about your boy, 180 feet from the net? It's not full muffin, but it's partial muffin. And that thing goes, it splits the uprights, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was really cool to see. And even he's like, how about that? I can't believe, you know what I mean? I can't believe it. It was very, very cool, man. That's 5 unanswered, bro. They come back. They just they stick to it. They don't worry when they're down. They're down huge in Toronto 3-0. They come back. They're down 4-2 in the second last night. They come back. It's pretty rad. And they're doing it now again. You're not playing with Val. You're not playing with Lecky. You're not playing with Byram. You got guys out of the lineup. It's pretty rad.
We'll talk more about this with Bednar at 8 o'clock, so about 20 minutes away. 303-504-0925. So when we return, there is something that happened yesterday that I've had embarrassing moments in my life. But I think if this happened to me, I'd want to die on the spot. We'll get to it next. All right, Bednar in 15 minutes. So I tell you guys all the time, and it's been a common refrain. You guys agree? I'm not a journalist, okay? Not that. I am what, Moj? What do I call myself? What's my job title?
You're a jackwagon on a radio.
Yes. But I do feel like if you're going to go to a press conference...
Wait. Dumbass with a microphone.
Jackass with a microphone. That's what I usually call
Close
it.
enough.
Yeah.
No,
you nailed it.
I mixed them up.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're good.
My bad.
You're good.
It's not even your own microphone. That's not your microphone.
I said a microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even mine. I'm renting. Every day I rent this. The point is, I don't consider myself that, and I think most people shouldn't. Now, there are some in the sports media world that should, but for the most part, the person on the Gaza Strip right now that's doing live reports for news stations is not the same as what we do. But I do feel like there's a level of prepared you have to be in this business, especially if you're going to go to a press conference setting. And what I witnessed yesterday is insane to me. Tampa Bay, despite all odds, despite that team not being very good, they won a bad division, they made a playoff game, and they won their playoff game in pretty epic fashion against Philly. They've earned the right to play the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Very exciting time for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, Todd Bowles goes to his press conference yesterday, fielding questions about this upcoming game against the Lions. He gets this.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to talk to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
Now, before we play the response, before we give the Todd Bowles answer, how do you answer that question? How do you approach this? Because I would kind of
I'd like to think that I would do it the same way that Coach Bowles did it, that I would try to do it with some dignity and class and not make the person asking the world's dumbest question feel like the world's dumbest person.
Now, I'll say this, Moj. You can say class. He didn't really do her any favors, but I don't know what he could have done. I don't know how he could have helped the person asking the question.
I might have played it off like, haha, that's a funny joke to begin the news conference. Anyway, good job. I don't even know. Do we know who it was? Do we have any idea?
No, but obviously this is what happens when you send news reporters to sports events, and this happens across the country. Local stations. This is that time of year, the NFL playoffs. I worked for a local station all my life. Here's what happens: the playoffs come around, and all of a sudden they send news crews to these press conferences who haven't been covering the team, have no knowledge of the team, no knowledge of the sport, and these are the kind of questions you get. Happens all the time. I guess if I'm Todd Bowles and I'm in one of those moods, I'd answer by saying, "Excuse me, what's your name? Can you announce your name, please? And can you repeat the question?"
Yes.
And by the way,
repeat the question is great. Can you ask that one more time? Just to make sure I heard this right.
In my good ear. Let me turn my good ear to you.
So hang on, Moj. Let's hear the way that Bowles responded real quick.
Okay.
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Now,
it was at that
empathy.
moment that she realized she had made a major mistake.
You want to die if you're the reporter right there, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
The second
and what
that
I
he
don't
says
want to
that.
do, this is not sexist or anything of that nature, because I've heard men ask equally dumb or worse questions, right? But they send, like you're right, Vic. They send a regular news. They're trying to cover all these different angles, so they send a regular news person out. They think they're being smart, and they pull one of these. Yeah,
now, it always cracked me up. Again, having covered the Broncos all those years, and working for Channel 4 all those years, and then when games get big, when the playoffs come around, the Super Bowl runs, then the entire news department gets involved, and sometimes you have to educate them on the history of the team and just what's going on. But you would think she would have asked somebody first, maybe
Yeah.
consulted with somebody in the room before asking the question.
Why don't they do this
Because-
the other way, Vic? Why don't I get to, if there's a big news story, why don't I get to go try and, I go to Governor Polis's press conference and I get to ask
The
some
State of the
politics
Union?
questions.
Sure.
Yeah,
You
yeah. Why
should.
don't I get to do that?
Did you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
Did you guys hear the follow-up question though? It was ridiculous.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
Awesome. Just awesome.
But could you
I
imagine,
can-
as much as we want to have fun, with this poor lady clearly was out of her element.
I feel so bad for her.
Clearly. But if you put one of us, all right, Brett, we've got some issues going on in the Marshall Fire, and some of the homeowners are still suing the local government. Get up there
I'm
and
on
ask
it.
some questions.
I'm on it.
Well, Brett would
Yeah,
be like
Brett
this.
Kane, Altitude Sports Radio.
Governor
Taxes,
Polis is
taxes
here's-
are a thing, and if it's me, I don't think they should be that. Why are they high? Why are they this high?
Here's you at Polis's. Let's go to Brett Kane from Altitude 92.5. Yeah, Gov. China thoughts.
Yep. Hey,
Stuff is crazy right now.
Legit question.
What do you think?
No, this would be a legit question. If I got to cover a government proceeding, maybe like a city council, a legit question would be, how come the city of Denver continues to give Comcast exclusivity
good God,
in this
Vic.
municipality?
Get it off your mind. It's been like 5 straight days. Relax.
You ain't wrong.
Here's
Isn't that
the
a
thing.
great question, though, Moj?
It's a
Isn't that
great
a great
question.
question?
Here's the thing.
Great question.
Who would be the worst coach to ask that question to? Todd Bowles handled it, I think, as well as you could without totally embarrassing the person. If that's Sean Payton, though, how does Payton handle it? If I ask Sean Payton, hey, you got a big playoff game in Detroit, and I know this wouldn't happen, but just whatever. You got a big playoff game in, what's a cold weather AFC city that plays in a dome? Help me. Who the hell is it? And what would it be? Do AFC teams have domes?
No.
Houston has a dome?
No, cold weather city. Is there a cold weather AFC city that has a dome? Am I going crazy?
No.
Indy can get cold.
Indy?
Yes, Indy.
Okay,
Yeah,
Indy.
That would be it. Because Cleveland,
Okay, so it's
Cincy, none of
negative
those
10
do.
in Indy this
Buffalo.
weekend, Coach Payton. How do you guys handle the weather in this playoff game? Like, how does he respond to me?
Like maybe New York, like the Jets, maybe like when that Super Bowl was so damn cold. How many? Well, I don't know. I would hope to think that he would be somewhat conciliatory. What percentage of coaches you think would dress that person down, and what percentage?
What makes you think he would be like that?
conciliatory? There's no chance.
Well, I would hope that he would be not a total ass weepy.
What's the question?
Okay, let me take it back.
No, I
He's
think
just
he'd
saying,
be nice. No,
use
I
super.
agree with Moshe. I think he would be sympathetic to the person asking the question because it's not one of the usuals who ask these questions to get you irritated. He only gets hard on the people that are there all the time.
Look, if it's Mike Kliss, he's probably
That's
going to
true.
blow him up.
You know what? You might be
You
right
know.
on that.
Oh, I know
If
I'm
it's
right.
Troy
on
Rank,
that.
he's
hard
probably
on the
blow- if-
people.
if it's Mike
he's hard
Troy,
on the
if it's-
people he knows.
Yeah.
I still I heard it and I'm like, I know that this person does not want to be there anymore. The second you
Because
drop
everybody's-
it's
because-
indoors and it's in a dome.
And here's the thing. I don't know who this person is. I would kind of like to find out. I'm very curious about it.
Well, it's a couple clicks on the Google machine to figure out who it is. I'm sure it's not that hard.
Well,
But I mean,
Martin,
what
help
does it
me.
matter?
But I'm just curious. That's just intellectual curiosity. But number two, the most important thing is that everybody in that room knows who this person is. And
Yep.
now that person has to live in that environment in terms of in the city of Detroit or maybe, wherever they come from, Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, they come from all over the place to cover the Lions. That person now is known by all their peers as the person who asked the question about the elements for an indoor game.
I don't envy that at all. At all. And I would hate to be that far out of my element, as Vic is talking about, where they give the Hey, it's a big story now. We're in the second round of the postseason. Everybody gets a crack at the, or, everybody gets a bite at the apple.
Just imagine right now, again, we are airlifted right now. The three of us are airlifted to the Ukraine to ask some pressing questions about the war going on there. The hell would we do?
I'm telling you right now, it's crazy over here. Crazy.
What is going on, guys?
I mean, I literally, Vic, don't know if I'd have any questions. I just
please.
say,
sir.
What's the guy's name? What's the guy's
Zelensky.
name? Zelensky. I mean, dude, it's nuts out here, right? Just nuts.
I guess I'd go.
How do you
Hey,
describe it?
Can I fly one of them drones? You got any more of them drones?
How do you
I see you guys have a bunch of drones.
It's cold here. How do you think the weather is affecting all this stuff going on, huh? Crazy. All right.
Kane would ask, are those the Rocky Mountains?
These are the Rockies, right? They extend all the way this far. So these are questions for my guys back home. We just got to settle something real quick. Can you help me? Let's take a look at a couple of the lines for tonight, brought to you by Circa Sports. Download the Circa Sports book or go to circasports.com. Tight money line splits, low holds, and no gambling limits. Bet like a pro with Circa Sports. Big games tonight in the NBA. We have the Lakers and the Mavs. That game in LA. Lakers 4-point favorites. How've the Lakers been doing lately, by the way, Victor? Have they still been on the struggle bus mightily? Or has it just kind of been like 500-ish as of late?
They beat OKC the other night, and the Clippers beat OKC as well. OKC is taking it on the chin suddenly on these road trips. So the Lakers are still sub 500. That's what they are.
You also got, if you want to get an early look at the lines this weekend for the divisional round, you got the games on Saturday, Texans and Ravens, Packers and Niners. You get surprised at all that the two teams that are the road dogs in this game, the Packers taking on San Francisco and then the Texans taking on the Ravens, each of them are 9-point dogs, and the Packers 9.5-point dogs. For the performance they had the previous weekend, did you feel like the line would be a little bit closer than that, despite the fact that they're playing number one seeds on Saturday?
I thought it would because both those teams played really good football, and they're playing their best football at the most important time of the year. But the number one seeds, Brett, are really, really good.
Yep.
I mean, they're really, 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 really good. So we'll see.
Take an early look at those lines for the weekend. Some big games tonight. Go to circasports.com or download your new bookie today, the Circa Sports book. Let's get to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline, talk to the head coach of the winning Avalanche team from last night. All conversations with Coach Bednar are brought to you by Quantum Fiber. Coach, always good to talk to you, especially after a win, 5-1 answer to close it out. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, doing great. A little bit tired, late night coming in from Ottawa last night, but it always feels better to wake up in the morning after a win.
For sure. And I'm going to ask you a question because I'm a journalist. Do you feel like the cold conditions of Canada affected that game at all for you last night?
No. I'd say the lack of rest from the night before was probably what, affected the game the most.
How do you it's funny when you play those back-to-backs, you have to be careful with ice time, you have to be careful with how hard you push your guys. What's the balance there? Like, how do you know how much to play dudes the night before versus a game that's more winnable the next night?
Well, I don't know that it's more winnable. I thought both those games were there for us if we had played the right way, or if we kind of got a complete game out of our guys, and sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. A smart coach would try and balance the ice time out even on the first night to make sure that the guys were in the best possible position to win and coming again as a full team effort the second night. I, however, played our top line 29 minutes in Montreal, which is not ideal. And, I don't mind doing that. I can do that but you got to make sure you secure the victory, and we did not do that. So those guys, you could tell, were lacking some energy last night. It wasn't their best all-around game. They still stepped up and had a couple, like Nico has a couple goals, Max highly involved, Kale was fantastic, they still did their thing, but I'd say the first thing that goes away when you have no legs and no energy is how hard that you defend, and they just weren't as good as what they generally are, and that's on me, but luckily the depth of the lineup really stepped up last night and helped secure the victory for us.
Yeah, it was big, Coach. Hey, real quick, nobody's going to cry for you. Nobody's going to cry for me, but have you looked outside your window yet this morning?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I got the blinds open.
Is that the sun? I mean, that's the first time we've seen the sun in over a week, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how things just go slow molasses when you're traveling in snow, but maybe things are looking up now here for the rest of this road trip. And you talked about the depth there, Coach. I mean, to see a bunch of different guys come through, to see a Malinsky goal, to see a Poland goal, to see a Wood goal, to see Sammy G with 3 apples. I mean, that's pretty good stuff. And it seems to me in a game like that, that's just exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, start with Woody. He's been sick as a dog and in his bed for basically over a week. And he jumps back in the lineup last night, and he looked like he was shot out of a cannon right away, so he gets partial breakaway, another one later, then sets up the OC goal, getting up ice and slashing out of the zone. I mean, I thought he was outstanding. And Sam Girard too, last night he was involved in everything. But the real story, I think, is tight game coming from behind, and it's the young guys, the new guys that elevate their game and find a way to make a play or two to get us a win. It starts with Poland scoring off the rush attack, a great pass by Sam to stretch it up, Malinsky to stretch it all the way up the ice, and then it gets called back, and then Sam scores again, or Sam Malinsky scores, then it gets called back, and Sam Malinsky scores again on the power play. I thought those new guys just they really elevated their game and stepped up and tried to push themselves offensively at a time when we really needed it. So I'm really happy for those guys. And Poland gets his first in the NHL.
Is Malinsky a guy that could be an everyday player for you? Because I watch him play, and look, I'm going to make a comparison, and I'm not saying he's the same guy, but he does some things that look kind of like Makar, like when he goes coast to coast and scores the way that he does. What are your thoughts on Malinsky and where he fits sort of long-term with the team?
Yeah, I think he is. We've seen him long enough now. Like, you'll see guys come up, play 2 or 3 just great games. You're like, whoa, why did, like fans, people would say, why isn't this guy playing in their lineup every night? And then, but like their games can fluctuate greatly, or it can just like drop off a cliff right away. Like, they're playing on adrenaline, they're getting an opportunity in the NHL, and things go good for 1, 2, 3 games. But we've seen Sam Malinsky enough now and kind of seen him operate. He's an older player out of college, captain material guy in college, and his skill set just sort of fits the NHL. It's a disciplined defending game. Like, he's not the biggest guy, so he can run into a little trouble on some matchups against bigger, stronger guys when it comes to his defending. But it's adequate to good. And then on the offensive side of it and puck moving side of it, he can do things that a lot of other guys just can't. Like, he can escape the forecheck, he can move in the neutral zone. He's got real good vision and the ability to move the puck up the ice, as we saw last night. And then he's got a great shot and great mobility in the offensive zone to help you create offense. So he has some tools that fit the way we like to play, and I think he realistically is an everyday NHL player right now, and will continue to be.
Coach, last week I walked into the Mile High Dreams Gala at Ball Arena. I walked in with Val Nichushkin and had a pleasant conversation. It was great. A couple days later, we come to find out that he has entered the NHL treatment program. And clearly, as a coach, you want what's best for your player. You want to make sure he's taken care of. We all do. We care for him. Have you been given any detail how long he can be there? Is this just an open-ended situation? What kind of information might you have?
Yeah, it is an open-ended situation. You have no idea. And no one's going to give us a timeline. Like, we will not get an update on that. We'll get updates as to how Val's doing, that kind of thing, and eventually we'll be able to reach out to him and talk with him and see how he's doing and check in ourselves, I think. But as of now, like, no one's going to give you a timeline, and I don't think as it goes on they're going to give you a timeline either. It's just going to depend on Val and his aide, and we'll just, when they feel like and he feels like he's ready to come back and join the team, and then they'll allow him to do that. But this is, there's so much uncertainty to it.
I know.
But the reality of it is that's why it's different than an injury. This reminds me more of when a guy gets a concussion, because you just don't know, right? Like, when a guy gets a concussion, you're like, well, he could be back in 4 days or 5, 6 days is kind of usually the earliest, or, it could be months. And it's the same thing with Val. It's going to take some time. He's not going to be back in 5, 6 days, but you just really don't have a timeline on it. All we can do is hope for the best for Val. We're going to miss him immensely. There's no question, but we've been through this recently with Gerard. We've seen how he's come back, and just a happier person, a guy that just loves and enjoys playing the game with his teammates and competing, and we want our guys to be healthy, whether that's injuries or mentally, just in a positive space where they can do what they love to do and be around the guys that they love and their family and everything and enjoy it. And that's what we're hoping for from Val here.
That was my follow-up question. Was the decision easier for Val to make that move knowing that Gerard went through it and benefited so greatly from it?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but I like to think that, like, these guys are proud guys and competitive guys, and I think it takes a lot to be able to come forward, especially when you're in the public eye and admit that you got a problem with something and then go seek help. I think it takes a lot of courage, and we want to be, help provide an environment for our guys that they feel comfortable to do that, to ask for help, whether it's, something just day to day, little things, big things, someone to talk to. Like, that's the type of supportive environment that we try to create. Like, no one's going to judge you for it, and so hopefully that helps with him and G both being able to come forward. And I think it's a relationship built over time with your teammates, management, the organization, coaches, everybody, and because we want everyone to be all right. And if you need help, you have to be able to ask for it, and players also have to support you and recognize if something's wrong with you and ask questions and all that. So, good on those guys for asking for help and going to get help. And, it's difficult on the hockey business side of it, but we'll get through it without him. The guys are stepping up around, and we're just looking forward to the day we can get him back and enjoy him as a teammate.
Vic said it, and you said it the first thing. The most important thing is for him to be a healthy human being, and you worry about him. He's such a great dude. I don't think people really realize, Coach, what his gregarious personality and that sort of thing. And so you hope the best for him and his family, and he'll be back when he's back. That being said, you're going to be playing more games. Obviously, you get the Bees coming up tomorrow night in a rematch. And, it's interesting. I look at Justus Annunen last night, and the boys were asking me, well, how do you think he played? And I thought he played pretty damn good. It's always weird to say that when a guy gives up 4, but nonetheless, kind of like Georgie did in Toronto, they're not all his fault here or anything like that, and then you lock it down, and that's exactly what Annunen did last night, Coach. And it may not be the most ideal situation to have your number 1 at Colorado up, but talk about his performance and talk about your goaltending overall as a whole, please.
Yeah, so Gorgie's been great. If you go to back up a handful of games here, he's just been carrying the load, and Toronto game, that's high stakes. You can't make another mistake in that game and give up another goal after you spot them, the ones in the first, because you won't get back in it. And those and the Toronto goals, there was the breakaway that Riley picked off Taves. It was the second goal. The first one's going wide and hits Manson high up in the chest and deflects. And there was some bad puck luck there. I thought we played a decent first period. We're down 3-0, and they were getting the puck luck. Then we kind of and they earned a couple of those too. Don't get me wrong. And then we started playing really well. I thought, there's no question we played a better hockey game in Montreal than we did in Ottawa. It wasn't even close, really. The chances we got, the chances we gave up, we had a little trouble scoring, and I didn't think Gorgie was sharp in that game. That just wasn't his best performance, and we come out on the losing end of it. It's time for him to get a rest, even if it's just a couple days. He just needs a rest and needs to not think about hockey for a day or two, and then he should be good to go. The travel doesn't help, as you know. You're getting in, first night's 1, next night's 2, next night's 3:30 in the morning. It's just not easy to get rested, right? So last night we go with the Noonan and Prosvetov in the net, so Gorgie doesn't have to think about hockey at all. We're we're loose on the defensive side of it. And part of that is, like I said, it's my fault. The top guys played 29 minutes. They didn't check very well. They produced on the offensive side of it. They're lacking energy. It's tough mentally to stay in the game when you're just tired and you don't have the legs that you normally have to make things happen or defend the right way as a team. And Noonan was, at times spectacular. Like, he makes huge saves. He has one that he'd probably want back, the low, deep net drive in the second period. Guy drives it down to the goal line a little wider. We're cutting him off at the net. He's able to stuff it in. Like to see him hold his ground a little bit better on that. But, I mean, he makes breakaway saves, one-timer saves, slot saves, at a bunch of different times during that game that allows us to come back and mount the comeback and get the 7-4 win. So I thought for a first game coming in, a guy hasn't played for a while, he was outstanding.
Two quick questions for you, Coach, before we let you go. The first one I want to ask is just an update on some of the guys that are out, Lehkonen, Byram. I saw Landeskog was skating. I know he's still a long ways away, but just an update on some of those guys.
Yeah, so Landy, well, we just don't have one, right? Like, it's long-term, not going to play, for a while. Lehkonen, Byram with us skating and starting to look pretty good. Like Byram's ramping it up. Lehkonen's been, full participation for a little while here. We were hoping to get those guys in on this road trip, possibly. That may or may not happen in Philly. They won't play tomorrow. I would say safe bet, I'm expecting hopefully both of them back by our home game. I guess it's Washington, I believe, when we get off the road trip. So we're going to have to make it another couple games without them. And tough games, right? Boston, we know where they are in the standings. I think we're sitting someplace 4th, 5th, whatever, 6th, depending on when you wake up in the morning in the league, and they're ahead of us. We had a highly competitive game with them at home. We got them, and then Philly just keeps on rolling. Like, they're a good hockey team. They're sitting top 3 in their division, in a really tough division against a lot of tough competitors, and they just keep on winning. So these will be 2 very tough road games, and but then hopefully maybe we get through a little bit of this injury bug here, knock on wood, and we get those couple guys back, which can even help us more.
And then the final question I have, which is the one I wanted to ask you all day, and really it took place a week ago, and we've gotten some answers to it, but not everything, and I want to know your sort of perspective. What was your thoughts, and what was Nathan McKinnon's thoughts when you guys were sitting on a plane waiting for Mark Mosier to retrieve a passport that he had forgotten?
You know what? I cannot believe. So my gut feeling was didn't surprise me. First off, and then the second one was like, well, we'll wait for him. He's part of the team. That's the way I see it. I know Mose real well. We wait for other guys. We're gonna wait for Mose, kind of thing. I was shocked, Mose, how fast he got back to the plane. Like, he's right. I saw, you guys on the radio show. I was dying laughing. Actually, I almost called in.
Oh, no!
Service out there.
You should have.
Call in because Riker and Connor McGahey, they came up and they're like, Mo. I said, what are we waiting on? And everyone's like, Mose. But Mose, you made it back in a hurry. I don't know what time you got there and then left again. I think I saw you pulling out when I was pulling in. But I don't know how you live in Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out, how did that even happen? Like, you take a helicopter from the pad around the corner, or how did you even get back that fast? You had Baron Machi.
Yes, that's exactly right. Well, her friend got my truck, and then her friend met her on 470, and then she turned around and brought it back to the airport for me because she had driven me to the airport. So It was a hell of a lucky situation. Otherwise, just go. Just leave me. I'll find a way to get to Toronto. No problem at all.
Betsy, you're way too nice. We would have left him so fast.
Yep.
And I cannot believe you actually thought about waiting for him. I'm disappointed in you, Betsy, to be honest with you.
Listen, he got, like, he rolled in at like, they were still, the guys were, like, just kind of getting food and stuff. Like, they thought, oh, we'll just feed some guys before we take off. And, I mean, we didn't leave, but maybe 5 minutes late, if that.
Well, Coach, you know what I gathered out of this is that Mosier is most happy that you considered him part of the team. That's what it was.
I would have left me. Thank God it was right in that window, and it was all good. But never again, Coach. Never again. In 27 years of working in the NHL, never happened. Never again.
By the way,
No
if
more.
you have the thought to call into the show for anything ever, just call. Just call. Open invitation.
Okay, I'll do it.
All
That
right.
was one instance where I was like, "Yep, I'll call in and weigh in on this one here, see what the boys have to say." Because I heard you were talking about it on the radio, so I thought
You're a
I'd
good
give you a
man,
live
Betsy.
update.
Yep, you're the best, Coach.
All right,
Thanks as
fellas.
always for the time. Congrats on the win last night.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Take
All right,
care.
that is head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Also brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union.
I really thought you were not going to. I thought we were at the end. I thought we got to wrap this up.
Mm-hmm.
I
No,
really
there's
thought
always
I was
time
going-
for this. Always time for this.
I thought I was going to escape, and I can't. I deserve it. I deserve it.
Again,
I deserve it.
you are fortunate that you work on a team with a coach who is that patient and willing to wait.
Yep.
Most
Agreed.
would have taken off.
Back after
I wish I was his player.
All right, let's get back to last night. Just talked to Jared Bednar. Nice little conversation.
Hey, Cater.
And, yeah.
Want to play a little I Spy?
What?
I'm looking out my hotel room right now here in Boston, and I got a big church right next door to me. Pretty beautiful. It looks like the state capitol, but it's not, obviously. Pretty darn cool, man. I'm just looking straight out the window, right? I'm facing out the window from my hotel room, just looking straight down.
Pace here, Moshe.
Yep.
Gotta pick up the pace.
What do you think I see?
Boston.
Absolutely.
The river.
No.
Fenway.
Yes, I see Fenway Park. Just sitting here,
You ever been there?
Oh yeah,
it is.
It's pretty
beautiful.
cool.
It is one of those cathedral-like
It's
parks
actual a cool old stadium and not
Oh, yeah.
like one of those that feels like you're going into a bad time machine.
No, it's beautiful. You know, the thing about it that differentiates most stadiums today, the concourse is about as wide as your bathroom.
That is correct.
I heard somebody talk about this, and they said that used to be standard, and then we got fat.
Yes. Everybody got fat in the country, and now it's like 3 people wide.
Yeah, but I don't care if you're. I don't care.
15.
Listen, I don't care if you're Manute Bol and Victor Wembanyama combined. The concourses are still tiny. You still put a bunch of people in there, no matter how many skinny people there are, and it's friggin' tight. But Brett, you'll appreciate this. Vic, you won't at all because you're just a.
Can this be quick? Because I want to talk about the Nuggets. So go.
Yeah. The first time I went to Fenway, it was the first time I ever saw and bought a beer outside on Yawkey, where they put the thing down and it fills the beer from the bottom.
Oh yeah,
I've seen that.
Has a little plug that floats down and sits on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like this. What the hell is that?
Do they still use those? I don't see them anymore.
I don't know.
They were like a huge craze for like 2 or 3 years, and then they were just gone.
We just
the
put it on
NBA All-Star game yesterday. They had last year at the NBA All-Star game in Utah. They had those. Yeah.
And that's to stop the foam, I guess, right?
I guess, yeah. It just fills it. It fills. You put it on the thing, and it fills the beer up from the bottom, and then there's a little plug that goes over the top. And I thought, this is the greatest friggin' thing. I want one in my house. It was so awesome. Anyway, that was at Fenway. That's one of my Fenway stories. I have more stories. I still have a Red Sox hat, believe it or not, a green and white one from so many years ago.
That's neat.
That's all I got. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mosh.
Wait,
night,
let's hit a couple more of those Fenway stories.
Last night, the Nuggets play against the Sixers, and again, it's the Jokic Embiid story. Blah blah blah.
Go throw up some blood.
Marty, you're the best. No, seriously. Tell us more about your hats, your collection of hats you get in random ballparks, please.
I'm waiting with bated breath on everything you have to say.
Well, it's not good stuff because Embiid crushed you. He's really, really good at basketball. I don't know if you guys know that. He can make a shot from almost anywhere on the floor, and you got cooked last night. And I think a big part of the problem, look, fourth quarter offense was miserable. You turned the ball over. You couldn't do that in a game where Philly was shooting the way that they were. But also, I think if they match up when they match up against Philly again, let's just assume that Embiid's going to play here in a week and a half. I don't think they do that same defense because I would be a lot better if they just played it straight up than whatever they tried to do last night. Look, if you want to put Aaron Gordon on him for a while, I'm cool with that. Yeah. But like the quick doubles and stuff, I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, Embiid has changed a little bit of his game in this sense. He's averaging over 2 more assists this year than he has his entire career. He has learned that when he gets doubled, and maybe he's been watching Jokic, there's going to be somebody open. Find the open guy. And early in that game, Vic, what did he have, 5 or 6 assists at the end of the first quarter?
Yeah, he finished with 10, so you're right. He does find guys. The difference in the game was pretty simple. And the reason they do that, by the way, there's actually a rhyme to the reason. The reason why they double Embiid and a lot of times have Aaron Gordon on Embiid and the double comes quickly, they want to keep Joker out of foul trouble, simply put. And it's the same reason the Sixers do that on the opposite end. It's the same reason that they have Batum on Joker instead of Embiid. They want to keep Embiid out of foul trouble because if they guard each other, they may foul out each other in the first 5 minutes of the game. And that's just the nature of the game. Here's where the game was lost. 8:41 to play. Reggie Jackson makes a 27-foot shot, 111-105. They're rolling right now. They're looking pretty. Everybody's happy. And then all of a sudden, they go into deep freeze. And I mean deep freeze. They can't buy a bucket. They go through, when Joker returns, he scored on a basket, a short jumper right inside the elbow. They had 8 consecutive trips to their own end, 8 straight, that produced one made bucket. Most of them were turnovers. A lot of them were just bad, ill-advised shots. They just picked the wrong time to have their worst offensive sets, and it happened in crunch time. 8
they got
possessions,
stuck on
one bucket.
Yeah, they got stuck on 111 for quite some time, and then they got stuck on 113 forever. Golly, Vic, that's such a great point. It's 111-105 with 8:41 to go. They don't get to 115 until 3:31 to go. That's, I mean,
look at this.
my
I'm looking
God,
at this right now.
That's a 5-minute span where you've got 2 flipping buckets.
They went at 7:09. They scored on a Joker bucket. They're still leading 113-111. 7:09 left to play. They're up by 2. They did not score again, 7:09, until the 3.5-minute mark, where Joker makes another jumper. That's 4.5 minutes, basically, of crunch time in which it's one empty possession after another. Turnover, Joker out of bounds. Jamal Murray misses a pull-up jump shot. Shot clock, turnover. That was the one that fell to the baseline. Let's see. KCP misses a 3. Jamal Murray, bad pass, turnover. Nuggets get a defensive 3 seconds call. It was one mistake after another. I mean, you can't make those mistakes at the most important juncture of the game. The Nuggets played a great basketball game last night. That was fun to watch. That was entertaining. That first half was something else, 78 apiece. And then to see it all come crashing down in a span of 4 minutes like that, man, that's very un-Nugget-like.
Well, and that's the inexcusable part, isn't it? Like, you are playing a team that's coming off a back-to-back. Like, this is the second leg of a back-to-back, and in the fourth quarter, they looked better conditioned and played a cleaner brand of basketball than you did. That's the inexcusable part. That if you went into that game with a lead heading into the fourth quarter, or even if the game is close, that should have been like, all right, it's the fourth quarter, now it's go time, that the other team should be tired.
100%. That was the most upsetting thing to me. We had our own little text chain on the altitude side talking about the game, and we all acknowledged that, come fourth quarter, the tired team would expose itself. We thought, just keep pace, stay within distance, keep it a game, and then as soon as the fourth quarter comes around, the Nuggets will run away with it. And the opposite happened. The team that played the previous day, the team that was supposed to have been tired, the player Embiid, who doesn't play back-to-backs, right? That's his reputation. He doesn't do that. What did he do late in the game? He dominated. He scored 10 straight points. So the opposite happened that we all assumed. And give them credit for that. The Nuggets did not play good basketball when it meant most.
And for the Nuggets, to lose that game, Moj, when they out-rebounded them 46-32, they dominated second chance points. Joker alone had 11 offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
In fact, I've got a stat for you. I've got a stat based
ahead.
on that real quick, Moj, I got a stat for you because this doesn't happen. When the Denver Nuggets, thank you, Doug Strauss, for these numbers. When the Denver Nuggets shoot 50% or better, which they did last night, 40% or better from 3, which they did last night, when they out-rebound the opposition by 10 or more, which they did last night, they don't lose. They've won 31 games in a row in which they do that. They're 102-5 in games they do that. They did it last night and lost.
Who does that flipping research, Doug?
Yeah,
because that's brain damage, man. To
that's
look
a lot.
all that
That's
stuff
a lot of
up.
research.
Yeah,
but when I saw the disparity in rebounds, Moj, because usually rebounds tell you that tells you who's going to win that game. And when the Nuggets out-rebounded them, second chance points as much as they did, hell, Joker had 11 offensive boards. 11.
Yeah,
and they
great.
lose. And they lose. It's just, I can't believe they lost that game.
And here's the thing, too, when you look at it, if Philadelphia is very talented. I mean, Tyrese Maxey, they got good players on that team. if they do it to you, like people always, the Avs, I can't believe they lost this and blah, blah. Sometimes other teams' great players make great plays, and it happens. But I think it was a little bit of both. I think it was Philly being a very good team. It would be more palatable if the Nuggets just got beat, if they didn't do it to themselves in the fourth quarter, if they didn't just go ice cold and not be able to throw the beach ball in the ocean. You'd say to yourself, okay, well, they got beat by a better team this time. And listen, this will happen during the course of a season. You're going to have cold fourth quarters. They're afforded that opportunity to do that. Every team's going to go through that during the course of a year. It just stings a little bit more when they shoot so poorly. But Vic, overall here, now you go to Boston, where I am right now, and you'll play on Friday night. And then you've got Washington, and this is one of these kind of Avs schedules. So they'll go Philly to Boston, okay, and the Avs will do the opposite, go Boston to Philly. But you go Philly to Boston, then you go to Washington, okay, you're all right there, then you go all the way to Indiana, okay, and then you go all the way back to New York. You're like, couldn't you just flip those around? Couldn't you just have them go to New York and then finish in Indiana? That doesn't make any sense. But Vic, when you look at the rest of this road trip, I didn't expect them to win in Boston. I really did not. So now I'm looking at it and going,
that's why.
Okay, I'm looking at it and going, okay. Yeah. I'm looking at it and going, okay. Time for you to pull one out of your backside here in Boston. Yeah. That's the way I look at it.
They're going to be, and I don't even know what the odds are. Boston is 19-0 at home. They're the only undefeated home team left in the NBA. They're
Didn't
dominant.
the Bruins just do this?
Ain't it time to turn the tide there?
Yeah, they're 19-0. Do you want to know some other numbers? You talk about places where the Nuggets go to die.
Yeah.
They're
Boston
all-time
is one.
Nuggets in Boston all time 9-40. That is a hellhole for them.
It's a house of horrors. Brett, are you listening to me? No, it's not. I'll tell you what I'll do, Vic. You want me to tomorrow night to sprinkle a little of that Kyrie magic dust or whatever the case may be? Try to change the tides there.
Please do. If you give me a win in Boston, dude, I will owe you big time. I will. I'll owe you big.
We'll jump back to this later. I would like to read something to you guys, though, and tell me what you think. He actually played pretty well during their midseason winning streak, an AFC personnel man said. He's still a good quality starter. He can still make throws, still mobile. Honestly, his skills haven't declined that much. It's more about the fit as a person. His teammates seem to like him there. That is an AFC executive talking about Russell Wilson and what the prospects will be this offseason for him. He actually pinpointed a team that he thinks that Russell Wilson is going to go to. We'll get to it next. All right, let me give you a couple of quotes here from a Jeremy Fowler article on ESPN. So gave you one before the break. Actually played well during their win streak. He's still a good quality starter. He can make some. He can still make all the throws. He's still mobile. Honestly, his skills haven't declined all that much. It's more about fit as a person. His teammates seem to like him there. Another AFC personnel director said, physically, Russ is declining and his deep ball mobility and overall accuracy are fading. I think his career arc is unique because he's basically an older version of his younger self in Seattle. He needs a strong running game and a defense to be a serviceable starter. That's another one. And then one more here. Still an instinctual thrower, still has arm talent to throw the ball downfield. Still a good enough mover. He's always thrown a good deep ball. It's just if you ask him to throw the ball 35 times a game, he's probably going to struggle. That's just not who he is. So, in this article, one of these guys have said they think the fit for him could be Minnesota next year. Why? Because Minnesota has a lot of talent on the outside. Justin Jefferson, I know Hawkinson just had the knee injury. Don't know if he's going to, I would assume he's back at some point during the season next year. Jordan Addison got some talent. But the question I have is, what happens if Russ goes somewhere else? What if it's Minnesota? What if it's Atlanta? What if you pick the team and plays well and wins? Like, what do we do with that mentally if that were to happen?
Then you turn around and you ask Sean Payton, why couldn't you do that?
Well, again, Vic, you're talking about.
He may say, well, I tried to do that, but we don't have the pieces those teams have to do that. And we need time to build those pieces.
There you go. That's kind of the key, right? Because we all agreed if you switch Brock Purdy and Russell Wilson, the 49ers are probably a pretty damn good football team. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Purdy, because, Brett, I know you don't believe in him, but he did guide the team to the number 1 seed this year. Mm-hmm. So, the personnel has a lot to do with it. And, I think that the executive didn't say anything I don't think that we all feel the same way about. I mean, he doesn't suck. He's not terrible. He can do some things. He needs players around him. He's just not a fit for what Sean Payton wants to do, and that's fine. And I know it's an ugly hit you're going to have to take in consecutive years at 35 and 50, but, sometimes it's just not a fit, right? And he would fit in many. A lot of guys would fit in many.
Can I ask you this question?
I'm not going to be offended by it. I'm not going to be pissed off.
Better, worse, or the same if Russell Wilson was the quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this year? Where are they at? Are they a 9-8 team that wins a bad division, that wins a playoff game still?
I don't know, because Baker's made some serious plays. You may not believe in Baker Mayfield, and that's fine. He's probably never going to be the guy that he was drafted to be. But
Baker was on 3 teams in the span of a year. He was in Carolina. They shipped him out. He was in L.A. They shipped him out. And now he found a home in Tampa. Well, remember, he was in a training camp battle with what's the dude's name? Former Florida quarterback. Trask. Kyle Trask. He was in a battle with him in the preseason. And now Baker Mayfield's back on top of the world. Won a playoff game.
It's impossible to answer that question until you see it. Don't know the answer to that question. You're asking who's better, Baker or Russell. I don't know the answer.
I think more what I'm asking is if he had Mike Evans and he had Chris Godwin and he had a pretty good Tampa defense, does that look different? Like, my whole thing here, what's funny is last year, and look, I could just use Occam's razor, and this is probably the easiest way to do this, is you've been bad for 2 years and quarterback play hasn't been great, and it's probably a lot on the quarterback. But I remember before Sean Payton, I was saying, is this more Russ or is this more Nathaniel Hackett? And now this year, I'm asking the question, is it more Russ or is it more surrounding talent? Which one is it? Because if you get him in a place where you have really good skill position players, as you talked about the last couple of days, Vic, when you watch the Rams and Lions game, you see all the talent out there. Yes, they have great quarterbacks, both those teams, but damn, does that make it easier when you got Puka Nacua running wide open 30 yards downfield?
That's also, I think that's also the difference between, for the most part, it's also the difference between going all the way and not going all the way. I mean, a lot of good quarterbacks have made the postseason multiple times. Great quarterbacks, man. Other than rare exceptions, it's the great quarterbacks that win it all, baby. You know what I mean? You can go to your Brad Johnsons and guys of this nature, and okay, fine, I'll buy into that. But the great quarterbacks typically get it done. So even surrounding a guy who's pretty good with talent, it's the great ones that really, really shine.
You guys seen the numbers of the playoff quarterbacks that are left? 8 teams, 8 quarterbacks left in the playoffs. How many are first rounders?
All of them, except for one, Brock Purdy.
Except for the guy who was picked last.
Mr. Irrelevant,
Yeah.
right? Mr. Irrelevant. You got Mr. Irrelevant, and everybody else is a first rounder. Yep.
Yeah. Listen, dude, this is not rocket science. I mean, the likelihood of you finding a diamond in the rough after the first round falls precipitously. It doesn't really happen. I mean, Tom Brady's don't happen. They don't happen.
Mm-hmm.
More likely to happen are John Elway's, Peyton Manning's. Those happen. Tom Brady's don't happen. They happen once every 50 years. Doesn't happen. So
Speaking of Elway,
to rely on that, to expect that, good luck.
Speaking of Elway, Brett, it was just a couple days ago. That was the anniversary of the drive. You're aware of that, right? You guys talk
Yes.
about that on the show and that sort
I
of
don't
thing?
think we talked about it, but
Yeah, you asked me
Okay.
about it. You asked me about it.
oh,
I probably watched the drive 5 times that day. Probably 5 times. Okay? Again, I it's like I can't if you just watch Elway, watch the way he played the game. God, it's such a beautiful thing to watch. My God, what was his drop back and his rocket? I mean, it's scintillating, it's tantalizing, it's tasty, it's gimme. Will you go back and Brett? We're talking about friggin' 35 years, Vic.
yeah,
No.
around there.
Well, wait, I was a senior in high school.
Yeah, 35 years ago.
Senior in high school when it happened.
You go back and you watch him. Dude, you watch that football being planted through guys. I mean, they had no choice but to catch it because it's going to go into their bodies. Like it just.
Did you ever see? Did you ever see the Peyton Manning show with Elway where they went play by play? They broke down the film of the drive.
I have not seen that. No.
Yeah, you could see Peyton Manning get all giddy from every single throw. It was
Really?
cool to watch. 2 legends of the game go over that because Manning remembers it well. Manning remembers the drive. You know, he's an historian of the game, and it was just cool to watch the 2 of them go through that videotape. It was awesome.
Oh, but Brett, and again, John Elway, you're talking about a generational, once-in-a-lifetime kind of guy. But golly, it makes you think back to the days of great quarterback play around these parts. And I know that was so long ago, and he's now been retired for almost 25 years. But damn, man, oh God, it was so gorgeous to watch. Just watching, and I don't get mad at me, Brett. Don't get mad at me. Let me reminisce here.
What's your question?
The drop back, well, the foot plant and the hip swivel, and the gun. God, it's gorgeous. I mean, absolutely exquisite. That's all I got.
Well,
okay, it's out.
You know, you
I got
bring
it
that
out.
up, you reminisce, you think about that, and I think the reason why Russell Wilson has regressed a bit is because we have noticed, and I don't know how much of this is because of the team he plays for, the line he plays behind, the receivers he has to throw to, but the unwillingness to stand in that pocket the way he had hoped.
Yeah,
It's just not there. And again, I don't know how much of that is him. I'd have to really look at every single throw closely. But the unwillingness or inability to stand in the pocket and throw to the middle of the field, like we saw Matt Stafford do, like we saw Jared Goff do. Those guys do it.
Yeah, when you got one, you know it. And when you don't got one, you flippin' know it. So this talk about, personnel around and fits and all that kind of thing, fine. When push comes to total shove, man, you got to have one. You got to have a dude. To me, that's the bottom line. And, it's just, I don't know, it was amazing. It was amazing to look back, to reminisce, and to think, God, with that if I could just imagine that pig being slung around Mile High right now, I would play tickle fight, 100%.
Could we give it up, by the way, to a coworker of ours, Chris Marlowe, being named Colorado Sportscaster of the Year? Yeah.
Way to go. He's the best. He's the best in the
He
game.
is the best.
Marlowe is awesome. Flat out awesome.
Nobody paints a picture on a basketball court quite like Marlowe. And we are blessed to have two of the best, Marlowe and Mosier, who, by the way, they both have something very much in common. They both made their respective planes wait once. I was with Marlowe on one trip where he was there up until the final second.
What was his
Did not
problem?
arrive until the final second.
What delayed him?
Ooh, it wasn't that wasn't a passport problem. That was got the wrong time on departure problem.
Oh.
By the way,
All right, he made it.
has Marlowe lived like one of the most interesting and incredible lives ever?
Did you ever see
no
the
doubt.
An
pic-
Olympian. You look at the accolades to his life. You're like, you
Acting
did
chops.
Yeah, acting. It's like
Love
he's done
Boat?
everything.
I mean, listen, if you're on Love Boat, man, you pretty much kick some serious ass.
That's
right?
the pinnacle of his life.
100%. Being on Love Boat, dude. I mean, if I could be on Love Boat, I'd see. You know what? I'd cut my legs and walk into the water and let the sharks eat me because it wouldn't get any better than that. Brett, have you ever seen the picture of Chris Marlowe with President Reagan and First Lady Nancy Reagan after the Olympic gold
actually
medal?
I don't know where I saw that, but I have seen that picture. Yes.
He's there and he's got his shirt open and
Uh-huh.
cut down to here, and all of that Marlowe hair is just kind of kind of sticking out like a grizzly bear, and he's got his big curly coifs. He's like, "What's up? I'm with the Prez. I got the gold. Look at me." I mean, full on Miami Vice. It was so awesome. Hell, you know what I want? I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have that picture autographed. I'm gonna have that picture autographed and framed. 100%.
He's the only gold medalist in Denver media. I could say that with certainty. Nobody else has won a gold medal.
No.
Now, if you want to be a real stickler for like medals and awards, no one has as many blue ribbons as I have from field day, years 5th grade through 8th, where I just cleaned house. If somebody wants to compare the amount of blue ribbons, come at it.
You know what, Vic? You were the greatest 5th through 8th grade athlete that this state's ever seen in the
More
media.
athletic,
I'll give that.
John
yeah.
Elway or Vic Lombardi?
I know it's a big question.
I'm just saying, if you want to compare,
Vic had
and contrast
Vic's
medals,
the drive run ran for 3 years. Think about that for a second.
So, Vic, what do you think? Where do you think those things are going to end up? I'm dead serious about this. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Yeah, where do you think they're going to end up?
I still have them all, and I
know, but
and I make sure
I'm
to
not.
show
I'm
my
not
kids
asking you
every
that.
day.
I know you.
It's ridiculous.
Where do you think they're going to end up?
Probably the Hall of Fame.
No, the answer is the landfill. You might as well just do it now.
Dude, you don't understand the dominance of blue ribbons for a good 4 years.
All right, and we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour next. It's always a dangerous
I got
game.
something for you, Gator.
Yeah, it's always a dangerous game. We play the Mosier's Got Something for us. So go ahead, Moj.
Is it
I need
about
everybody to-
another hat from Fenway or?
No. It's about Cale Makar, and I think you guys would enjoy this. I think all Avalanche fans would enjoy this. So Cale Makar in his career has 298 points. Had an assist last night, right? And he's sitting there, and he's got 298 points. He's played 278 games. The all-time mark for a defenseman comes from the great Bobby Orr. Now, this is where I start to get into the universe and its magical threads and the kismet and the weaving together of things. Don't wave your hand at me, Oleskowitz. This is important. Bobby Orr was the fastest defenseman to 300 points in the history of the game. He got to 300 points in 279 games. Makar's got 298 points. 2 points away. Tomorrow is his 279th game, and the Avs are here in Boston playing the Bruins. He can tie Bobby Orr, the fastest to 300 points in the history of the National Hockey League. And let me tell you something.
From what I'm told, Bobby Orr was pretty good, Moj.
Oh, jeez. Kaner, I know you're being facetious and funny here, but when you start talking, and again, when Cale first started doing these things when he was young, he still is, but you know what I mean, when he's a rookie overall and blah, 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 and you start seeing where he slots in with production and this and that and da-da-da, and you see him amongst the best names to ever play, Bobby Orrs and Brian Leetches and Paul Coffeys and all this, you're like, I can't believe it. It just doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem possible. Well, dudes, we have to accept what we are seeing, and we are seeing maybe, as of this moment, the second greatest defenseman in the history of the National Hockey League. But tomorrow night in Boston against the Bruins, he's got a chance to equal the great Bobby Orr. And I'm telling you, that is a kismet type of situation. That is a universe saying, let's make this happen. And if I'm in that dressing room, I say, boys, we're doing whatever we got to do. I don't give a rat's rip who gets it, who doesn't, whatever. We are getting, dude, the 2 points to equal the great Bobby Orr. That's going to be awesome.
It'd be amazing.
Now, was that worth it?
Yeah, it was.
Hole,
That was good.
Speak. Hey, speak.
Nice.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Speak. Chiclet boy.
I enjoyed that more than your hat story.
Okay, number 2.
I really did.
I don't fanboy over pro athletes at all. I think maybe I've told this story on the air before. But I'm at TD Garden one year. Years ago.
We all have that guy. There's always that guy. You're exactly right about, you've been in the business long enough, but there's always that guy that you always like, whoa, that's that guy.
I mean, I've interviewed Jordan, Gretzky, you name it. Elway. I mean, all of it in my life. I don't fanboy except at the side of the TD Garden. It's hard to explain, but it's an open area and there's stuff stacked in between tables and blah 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 blah. So Bobby Orr's walking this way. And I'm walking this way, and it's just the two of us. And I had met him before in Vancouver one time, and he looks over like this, and he looks at me, and he points to me like this. He goes, it's like this. He looks up and does this. He points to me and goes, and he points at me and goes, does one of these. And I'm like, he's waving at me. Bobby Orr just pointed at me and waved at me. I felt like I was on cloud 9 for a month. It was like
He actually wasn't waving at you.
I had one of those.
What happened? Why did you get pissed and then turn off your mic?
Because you could tell that we were getting bored. Yeah, we were getting bored of the story. I had one of those. One time. Fanboy, one time. When Anna Kournikova came to Denver to play an exhibition tennis match.
Vic. That's not fanboying.
Oh,
What
yeah,
you're describing is not
that's stalking. You're describing something you can be incarcerated for.
No. Let me describe the moment. In fact, I still have it on video. I'll send it to you guys. I was at a press conference on the campus at DU where she was speaking to reporters, and we just kept staring at each other.
Yeah, sure.
It was a good 10 straight minutes of staring.
And she's probably wondering, why should I be concerned? Should I call
she's
someone
calling
that this man is
security.
continuing to stare at me?
She's
I'm just giving you the facts. And I'll give you the
Okay.
video.
Well, I'm just saying, for me, it was really just a cool moment, and I don't fanboy at all in this business. I've been in it for over 30 years. It just doesn't affect me. But man, did I get all verklempt about
what's it
Bobby
like
Orr? It was because he's just the greatest. He's the greatest of all time.
Yes. And Joe, what's it like for you, Brett, when you meet a renowned dairy farmer?
Refuse to answer the question.
Like one of the
Well,
big ones.
Why don't you share
big
your
dogs.
emotions with us, Brett? It may make you feel better.
Because whenever this joke arrives, like I don't even have a witty comeback because I don't know anything about the subject. And I wish I did. I wish I
but
could
when you're
play this
walking-
character, but I have no information to base anything
Listen,
off of.
When you're at a 4-H meeting in Nebraska and you see one of those renowned dairy
I don't know what
farmers,
4-H means. What is 4-H?
Do you ever covet another man's teat? I mean, do you look at
I know
at
what those
Farmer
are.
John's? You look at Farmer John's cows. You go, you know what? His cows got some. They got some pretty good.
Do they call?
producers there.
By the way, again, I have no knowledge in the subject. They don't call them teats, do they? They're just udders, right?
Yeah, but the things that hang down to the teat, the udder's the whole thing. And the things hang down. Like I have to tell you, what a jerk.
you educate us on this. Don't play dumb.
I wish I could. I truly wish I could. I want to play this character. But you do these jokes, and then you stare at me for a comeback, and I don't know what to say.
There goes Big John. He wants milk for 5 straight hours.
Wait, is Big John the farmer or the cow? Because that sounds like a
Big
farmer.
John's the farmer. You're meeting the farmer.
Oh, I got you. I
He
got
went
you.
from cow to
I
cow.
hate it. Marty, don't you hate it when he plays dumb? I mean, I hate it when you. I
throw a 10 out of 10 joke and he ruins it.
I know he just absolutely screws it up. Hey, real quick on the Boston Brew.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Well, I was going to give you two things real quick. Just two things, because I actually got confused by this earlier, too. A texture says, Jim Irsay overdosed, ? I saw that this morning thinking that it's something that happened last night. So the stories that we read, Marty, because I walked in here and I saw this, these are back like December 8th, right? Like they were reporting this like this was recent. But I guess this happened a while back, and I don't know the whole story on this thing. But Jim Irsay was unresponsive sometime in early December, and I haven't heard anything since. Yeah. Do you know more about this, Moj?
Not only what I've read, that he was found unresponsive in his bathroom, that his skin was turning blue. He was put into his bed by the time the cops got there, and had a very shallow pulse and breathing, and paramedics took over. They saved him. I mean, obviously
he's
saved him.
okay now.
Yeah. But what's become really apparent to me, I mean, he's an eccentric guy, is he not? I mean, he's,
of course,
as far as millionaire, quote, billionaires go, and he, his old man started that franchise, he inherited it, but nonetheless, he's made some bread. As far as eccentric rich people go, he's right up there. But it's also apparent he's got a problem, because I remember I think he had a girlfriend some years ago that also overdosed and she died, if I'm not mistaken. And so clearly there's an issue there with him. I'd like to think that it was maybe accidental. I mean, I don't really know, but it's kind of, I mean, for any human being who struggles with that kind of thing, it's sad. It really is.
Well, and I just wanted to get that out there because I was confused about this earlier too, because I thought this happened like last night, and that's why the reports were coming out. This was from over a month ago, and so
it's HIPAA. Also HIPAA. I mean, how does that story get out? I mean, if I OD'd on 7-Eleven burritos here in Boston, I mean, HIPAA sucker. You know what I mean?
Well, me and Vic would talk about it.
Of course you would. You guys would be the first ones to report it. Hey,
I would violate
HIPAA.
HIPAA.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course you would.
I violated HIPAA this morning when Marty told me in private that he vomited blood in
You
a
did.
Lincoln hospital.
You did. Send him
But
to
I was
jail.
trying to, I was trying to help our friend because he was asking how he should handle the bill, which is excessive.
All right,
right? These
I got my
hospitals-
note. I got my note paper here. Note to self: never tell Vic about medical.
Anything.
Never
in
give Vic
anything.
video of Mosier spitting in a cup and Riker drinking said spit. Never do that.
And see, Vic, this is why when it all goes back down to it, and I think I speak for everybody on this show with the question we had on Monday, this goes back to the main point here. This is why we'd all eat you first if we crashed in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you would be consumed by all of us first, even with a broken ankle.
You know what I realized?
I think I can make it, guys. No, Vic, you're not going to make it.
Hang on
I'm
a second.
sorry.
I just realized something about Vic. You don't have secrets with Vic. Vic has blackmail on you. It's not a secret.
correct.
It's blackmail.
That is
Don't
correct.
I
your
know
secrets.
something, and I'm going to use this later. If you don't do this for me, then this will be released to the public.
Yeah,
It's the Lombardi way.
It's the way mobsters operate.
That is actually true. That is true. That's how they do it.
Oh, I got more on you, too.
What do you
I
have
got
on me?
things.
What do you have
Oh,
on
I
me?
got plenty of things.
Like?
Yeah, we've gone through your file.
My file?
What? What do you...
Oh, you're going to bring up that thing that happened in 2002? Is that what you're going to do?
Don't worry about it. I got it.
Oh, my God. My buddy Bill Stewart chimes
I
in.
was
He says,
13 in
4-H stands-
2002. I would love to see the dirt that you have on that file in 2002.
My buddy Bill Stewart, my former neighbor, who's a world-renowned fly casting teacher, says 4-H
So that Bill
stands for
Stewart,
head.
The former Channel 4 anchor, Bill Stewart?
No,
not the
different
same
guy.
Bill Stewart? Okay.
4-H, head, heart, hands, and health. That's what it stands for. The kid raises the sow, and the pig goes to auction, and somebody buys the pig for 20 G's.
Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
They're members of the 4-H club.
Well, there you go. Brett.
Sure. Okay.
Brett.
Yep, got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, we started this segment off with my Cale Makar, Bobby Orr comparison. I hope that is a good contribution for the program today because I've got one more before the show is out.
Yeah, we'll get
one
to that
more for you.
in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, get back to the Nuggets and the Avs in a second. I do want to bring this up, though, because I saw this from the Clippers, their new giant state-of-the-art arena that they're building that's all by themselves, not sharing it with the Lakers anymore. What's it called? Intuit Dome or something like that? They're going to have something called The Wall. Okay?
And this is hoops only, correct, Brett? This is
this is
only
badass,
basketball. This is the only thing, correct?
I saw
Yes.
it. It's badass. It's very reminiscent of what you see in Seattle with the 12th man.
So I'm trying to figure out what it says. It's a section of 51 uninterrupted rows of fans, which I don't know what that means. Isn't every stadium kind of like that?
There's no aisles. There's no passageway. It's just straight up like a wall, 51 straight rows, jam-packed. Again, envision what it looks like in Seattle in that one
end zone? Yeah.
Straight up. Yeah, this is just that for basketball. It's going to be pretty cool.
So the
Have
rules,
you seen
the rules are.
Have you seen? Hold on. Have you seen the artist rendering of it though, Kane?
Yes.
Have you seen what it's supposed to? Okay. So now you have the vision of it, right?
Here, I'll send it to Marty real quick for those watching on the Safeway Twitch feed and Altitude Television. So 51 uninterrupted rows of fans. The rules to sit in this section are: you cannot cheer for the opposing team.
Okay.
You cannot wear opponent gear. And tickets can only be resold in the Clippers marketplace. If you would like season tickets to The Wall, the ranges are from $5,000 to $25,000 for the year. So that's what it's going to look like. Now, here's my question, Vic. I guess you can impose the you can't wear opposing gear thing. How do you control you cannot cheer for the opposing team? How is that even
because
controllable?
People around you will control that. You know, it's very similar to
What,
what
through
you
what?
see at-
Violence?
Well, yes.
Can
There's
I
a little
explain?
stipulation. Yeah.
Can I explain? It's very similar to what you see at soccer games. You know, you go to a Rapids game, you have that section of all Rapids fanatics.
C38.
A lot, yeah. You go to a lot of these soccer games in England, hell, here in the U.S., and you have those fan-only sections that are super fans, and I love it. I think it's great. And if you show up wearing the opposing team's jersey, you will be escorted out by the people that are sitting there. Good. You should be.
I think, Vic, on the
You know,
bottom of the
if I went to-
bylaws.
No, man. If I went to an opposing arena, and let's say I'm a Nuggets fan, and I went to L.A. for this game, and I said, I'm going to sit here, I deserve to get my ass kicked.
100%. Brett, I think that's in the bylaws that the fans, vigilante justice is encouraged at this wall of humans. Yeah, you get your ass beat. I mean, that's
I
just
think
the
it's
bottom
great.
line. And by the way, only an absolutely thrill-seeking idiot would actually show up in the wall of Clippers fans wearing Lakers crap. And you're doing it.
And
You're
that
doing
person,
it. And
would
you're,
you agree,
you're doing
Moshe?
it just to you're doing it just to be a jerk. Everybody knows
Yes.
it. Yeah.
If you did that, if you're the idiot who decided, I'm going to go against the grain here, watch this, you deserve to get your ass kicked.
I'm going to send.
100%.
I'm going to test this theory, okay? Because when the Nuggets play the Clippers in L.A., I'm going to buy.
If you show up in a Nuggets
Hold on,
jersey
hold
there,
on.
you should get
Hold.
your ass handed to you.
Hold. I'm going to buy one ticket, and I'm going to plop baby Jamal Cale down in a Nuggets outfit at 2.5 years old. We're going to see what happens.
She's going to get beat up.
She's going to get smoked by a 3-year-old. Yep. Somebody else is going to unleash their kid on your kid, and that's just going to be it.
See,
it's
it
an
says
interesting.
more about that person who would try to penetrate that area. The person who's trying to be a
Right.
jerk about it.
I agree.
It says more about them than it does the fans who pay their hard-earned money to go to every game. That's their section, man. That's their team. I love it. I wish more stadiums did this. I wish more arenas actually had an area that you go to those Rapids games, right? It's pretty cool to see that area where the
course.
Rapids fans go bonkers. It's awesome. It's cool
You
as
know
hell.
what they do in England though, Vic, and having now been to an EPO game, can I get a ding, please, Marty? Thank you so much, appreciate it. So what they do is they separate the visiting fans into their own section. They do that so that people don't fight. They don't do it to try to create an environment and exciting. They do it so that there's no brawling in the stands and drunkies are throwing down all the time. That's why they do it there. It's less severe at a Rapids game. It's more, okay, all the visiting supporters sit as you're looking at the pitch from the press box. Down here to the left in that corner, that's where all the visiting – but then they're sprinkled out all over the whole stadium. But in England, they do it for crowd control because people will fist fight, they will brawl, and they will get bloody.
Is the way it should be. You watch college football, right? And you watch these big mega rivalries in college football. Go to a Michigan game, for example. Go to Michigan, go to the Big House. When the opposing team visits the Big House, they put them in this little section way up top where the opposing team's fan base show off their colors. Just a little section, that's all you get. And that's all you deserve to get. And the rest of it is all Michigan fans. Ohio State's the same way. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. You go to a CU game, Nebraska shows up, you get the section. It's in the north.
They're all over
the north.
They're all over the place. They're all over.
It was better last year.
Should be one.
Last year it was better. I thought Husker fans were pretty confined last year during that CU game. The previous time they played, they were everywhere.
Yeah, I didn't go to that one.
So let's get to the Nuggets and the Avs from last night. So we can start with the Avs, Moshe. Did you say one other thing on the game? Or were you talking about Boston, the upcoming game?
No, I have one more thing that I wanted to tell you guys that I'm doing today that you might find interesting.
Okay.
And all right, let me back that up. I think some of our listeners will find interesting. None of you guys will give a rat trip. Maybe Nelly back there with his blockhead. Maybe Cinder Block Boy will, but nobody else will.
That's Josh Grismer.
I can't see. Oh, hi, Josh. Yeah. I'm having lunch today with George Luz Jr.
I'm having lunch with my dad.
Okay,
so the 76ers beat the Nuggets last night, and
okay, well, let's move on. If anybody knows who that is, please educate Brett, Vic, and Martin, and we'll move on. Go ahead. Yeah, the Nuggets last night. Go ahead.
What did you want us to do with that information of you getting lunch with somebody, though?
Well, I mean, this is it. It's a guy I've known for some time. A great guy, super cool dude. His old man was an absolute American hero. It's cool stuff.
Great. I mean, awesome that you're having lunch with that person. That's great. That's awesome, dude. That's just great to hear. I'm gonna go to Walgreens, buy some stuff after this.
I mean, here's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay.
But you're so dumb. You always complain that we pick on you, and then you just say dumb things.
It's $1. That's one.
For those who don't know, thank you on the Twitch feed.
Marty
I appreciate it, Brad.
Screen. Marty wanted to punch his screen.
Don't punch the screen, Martin. And this is going to make Vic exceptionally mad. So let me talk about it.
What?
His father.
Come on, dude. We've had too many today.
Hang on a second. That's an amazing sentence. This is going to make Vic exceptionally mad, so let me talk about it. All right. No, Moshe. No. I'm saying no. So, Nuggets and Sixers last night. Embiid was incredible. He was the best player on the floor for a night, and now I'm pissing Marty off by just saying Embiid was incredible. Okay, good. Marty's getting it from all angles now. It's the truth, Marty. He was the best player on the floor last night. He was
incredible. It did reveal a lot about Joel Embiid's game, though, to me. And I think this is why there's a disconnect between the regular season and the postseason. Listen up here. Because you're right, Moj. Both things can be true. Embiid can dominate a game, Sixers can win a game, and we're upset as Nuggets fans. That's true. But now I see why Embiid struggles in the postseason. Because I don't think he has much of a post game. He doesn't do much on the post. He's the kind of player, if he's hitting jumpers, he will roast you. He will roast you. But he doesn't have any post moves. He doesn't have any pirouettes. He doesn't have any Hakeem Olajuwon shake moves. He doesn't have any of that. Hell, Nikola Jokic has a book of post moves compared to
Well,
Joel
he's got
Embiid.
size, Vic. He's got size.
He
He's
has
big and
size.
Yes.
But what happens in the postseason? The court shrinks. Defense plays much more intensely in the postseason. Those shots he was getting last night, albeit they were great shots, they're not going to be as easy in the postseason. You better have an array of post moves. You better be able to shake your defender if you've got them on the block. I don't think he can do it. I haven't seen it.
You know what's funny is you look at a Joel Embiid highlight reel, and it's almost never with his back to the basket. He's always attacking the rim. It almost looks a little bit more like a guard. He plays a lot like a guard. And I think that's part of the reason why he only had 7 boards last night. I mean, Jokic had 11 offensive rebounds alone. Embiid had 7 rebounds. It's because he takes a lot of jump shots. And Vic's right. When he makes them, he's unstoppable because there's nothing you can do. He's 7 feet tall, and when he shoots from the outside, you aren't blocking a shot. You aren't doing anything. He'll cook.
And the reason he gets to the foul line, it hit me last night watching the game because he had 15 foul attempts to Joker's 4. Okay, he got to the foul line late. The reason he gets to the foul line is because he doesn't do the spinny thing. He doesn't spin, wind. He just comes straight at you. He comes straight at you. And when a guy comes straight at you, you have a choice to make. He's a big guy. Either get out of his way or foul him. There is no ballet when it comes to Joel Embiid. He made one move last night where he did a Euro fast break, and everybody went crazy as if it's the first time we've ever seen a Euro. I thought that was hilarious. But other than that, he's pretty basic. He's a big man with incredible touch. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Can I say this, too? Let me give some praise to Joel Embiid. I mean, he played great last night. There's no doubt about it. I think Embiid came up to him after the game was over and said, "You're the best player in the league." I think that Embiid said that to Nikola Jokic. Okay, so that's a really cool thing. And I love what Embiid said. He says, quote, "It's funny because Twitter, we have this war going on between Philly fans and Denver fans. It's funny because both of us are just like, who cares? We want to play basketball. We want to win games, but he deserves the praise. Until you knock him down, that is the best in the league. He's the final MVP. Until you take that away, he can claim that." So it's pretty cool of Embiid to say that. I know he won the basketball game, and it's a lot easier, too, when you're on the victory side. But I think that finally all the bigs, game is recognizing game, and it's time to put that crap aside. And he's got something that Embiid now wants. He wants a championship.
I also thought that some of those comments, and maybe this is just me being sour. I think
I know what you're saying because I thought the same thing.
I think he said that because he played really well last night, and he got his MVP, and he felt like that's something he should have said.
100%.
And he won.
Yes.
But at least he said it. I mean, he could have said nothing.
Listen, my brother texted me mid-game, and he texted me this, and I know a lot of people thought, oh, my God, Embiid owns Joker one-on-one, man. The matchup, he owns it. He's now 6-2 against Joker when they match up and play, so he's got a better record. And I said, so what's your point? In defiance, I said, what's the point? He goes, well, he's just better, matchup one-on-one. I go, so let me ask you a question, and I'll ask everyone who thinks this question. Because Stan Van Gundy answered it for the Nation last night. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Yeah, Embiid outplayed everybody last night, including Nikola Jokic. You starting a basketball team, who you taking, Embiid or Joker?
I'm taking Joker.
It's not a question.
That's just a simple question I have for anybody who brings that up. Because you are right. One-on-one, no doubt about it. Unstoppable force. If you're starting a basketball team and your ambition is to win a championship with that team, who are you taking? Because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And Stan Van Gundy did not hesitate in answering that question. He did not hesitate when he went straight Jokic. And you all know why. Because Jokic makes everybody better. And he brings it in the playoffs. The one thing Joel Embiid has not proven to anybody yet, even himself, can he play at this level in the games that matter most? Not only can Jokic do it, not only can Jokic play it, he plays a level above what he normally does in the regular season.
Which brother was this? It had to be Mario. Had to be.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
Okay.
But, I don't want to hear about a January matchup and say, oh, well, he just played. Okay, great. You can have it. May 20th, Game 5 of a 7-game series. What are you doing then? Where is your game then? Because in the NBA, legacies are made in the playoffs. They're not made in January.
Well, I think last year, if I'm remembering correctly, they call them playoff risers. It's your numbers comparative to the regular season to the postseason. And they did it throughout NBA history. And I think it was the top two. If not, it was two of the top three or two of the top five. I can't remember. Jokic and Murray are two of the top whatever playoff risers in the history of the league, where their numbers get exponentially better when the postseason starts as opposed to the regular season. And if you look at Embiid's numbers, they drop. And they drop pretty hard.
Among the worst in the NBA. 100%. So, I will say this again. Have your flowers. Take them. You earned them. It don't mean crap to me until I see it in April and May. It don't mean jack.
Did you guys get educated on what I'm doing today? Did it make any sense to you at all? Did it help things out at all? Are you better?
Huh?
We just know that you're going to lunch, Moshe, and I get that this guy, is he the son of somebody from Band of Brothers? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. He's,
so what do you want me to do about that? That piece of information.
That's my follow-up question.
Listen, we all love the fact that you're into that, but what do you want me personally today to do with that piece of information? Do you want me to make a poster? What do you want me to do?
No, but this is a guy that I have a kinship with because he travels to Europe and he educates people about what transpired and the lessons learned and so on and so forth.
What do you want us to do with that? I understand it's meaningful to you. I understand that. What do you want us to do with that information?
I want you to sit there.
I can make you cupcakes.
Hold on. I want you to sit there with your too many teeth in your mouth, and I want you to shut up while I explain how cool this is. Now, you may not think it's cool because you're going to go out and wear a scarf and go coif your hair and get some more volume. Brett, I don't know what you're going to do. Go hammer an IPA and grab a teat. But I am going to go see my friend. I'm going to go see my friend. I'm going to catch up with him. We are going to reminisce, and we are going to have a wonderful lunch.
That's great. You can tell your story then. I'm going to tell. Then we all get to tell a story about our lunches today. Well, we're going for lunch. Is that fair?
Fine with me.
Okay, good. All right, because we just had fair play. Because for some reason, you think this show revolves about around your lunch dates for some reason.
No, I would just hope that my partners, my friends, would find what I'm doing in life a little bit interesting.
I think what Vic's trying to say here, Moj, is that if you texted us, we'd say that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But when you pose it as almost a question on the air, I don't know how to respond. I do think it's cool. I think it's very cool.
I think it's great. We value your sense of history and your love of history. We love it. We think it's great. It's admirable.
I don't know how to turn it into a radio segment.
Like you're trying to make us feel like, how do you want me to respond on the air? Great. Good job. Go get them. What do you want?
I think that'd be perfect.
You want a blue ribbon?
I think that would be very, very cool. Thank you.
We're thinking like soup and salad. What do you got?
I don't know, maybe a little Cuban sandwich today. That feels like it hit the spot a little bit on a cold day in Boston.
All right. 303-504-0925. We get a fact checker next.
Can I read from the text line?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Because we mentioned how the LA Clippers are they're opening a new arena, and in that arena they're going to have a section called The Wall that's going to be just Clippers fans. You're only allowed to be there if you're a Clippers fan with Clippers gear. Any opposing fans are not allowed in that area. And so we all agreed, I think we all agreed, that's great, that's awesome. And if you're dumb enough to venture into that area wearing an opposing team's jersey, you deserve to get your butt kicked. Nobody's promoting violence. I'm just saying, how dumb are you to try to venture into a place like that when they say, it's like going to the zoo. Let's venture into the gorilla area at the zoo. Let's go into the lion's den.
Sure.
Hey, let's just go in there and go places where we're not supposed to go. Then you make it about you, and you're not following the protocol. Somebody disagrees. 4577. Completely disagree with you. Deserve to get your butt kicked if you go into a competitive arena or stadium rooting for the other team. That's how people get hurt and killed at a sporting event. Ribbing, yes.
Oh.
The world is disgusting and nonsensical and violent enough without your encouragement. Would you say that? And then he goes on and on. I never said entering a stadium or an arena. I said if you venture into that place that is denoted, that is completely roped off for the home team because they're making this a thing, whether you like it or not, that is their right. They're making this a thing. And
Listen.
you, Yahoo, decide to show up with the opposing team's color, jersey, whatever, just to make a scene. You deserve to get your butt kicked.
I just did a major eye roll. Clearly, we're being facetious. We don't advocate violence to anybody. I mean, quit being so sensitive and soft. I mean, it should be pretty dang apparent if you listen to this program with any sort of regularity that that's not what we're all about. They're specifically designing this section of the arena for their fans only. Now, I tell you what, why don't you get yourself as a lawyer in Southern California and sue them for not allowing you to wear your Lakers gear in the wall of Clippers. I mean, come on. We're making a point. We're making a point. We're being facetious about it. You don't need to get all hypersensitive and the world is a crazy place. Well, of course it is. This is sports we're talking about. We're not talking about life and death.
This is there's an extra layer to this, by the way, that just hit me. The Clippers want to do this? Fine. You want to enforce these rules? No cheering for an opposing team, no jerseys of the opposing team, all that.
They may not have four people in that section.
This is what I'm talking about.
They won't, yeah.
They better keep that same energy that if the Clippers, if this blows up, right? Let's say that Kawhi retires and everybody leaves and the team is as bad as they were 15 years ago. They better keep that same energy where they don't sell tickets because they're desperate now to get whatever tickets they can. They can't sell tickets to opposing fans then, right? Like, if guys just don't want to go, then that's just going to be a big empty section
that is correct.
when the team sucks. They have to keep that same energy.
Be more embarrassing. It's, you know what? You're right. This is a high-risk move by the Clippers. High risk because they can blow
You're
up
exactly
in their
right.
face. They can have a wall of emptiness.
Ballmer, I see why he's doing it because much like the Chargers in SoFi, the Clippers are a second-class citizen to the Lakers and always will be. So I understand he's trying to do his own thing. I guess my question is, I'm curious, put it that way, to see how it's going to work out. I mean, maybe there are way more Clippers fans and diehards than we know about in Los Angeles. Maybe some people have chosen to go to the other side, like the Cubbies are the fancy team in Chicago and the White Sox are the blue-collar look, that kind of thing. I mean, maybe it will work out for him. Maybe it won't, but you're right, Vic. This is a risky proposition for Steve Ballmer.
But, it's something that they feel they need to do because it's gone so crazy over there. I mean, I've been to Lakers and Clippers games when the Nuggets go to play. I went to a Clippers game not too long ago in L.A., regular season game. Seats everywhere. It was embarrassing. This is a pretty talented Clippers team. They're currently a game behind the Nuggets. Just a game. They're red hot. One of the hottest teams in the Western Conference. Empty seats everywhere. It's embarrassing. They're embarrassed. Their owner is going to build their own arena, and they feel they need to do this to win some fans. Try to, at least. Good. Let's see if it works.
Can I replace one of my favorite parts of the show today, which was a playoff team having a press conference for their head coach as the Tampa Bay Bucks move on to the second round of the NFL playoffs, the divisional round. They play on the road in Detroit, which, yes, this time of year, Detroit is a very, very cold place to be. But they also play indoors, and this reporter did not know that when posing this question.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
When somebody hits you with a "you do know," you've done something really dumb.
Well, there's two problems.
Moshe, you do know that Ed Sprinkle was a white man. Yeah. Like, if that was dropped on you.
I do now, Brett. Thank you for the reminder.
There's two problems with the question. Number one, it's clearly someone that's not in the sports arena. It's a news reporter that was sent there. The news reporter didn't have the necessary background to ask that question. That's what bothers me most about the question was the length of the question.
It was a long one,
Is
too.
it necessary to ask?
I thought it was great. I thought it was awesome.
Well, it's typical Moshe,
I'm
right?
teasing.
Is it necessary to ask a question, hey, it's going to be cold in Detroit. You guys going to be ready for it?
Why use lot word when few word do trick?
I mean, seriously, how hard is that? The fact that she posed a 30-second question just made it all worse.
Somebody please tell me who it is. I just got to know who it is. I'm just curious.
So we had a text
have to know. I'm just
I got
curious.
something here.
No, Moj, we had a texter that wrote in earlier. They saw like 9 articles on this, and nobody knows. And look, God bless whoever that was. I wouldn't want my name in there either because you're just going to catch heat. But Vic's so right on this. Like, the question should be, a lot of cold games this weekend. It's cold in Detroit. How do you deal with it? Like,
don't come in there with your, 2-minute monologue. No, it's a press conference. It's sports. Calm down. That, to me, upset me more than anything. Just get to the question.
You do know we play indoors. And immediately, you guys have felt that before, right? We've all been really embarrassed. Maybe, I'm sure in a professional setting, we've all been very embarrassed. Where you feel the life fall out of your face and it just sinks. Like, had to be that. Had to be. Yeah. What I meant was what if the heater breaks? Because it's cold. And I know when my heater broke, and I lived in the Midwest in the winter, it got cold for a second. What about that? Now what do you do? You thought you got me.
You did make a good point, though, about how there are more domed stadiums in the NFC, and I don't have the figures in front of me. Am I off? Or in these AFC playoffs? Yeah. Can we go through the NFL?
Yeah, I want to. Like, I want to see the cold weather stadiums or cold weather cities, and how many of those have domes in the NFC as opposed to the AFC? Because the only one we thought of in the AFC was Indy.
So that's it.
Cold weather. Buffalo, they're outdoors. New York, they're outdoors. New England, they're outdoors. Baltimore, they're outdoors. Cleveland, outdoors. Pittsburgh, outdoors. Cincy, outdoors. Indy, dome. Denver, kind of outdoors.
Outdoors.
That's all of them.
Cold.
That's all of them. That's all the cold weather places. Now, here's the NFC. Philadelphia is outdoor. New York, outdoor. Washington, outdoor. Detroit, indoor. Green Bay, outdoor. Minnesota, indoor.
Indoor.
Chicago, outdoor. I mean, Atlanta has a dome. I don't know. Whatever.
That's not really cold.
Yeah.
It's not cold, no.
Atlanta,
Dallas.
I guess that's kind of it.
Arizona, Atlanta, Dallas, Arizona, they all have domes. Rams have a dome. Essentially, it's a dome. It's a roof. They got a roof on their joint.
I guess there's really not that many in general. There's a lot less than I thought there was.
It's surprising to me, like Buffalo, for example. What?
I mean, come on.
What are you doing?
Come on.
What? Seriously, what are you doing? What are you doing?
So wait,
what are you doing, Buffalo? It snows all the time. What are you doing?
So just to count domes in general, Arizona. Would you count L.A.? I mean, L.A.
Yeah,
it's got the
it's got
outdoor
a roof.
thing
it's got,
to it,
but it's got a roof.
Got a roof.
It's got a roof on it. Yeah.
So Arizona, L.A., Atlanta, New Orleans,
Houston.
Hang on, I'm going through the NFC first.
Oh, sorry.
So New Orleans, Minnesota, Detroit, Dallas, LA again, I suppose, with the Chargers, Indy, Houston,
Detroit.
That's it. I said that. That's it. That's 10. So, and most of those are warm weather places.
Yeah, the irony here is that most of the domes are in the places where the heat is intense. So, obviously, they feel that ultra hot, it's more important to have a dome than ultra cold.
Yeah. I guess you could throw Seattle as far as a cold place, kind of. It's not cold like Chicago, but it can get cold. Funny thing is they have a baseball stadium that's domed because it rains every day, and they're going to deal with that. Right. I just couldn't believe how many of those guys had domes that were like warm weather places. Weird. All right. 303-504-0925.
You didn't say Vegas.
Oh, yeah, Vegas. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, Vegas too.
So I guess what's our point?
Point is, I hope Mosier has a good lunch today.
Yeah. You know what? I don't know. One of those days. All right.
Mosier, where you go?
I'm not even going to tell you. I'm not telling you tomorrow. I'm not telling you anything. I'm not. You guys get no more information out of me. I'm not saying a damn word.
Oh, damn. How will we get through the day?
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. See ya.
around the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport. The thrill of victory.
Cale Makar blocked that. Now Taves will launch it down ice. Will it go in? You betcha! Not exactly a taser, but it's a goal from Taser. The touchdown is good. So is the extra point. Colorado 7 and the Senators 4.
And the agony of defeat.
There's the horn. Denver loses game number 1 of a 5-game Eastern Conference sing. Denver disappears in the fourth quarter. The final tonight from Philadelphia. The Sixers win it 126-121.
The human drama of athletic competition. This is
Christopher Dempsey's
Wide World of Sports.
The show goes on all night till the morning. We dream so long. Anybody ever wonder when they would see the sun? Just remember when you come to the show. What's up?
Happy Wednesday morning to everybody out there in the greatest city, in the greatest state in the world, Denver, Colorado. You've got Dempsey and Company, Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I love it when the Avs and Nuggets play on the same day because, well, quite honestly, if one of them loses, you have the other one. That's
the emotional hedge.
That's exactly right. As Nelly so expertly put together there in that open, the Avs get the win, get the 7-4 victory over the Ottawa Senators. It's the second time on this road trip that the Avs have scored 5 unanswered goals in a game. What? This team, when they want to score, Raj, they score.
Yeah, you went down obviously having a difficult second period. The Avs have struggled in the middle frame all season long. The second looked like you were on the second leg of a back-to-back. That's when I went, oh no, they're leaving Onninen out to dry again. The young netminder making his first start of the season for the Avs this year comes in. They're down 4-2 with about halfway to go in that second period. You get a huge goal from Mikko Rantanen on a zone entry. Beautiful snapshot from him to pull within 1. And when you pulled within 1, knowing what this team typically does in the third period, they didn't against Montreal. You should have been in a comfortable spot. I said it yesterday. While Ottawa has not been a good team this year, they have not found a way to live up to expectation that was set at the beginning of the season. With the lineup that the Avs currently have, with all of these injuries and now the absence of Val Nichushkin, you're going to have these games where you look at Ottawa and you go, you should blow the doors off of them, but halfway through a game, you're either tied or trailing, or you're certainly in a bear fight. That's what you saw last night. The good news is that even with all of these injuries and all the ups and downs and now the absence of one of your biggest players, the team is good enough to find a way to get points, right? Mm-hmm. Like you wouldn't be within shouting distance of Winnipeg if you were not still a great hockey team, despite not having any depth because of the injuries.
And that's one of the things that we were discussing yesterday, which was, okay, how much do you balance the context of players being out, and then still expecting to win some of these games that you should win maybe against some of these teams. And Ottawa probably is one of them, right? I mean, Ottawa is, they're on their own life journey right now. But the Avs still had enough to be able to get through that hockey game. But when you're down 4-2, it starts to look a little bit dicey, and but the Avs were able to answer that.
It gets bleak. It wasn't one of the games where they were down by 2 goals, and I went, yeah, they shouldn't be down by 2. It wasn't one of those where I go, yeah, there was a couple of bounces, and maybe they should be down by 1 or tied. It felt, when you were down 4-2, it felt like you should be down in that hockey game. And I thought it was because you were playing on the second leg of a back-to-back. I thought Onninen in net was... he looked like an American Hockey League goaltender for the first couple of periods. He did
just
make
nerves. Is that nerves?
Nerves, or possibly not having great defense in front of him. Like there were a couple times where they left him out to dry. The Sanderson goal, I can't put on the netminder.
Right.
I thought he was fine. He makes 36 saves on 40 opportunities, good for a 900 save percentage, which is like the magic number that Avs fans have been looking for Alexander Georgiev. It's funny, you have to get up to 40 shots against in order to get that. He was good enough. They will still have to play him. I think I need to see 4 more starts out of him to know whether or not he can be the backup.
Yeah.
I did like what they did, though, is like give Alexander Georgiev an entire day off.
Because Prosvetov was the backup.
Prosvetov was the backup. They brought up that extra goaltender, and now he doesn't have to think about playing hockey.
Is Georgiev on pace for 67 games? Is that what I saw?
67 starts. And when I put out our predictions at the beginning of the season, I predicted 67 starts, 43 wins.
Yeah. Do you think that the Avs will... does it matter to them if they get him to 67, or is it just looking like it's too much?
It's too much.
Okay.
They don't want to.
Yeah.
They do not want to. And Chris McFarland has said on a couple of national broadcasts in Canada that he is playing too much, that they're looking at the backup netminder situation because they need him to be healthy and ready and fresh when it comes time for the playoffs. Like, as much as we're dissecting all of these games, game... What game is this in the middle of the season that we just played? Let's just call it game 48 in the regular season. I'm sure I'm within two games or something like that. They don't care about that as much as we do, as much as the everyday fan cares about what they do on a random Tuesday against Ottawa. Game 44, Chris just told me.
44.
The team doesn't. The team
45.
wants to be within shouting distance of first place so that you might be able to get home ice advantage in the playoffs. But what they know is get into the dance and you can do anything if this team is healthy. Take what Vegas did last year. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They might be in the market for a goaltender on the trade deadline, but if Ananen can show up and be the true number 2 to Georgiev, it will save them draft compensation and a thin prospect pool that would otherwise be going out the door.
Yeah, it would be huge if Ananen was able to show that he could that he could fill that spot capably, because then you can devote those resources to something else, right? You talked about a 2C, which is hilarious that yet another season we're talking about this position on the ice for the Avs. But look, it would give you an opportunity to be able to address that in a real way.
You need to. You're asking me, I know Moj hasn't said whether or not he really wants the Avs to go out and make a 2C move. There's a thought process that they have enough right now to win. I don't believe that's true. I think they need a second line center. I think they need a dynamic scoring second line center, and that will cost you. That will cost you a first round pick, and it will cost you a middle prospect. It will not cost you a first in Byram to go out and get a guy like Elias Lindholm from Calgary. It won't. It'll cost a first and a middle guy who probably won't be playing on this team anywhere in the near future. So I think they need to go do that, because what they did in 2021-22 when they won a cup was dominate possession. They were able to outscore any of their problems, and they got timely goaltending when they needed it. Right now, I don't believe they have the depth, even when fully healthy, not including Gabe Landeskog because I can't put him in the picture right now. Even when fully healthy, I don't believe that this team has enough depth down the middle to outscore their problems if they have to. I expect Sakic and McFarland to make a move.
Meanwhile, Sam Malinsky had a goal disallowed on an offside call, but then scored as well. And Jared Bednar joined the morning show, as he does weekly, to talk about some of the new guys, including Malinsky and what he's been able to do. This is what he had to say about Malinsky.
You'll see guys come up, play 2 or 3 just great games. You're like, whoa, why did, fans, people would say, why isn't this guy playing in their lineup every night? And then, their games can fluctuate greatly, or it can just drop off a cliff right away. They're playing on adrenaline. They're getting an opportunity in the NHL, and things go good for 1, 2, 3 games. But we've seen Sam Malinsky enough now and kind of seen him operate. He's an older player out of college, captain material guy in college, and his skill set just sort of fits the NHL. It's a disciplined defending game. Like he's not the biggest guy, so he can run into a little trouble on some matchups against bigger, stronger guys when it comes to his defending. But it's adequate to good. And then on the offensive side of it and puck moving side of it, he can do things that a lot of other guys just can't. Like he can escape the forecheck. He can move in the neutral zone. He's got real good vision and the ability to move the puck up the ice, as we saw last night.
When you look at Malinsky and what he is, as he's growing into his role and on this hockey team, what are you seeing?
He needs to stay on the team. I don't think he needs time to marinate in the American Hockey League. Like, that guy is good enough right now to be a power play 2 defenseman. If you want to run the 3-man unit out there, and I have thoughts about that, I don't think it's the proper way to go on your power play 2 unit, even when the Avs essentially run their first power play unit out there for 90 seconds of a 2-minute set. He's got enough offensive skill to do that. I think he defends close, and that's what you have to do as a smaller defenseman. You cannot defend with big gap. If you hear the word gap in hockey, that is the space between the oncoming puck carrier, your opponent, and where that defenseman is backing up. And typically, if you have big gap in the neutral zone, you leave yourselves open and exposed to getting walked through, to getting used as a screen on shots. You want to play close, right? And you have to do so if you're not a D-man that has, let's say, the reach of a Josh Manson, the reach of a former Av in Eric Johnson, right? You have to be up close and personal to that guy. It's the reason why some of the best small forwards in the league they're not necessarily perimeter players. When you see them in the offensive zone, they are right up under your chin, right up. I remember talking to Kyle Houston, who's the guy on the Rockies broadcast. Jeff Houston's son, Kyle, huge defenseman, played at UConn for 4 years, played against Johnny Gaudreau when he was at Boston College. Johnny Gaudreau's smaller than I am. I've got 1.5 inches and 20 pounds on Gaudreau. He goes, I've never played against someone who is closer to me with the puck because they have to make that difference, right? Malinsky does that on a defensive side. I don't want to see him sent down, and I said this a few weeks ago. He makes other D-men on this team expendable. Malinsky's only signed for $850,000. The Avs have 12 players on their roster next year. They're already at a roster and a buried cap hit of $84.875 million. They're going to have to make a move, either trade-wise, cut-wise, something. They're going to have to do something in the offseason. I think Malinsky gives you a whole lot of roster flexibility. They love that player. I do too. And one thing you got to give the front office and this organization credit for, they know how to identify their type of two-way defenseman.
Yeah.
And they can get them on the cheap. Yeah, you've got a Cale Makar, but you traded for a two-way D-man in Devon Taves that should get Norris Trophy votes every single season. You were able to trade for a Sam Girard, who's a legit second-pairing D-man in this league. You have drafted Cale and Bo. They know what their prototype is, and they were able to go and get one for pennies on the dollar. It's a feather in the cap for McFarland and Sakic.
Jason Poland also scored his first goal in HL. I do want to get to him. And an injury update on Arturi Lehkonen and Bo Byron. We'll do those things when we come back.
Brent Chabot will sling it ahead for Parker Kelly. His backhander doesn't make it very far as Malinsky intercepts. Now it's a 2-on-1 down low. Olofsson and Poland. He scores! Welcome to the National Hockey League. Jason Poland, his first career point, his first career goal. And just like last time, the Avalanche strike right back. Poland fired it from the near side dot a minute and 6 seconds after the Senators took the lead. Poland, a night he'll remember forever. His first career National Hockey League goal has us tied at 2 with 17:33 to go in period 2.
Because it is the first time, Jason Poland. Maybe my favorite picture from the game last night was him holding up the puck. Saying his, with the tape on it, first career goal in the NHL. Jason Poland. These moments are so much fun to watch because you know how difficult the road is to get to, the big club, in any sports. And for you to start to taste some of the fruits of your labor is a lot of fun. And for Jason Poland, that goal obviously was important as well because, Ottawa was kind of jumping all over the Avs there early on in the game. And it's just really, really, really fun for him.
Part of the reason why he's up, and you heard Bednar talk about this in his interview this morning with Mojo Lombardi and Kane. He does that every Wednesday at 8 a.m. He spoke about Malinsky being an older player coming out of college, and the same goes for Jason Poland. He's 24 years old. He played 3 years in the USHL as a post-grad after playing his youth hockey in Michigan with Honey Baked and CompuWare and Victory Honda. But as a 24-year-old rookie, what this front office is expecting out of their undrafted rookie free agents is that they were ready to step into the big club and not necessarily be stars, but contribute. And Poland has been strong defensively. He's been in and around the net. It's probably a goal that Mads Søgaard wants back for Ottawa last night. Mm-hmm. But anytime that you get contribution from your bottom six, that greatly improves the Avs' chances of winning a hockey game when they're so top heavy like they are right now. I don't know if Poland has staying power on this team. He's got 5 games. The reason why you're seeing a guy like him get a chance over, this is like the big buzz name for the Avs right now, Riley Tufte, right? Big, strong forward. We loved how he looked at the beginning of the season, and he's been tearing it up with the Eagles. Why is Riley Tufte not up with the Avs and a guy like Jason Poland is? Well, one, they like Poland's game. He's not polarizing, right? Like he's not going to do anything that wows you, and it isn't going to do anything that kills you in a hockey game. One of the main reasons why he's up right now and a guy like Tufte isn't is because of the waiver transfers. If they bring Riley Tufte up and they want to send him back down, he has to clear waivers, which means that any one of the 32 teams in the NHL can take him. And I guarantee that if you see Joe Sakic and the Avs find a diamond in the rough like they think they have with Tufte, former first-round pick from Dallas, they did that with Val Nichushkin, big body, two-way forward, you can guarantee a team would swoop in and take that guy. So that's the reason why you're seeing Poland get a shot.
Okay,
looks good.
Let me ask you this question. This is a very interesting situation. So if you bring Tufte up, why not just leave him up?
Can you when you get healthy? That's the question. That's the true question is can you call one of these guys up and when the team gets fully healthy? Or if you were to make a trade for another player, can you guarantee that they would stay in the lineup? I don't think you can.
In some of these cases, do you just have to kind of force that situation?
Maybe. You would have to make a decision. Like, you have to make a decision on Freddie Olofsson or Kivi Ranta or who are the guys that are injured right now. None of the guys that are injured are American Hockey League guys. So you're going to tell me that one of those call-ups is worth more than Kivi Ranta or Olofsson? I don't know.
Right.
Both of those guys can play center, although Kivi Ranta is a wing, but Olofsson is a solid fourth line center in this league. I don't think that roster-wise it makes sense this year. So that's my thought process on Tufte. It's the reason why you're seeing other guys get chances when, well, you look down at the American Hockey League, look at the Colorado Eagles, you go like, that dude's the reason why the Eagles win hockey games. there's a reason why he's not on the team right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Artturi Lehkonen has not played a game for the Avalanche since November 9th. It's been a long time. But he is on this trip, as is Bo Byram. And the news from Jared Bednar this morning was very encouraging in terms of a sooner rather than later return for one or both of them. This is what he said to the morning show.
Yeah, so Landy, well, we just don't have one, right? Like, it's long term, not going to play, for a while. Lehkonen, Byram with us skating and starting to look pretty good. Like Byram's ramping it up. Lehkonen's been, full participation for a little while here. We're hoping to get those guys in on this road trip, possibly. That may or may not happen in Philly. They won't play tomorrow. I would say safe bet. I'm expecting hopefully both of them back by our home game. I guess it's Washington, I believe, when we get off the road trip. So we're going to have to make it another couple games without them. And tough games, right? Boston, we know where they are in the standings. I think we're sitting someplace 4th, 5th, whatever, 6th, depending on when you wake up in the morning in the league, and they're ahead of us.
Yeah, that is really, really good news for the Avalanche, who continue to lose more players than they get back in recent weeks. But Raj, I mean, if you're getting both of those guys back, especially Lehkonen, I mean, Byram has played, a fair amount this season already. Lehkonen has not. And he is a player that is just obviously very, very important to the enterprise of winning hockey games. And so that's really, really good news.
Massive. You get a top 4 D-man back. You get a top 6 forward back who can slot in anywhere on the wings. One line through 4 line in Lehkonen, but he will play first or second. He's a great puck hunter. He's arguably the best defensive forward that the Avalanche have. He's one of the best forechecking guys in the league, particularly in the neutral zone, which is like a really... Watching neutral zone forechecks is like watching offensive linemen or like interior defensive linemen in a football game and like focusing in on those guys. It's real like nerdy, pick your nose type of stuff. But if you want to do that alongside me, watch Artturi Lehkonen in a hockey game.
Yeah,
it is like watching a stellar left guard or left tackle dominate his position, where it's not sexy. You're not watching him play fantasy sports. But it matters.
It's necessary.
It makes a huge difference when your quarterback isn't getting thrown into the ground every other play.
Yeah, it's a big deal. That's a great update from Jared Bednar about both of those individuals who should be back in the lineup. It sounds like within a week. Like that. That's it's amazing. It's amazing. All right. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets. Well, they took that L on the way out of Philadelphia in a game that was, I don't even know how I would describe this. Look, yesterday I said that this Philadelphia 76ers team, I thought, is the most dangerous team to the Boston Celtics in the East. I meant that, and I think you saw some of that last night if you watched that basketball game. The Nuggets in the fourth quarter, that's usually their quarter. That's usually... Let's get straight to Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic and that 2-man game, and can you handle this? Well, the answer that Philadelphia had yesterday was yes, we can handle this. And what they did, one of the things they did was to slap Patrick Beverley right on Jamal Murray in the fourth quarter, and Jamal Murray was 0 for 4 in that quarter, a couple of turnovers in that quarter as well. And it really just kind of wrecked what the Nuggets usually do late in basketball games. Meanwhile, Philadelphia executed fine. I'm not going to say that they were amazing in the fourth quarter, but they got themselves to the free throw line. Joel Embiid was it looked like a little bit of a repeat of last year's game in Philadelphia, which was, okay, now Joel Embiid gets on the court. He starts making a bunch of shots in the fourth quarter. The Nuggets can't quite execute the way they need to execute to get out of that situation, and then they lose a basketball game. It would have been nice to win that game. I I like winning games like that just to remind everybody who you are. But they didn't do that, and it becomes a game in January.
Would you really have reminded everyone who you were, though?
Yes.
Second leg of a back-to-back for Philly if you take advantage of that fourth quarter, which is why I didn't watch it last night. I rewatched this morning. I recorded it on Fubo. I could go through all the commercials. Was watching the Avs game last night as a result. So watched it this morning. I had a fresh view of it, knowing the outcome and knowing what befell them in the final quarter. So I had less of an emotional response to it this morning, but it was still surprising to me. If you had to sum it up last night's game was surprising because I thought the first three quarters they played out exactly how they should have. It was two heavyweights, which very well could be an NBA Finals preview that we saw last night going at it. And I was expecting Philly to start to peter out, not necessarily Embiid, because you got that feeling early on that Joel was like, here to play, here to get 40 and 10, although it was 40 and 10 assists instead of 40 and 10 rebounds, which is the opposite of what you would expect in a night where Nikola out-rebounds Embiid and Embiid out-dishes Nikola, where he was the best player on the floor last night.
Yeah.
But between the two best players in the league, Joel was the best player on the floor. I expected that to peter out in the fourth because he's not a guy that typically plays back-to-backs and certainly doesn't do so when he has to bring in a bona fide championship contender like the Nuggets. Maybe it's a little bit of a mean streak for people to look at Joel Embiid and call him a ducker, but the stats don't really lie. He does duck, and he sits out a lot of games. I was expecting that to kill him last night, and it didn't. I can't sit here and tell you that a loss last night makes you look worse than what you were as an NBA champion or takes any of the shine off of that. But I also wouldn't sit here on the other side had the Nuggets pulled away in the fourth like they should have. They were up by 6 with 8.5 minutes to go after that Reggie Jackson 3.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's where you should have killed the game. But back-to-back possessions, you have that beautiful Euro step from Embiid like a minute after the Reggie 3. Gorgeous, which I thought Jokic probably should have taken a charge on, but I'm not an NBA expert. It's just me looking from the outside in. Had they run away with that fourth quarter, I don't think it would have been, this is who we are. We're the Nuggets. You watch yourself, Philly. We're the defending champions. They were on the second leg of a back-to-back. They should have lost that game.
Which is why yesterday I called it a fake back-to-back. Because when you play the afternoon before a night game, then that allows you basically another half day.
The 36-hour back-to-back, not the 24.
Exactly right. And, so was I surprised that Philly had legs in the fourth quarter? Actually kind of not. I think that they really wanted to win that basketball game, just like last year. They wanted to win that basketball game. I think they really want to prop Joel Embiid up in this particular matchup as well. And they were able to do that, and he was able to do that himself. It's interesting, the evolution of these two players. I think over time, when you're talking about the holes that we would poke in each center. So if you're coming from the East Coast, you're just going to just default to, well, Nikola Jokic just doesn't play any defense at all, which we all know is a ridiculous notion because he is definitely a good defender. And then on the flip side, we just default to, well, Joel Embiid, come on, man. He's not a playmaker. He's not making anybody else around him better. And boom, 10 assists out of him in a game today in a year where he is averaging more assists than I think any other season of his career. I have to go back and double check that.
2 more assists than he averages over the course of his career.
There you go.
It's not easy to average 2 more assists per game in this league, certainly as a big man, right? Like, we don't see it. You see it with Nikola Jokic. That is a concerted effort for him to be more of a facilitator. It's probably more of a concerted effort for Nick Nurse and the rest of his team.
Yes, Raj, because what Nick Nurse knows is that if Joel Embiid can go out and score 40 at any point in time in any game, but what he understands is if he is also able to draw defensive attention and now you're freeing up teammates, now that makes your whole enterprise better, and that is making everybody better. And I thought right at the beginning of that basketball game, Philadelphia conducted the same experiment that the Nuggets do most nights, not every night, most nights, which is let's just throw it to Nikola, see how you're going to guard him tonight, and then we will adjust accordingly. Well, what the Nuggets showed the 76ers immediately was they're going to double Joel Embiid. And so that freed him up to now be a lot more of a playmaker, play the exact role that Nikola Jokic plays, which is, cool, I'll invite this double team. I know now where you want it to come from on the bounce after I take a dribble, so either now I can spin the other way and shoot a fadeaway baseline jump shot, or I can look for the man whose defender is coming over to double me and get it to that guy who now has an open shot.
There was an article yesterday by Michael Pena on The Ringer, and it's titled "The NBA Still Doesn't Have an Answer for Nikola Jokic." The league doesn't, but what they do have an answer for is that they have elite athletes that can likely do not everything that Nikola can, but you're telling me the athletic freak that Joel Embiid is can't adopt some sort of Nikola Jokic-esque plays and passes and mindsets?
Of course you can.
You're seeing it. You don't have an answer for Nikola Jokic, but what every league can do, and certainly the NBA does probably better than any other league, they copycat, and they've got the tools to do it.
Well, yeah. That's the biggest key, right? You got to have the tools to do it. And apparently, like Joel and Joker are just they're so similar. They're both so great, and they both can do that thing. Whereas, which is impact a game on so many levels. Joel Embiid has been getting away with it. Like I think the previous coaching staff allowed him to just be a one-dimensional basketball player, just score the points, and we'll figure it out around you after that. Whereas Nick Nurse is just saying, no. It works better this way, and he is proving it in terms of the way Philadelphia plays and the success that they are having. Incidentally, I thought it was pretty interesting. The exchange that Joel Embiid and Nikola Jokic had afterwards. I mean, they do respect each other. I know the different fan bases. We kind of get after each other's center, and we kind of balk at a lot of things and scoff at a lot of things. But I think there's between the actual two individuals, just a lot of love and respect. Joel Embiid had a lot to say to Nikola Jokic after that. This is when he was asked about that afterward. This is what he said to Nikola Jokic.
They're also dying to know what you two asked each other and said to each other during that last hug.
I just told him he's the best player in the league. Like I told you earlier, he won a championship. That's the best team in the league, and he's the Finals MVP. So I was just telling him, keep going, see you in 2 weeks, and keep doing your thing, and that's why you're the best in the league.
He is the best in the league, but that I think that we have missed Joel Embiid saying that a couple of times in the last couple of seasons, as well as he was trying his hardest to win his own MVP, which he did last year. I love the mutual respect for these two. I don't love that they don't guard each other. I don't love that, especially the Nuggets usually didn't get into that area until last night. Which was, we're going to bring somebody else over. Philadelphia has done this before. I would love to see that head-to-head more often.
Why don't they guard one another?
Foul trouble.
That's it.
That's exactly why. It's foul trouble. And especially for, the team that I think actually has more of the concern of foul trouble would be the Nuggets, because Joel Embiid goes to the free throw line as if they just hand over fouls to him and free throws to him all the time. And so you really have to watch yourself with Joel Embiid, even though he shoots mostly jump shots. It's a superpower that he has that it's mind-blowing to me that he gets to the free throw line as much as he does, shooting as many jumpers as he does. But that's why, and it's the same in the reverse. Now, for Joel, because Nikola does play a lot in the post, it puts you at great jeopardy, especially if with the pirouettes and everything else happening and the up and unders and all that. You can just get a couple of fouls, and Joel almost got 2 quick fouls. As a matter of fact, he did get 2 quick fouls. They gave the second one to Nicholas Batum, and that was ridiculous, but is what it is. But that is exactly the reason why.
I go back to Embiid's appreciation of what Nikola Jokic is as a basketball player. And I think a lot of the guys are learning, like, he's a really fun dude to hang out with because he's not like every other NBA superstar, and it kind of brings them out of their own shell. And I'm assuming that happens throughout the league with these guys. Again, outside looking in, I don't know the interpersonal connections from Adam of all these players. I still think it is making an incredible impact on what Embiid and the 76ers will be. I think they're going to be the team coming out of the East. I know the betting favorite right now is Boston. I know Giannis and Dame and the Bucks are waiting in the offing. They just feel like under Nurse and under this new version of Joel Embiid, think about him what you will. They feel as close to the Nuggets as any team in the Eastern Conference does. And I'll go back to that Ringer article that went up yesterday. You know what the Nuggets are when Nikola Jokic attempts 20 or more shots? What their record is?
What?
They're 6-7, right? Mm-hmm. So they're a better team when he distributes the basketball. You know what the 76ers record is when Joel Embiid attempts 20 shots or fewer in a game?
What?
They're 9-1. You think Joel shoots and shoots and shoots and shoots and shoots because he's got a bunch of 40-point, 10 rebound games this year. You think he shoots and shoots and shoots because he now has 18 straight games with 30 points and 10 rebounds. He gets to the free throw line a ton.
Yep.
But they are changing, and they're taking exactly what Michael Malone, Nikola Jokic, and company have done here in the Mile High City. I think that's your NBA Finals matchup.
Yeah, it would be a fun one. And it's just, to your point, it's a style of basketball. Like, ISO ball, see you later. This is why the Dallas Mavericks won't win unless they can figure out a way that Luka is not just taking every single shot all the time. As great as Luka is, you cannot win that way in this league anymore when we know that one guy takes all of the shots and you play that way. ISO ball is not it anymore in basketball in general. The Philadelphia 76ers have figured it out. It was a fun game. When we come back, what on earth is happening with Warren Sapp and Deion Sanders? Yeah, he was supposed to be on the coaching staff, but it might not be. We'll talk about that when we come back. All right, a couple of programming notes. Shout-outs coming out at the end of this program, right around 11:45, 11:50. So be thinking who or what you want to shout out. Get them to us on the text line, 303-504-0925, and we'll read them is what we'll do. And then we'll have shout-outs of our own. So that's coming up as well. I want to play this clip of Deion Sanders. So he is continuing to look for a defensive coordinator. I believe Pat Shurmur is going to be the offensive coordinator already. Pat Shurmur has talked to the team. But this is why Deion Sanders, he told his team why it is taking so long for him to pick a defensive coordinator.
Two staff members that we didn't introduce as our coordinator. And I could easily choose a coordinator for you. But instead of being hasty, I'd rather be right. Thank you. Because you deserve it. So you got to understand the NFL is just getting over, and there's still some teams in the playoffs. So not only we're trying to get you a pro, but we're trying to get you a professional, either from college or from the NFL, but we're trying to do it right because this side of the room, right, defense, you deserve that. And we're going to get it right for you because a lot of you guys want to go to the next level, and I plan on you guys going to the next level, and we're going to get somebody that can make sure you have all the possibilities of going to the next level.
So we will stay tuned for that individual who apparently could still be on a team, coaching on a team in the NFL playoffs right now. So we'll see about that. So Warren Sapp would not be the defensive coordinator. We know what kind of career he had for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, among other teams. Just obviously one of the great defensive linemen to play the position in this league's history. He also is an individual who has had some allegations of domestic violence attached to him over the years, and so on. Last season, Warren Sapp was brought out to CU practices or a week at CU where he spoke with the team. He worked with some of the defensive players, and then in subsequent weeks, they hinted at the fact that he could be on the next season's staff. And in fact, they were working toward that end. Deion Sanders had been on record publicly as saying he cannot wait for Warren Sapp to be on the coaching staff. Well, the University of Colorado right now has put the kibosh on that. And the USA Today, about a few days ago, wrote an article where they asked the university about this hiring in particular. And a public spokesman for the university, Steve Hulbert, said this about hiring Warren Sapp. Quote, there have been no conversations about hiring Warren Sapp for an assistant coach position at the University of Colorado. USA Today then asked if there were conversations about hiring Sapp for any position there, and he said, not at this time. I think that this is a thing that will not happen at all. And there is no university in America more sensitive to individuals with these kinds of allegations than the University of Colorado.
Why is that?
Because of the scandal that happened there in the early 2000s, where you had allegations of sexual assault and a couple of them surrounding that football team, which led to Raj. It was my first year at the Denver Post, and I've always said this since then. I'll never cover anything as significant sports-wise as that. That was one of the. It was an indoctrination to me into news reporting, which I was not really ready for. But that lasted 2 years, and what happened was pretty much everybody got let go or fired. The president left, the athletic director left, the football coach was eventually fired. It was the recruiting restrictions that were debilitating to that program. And every time I hear, when you go back and talk about, well, Colorado hasn't been good for this many years, I can draw the line back to the recruiting restrictions and everything that they had to do to get themselves into a much more solvent space. I don't know if that's the right exactly right word. But what they also said at that time was there was a zero tolerance for individuals that might have this kind of stuff floating around them, or for any of those kinds of actions to be present in their program. And this was it never occurred to me that nobody actually asked the University of Colorado until the USA Today wrote this story. And I don't know how this ever works for Warren Sapp. Unfortunately for him, he's got this history, and he's trying to get into a university that is not going to allow that.
This is where you'll see CU have to make their decision, right? Because there's plenty of schools that would turn a blind eye to this, that would just say, hey, head coach gets what he wants, and, Sapp has fulfilled his obligation to the community based off of his history. I think you'll learn, this is good. Might sound a little harsh right now. You'll learn how committed to football that university is.
Yeah.
Because if it was just a football decision, if this was, just going to throw a name out there, Alabama, Nick Saban gets what Nick Saban wants. Does Deion get what Deion wants in CU? This past year, that's all we thought about, right? Finding the money for Deion, finding the money for that program. But this might be the one line that they're not willing to budge on. And I don't think it's going to be a sticking point with Sanders. But if this is the case and Sapp doesn't come on, and Sanders has been out there, he was asked, is Warren Sapp going to be a coach at CU? And the words were, he better be.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the first time that the university, within hiring him within a year, has told him no.
Yep.
And that would be the first thing of, if someone calls courting for Deion, whether it's the NFL or a larger or other Power 5 school, this will be the first time that Deion can look back and go, you weren't committed to me.
And I would say back to him, you're wrong about that. We can't let you have everything. And it's, in this instance, I think they shouldn't let him have Warren Sapp on this roster. I'll just go ahead and say it that way.
If it is a moral issue for the university, and it very clearly is, this is a fine moral standing to hold your ground on.
Which Deion Sanders, as a man of moral fortitude,
reclamation,
he should just say okay and move on with the next candidate for that job. It is something that we will continue to follow. It's very, very interesting. I couldn't be happier that somebody asked the university and then put this out. This is good reporting in the USA Today. When we come back, Val Nichushkin, Jared Bednar was asked a couple of questions about Val and, just what the timeline might be and what this means for him. The morning show asked him that. He gave some interesting answers. I want you all to hear him. We'll do that when we come back. Hour number 2, Dempsey and Company, Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, Raj, Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coming off a night where the Avs win 7-4 over the Ottawa Senators, which was, good. They scored 5 on
Points are good. I agree. Wins are good. I agree.
Great analysis. Back to you guys at the desk.
China, thoughts? As the morning show says.
Yeah. 2-1 on the road trip now for the Avs in a game which, look, they got down 4-2. They were able to score 5 unanswered for the second time on this road trip. They were able to do that, and they come away with a victory in advance of having to face the Boston Bruins here coming up tomorrow. I think for me, that Avs game really just underscores there's this stat, and that is the Avs are tied with the Dallas Stars for the most wins, most multi-goal comeback wins in the NHL this season. They have 6 of them. And I wonder, that's great. Let's just start with that. That's great. That means that they are not out of any game. They quite honestly handle adversity really, really well. They come back and they're able to. It also does mean that you're getting down in a lot of games and you're digging a hole that you must now get out of. And I wonder, Raj, which one of these things resonates more with you?
When it comes to the playoffs, you need the ability to come back in games. 16-4 a couple of years ago does not happen all that often. You normally have to win a 7-game series here or there, a couple of 6-game series here or there. You're typically not sweeping 2 teams and then just going 3-2, 3-2. It just doesn't happen. If I'm taking one of the two, I would rather than be able to come back from any circumstance rather than only be able to win with a lead. Because you're going to go down in the playoffs. You're going to be on the road. Someone's going to score early. Then they're going to get a power play. They're going to go up 2-0. There's going to be 7 minutes to go in the first period, and the place is going to be deafening, much like a place in Dallas. I think that's going to be a second-round matchup between these two teams, Dallas and Colorado, and it should be because the NHL doesn't reseed. The reason why I always screw up the NFL playoff bracket is because they do what's proper and they reseed every matchup like the NHL used to. You're going to get Dallas and Colorado or a matchup of either Winnipeg, Colorado, or Dallas in the second round, and that's a travesty. And it should be the Western Conference Final for my money. You will go down in a tough environment and have to claw your way back during a game. You will not play with a lead in every single one of those series. So while it's frustrating and you can look at the Avs as underperforming, even though they're only 1 point out of first place in the Central and 1 point out of first place in the West overall. I think you're learning a lot of really good things right now that you can still win. You can still keep pace with Winnipeg, who doesn't lose right now. They're not giving you anything, and you're still finding ways to get points. You're doing all this without $16 million in the lineup on any given night. Yeah. And that matters. Those lessons matter.
Last year, I remember one of the issues with this Avs team, especially in that Kraken series, was okay, they're down in the first period again, and they're down in the first period again. This team seems a lot more equipped to just be able to take that quick hit and overcome those situations, maybe a little bit more than last year. On the text line, Hot Take Wednesday, wins are good, Dimps.
Top storylines from Tuesday night's game. Wins are good, Avs. Losses are bad, Nuggets.
That's why we're here, right? to give you the good stuff.
Dempsey, there was one time I was doing In the Paint with Josh Dover. I was on the board, and I remember the Nuggets had lost a few games. I don't remember what season this was, but they were in kind of a rut, and then they had a nice big statement win. And so Dover tossed it to me, and he said, "So, what'd you think of the game?" And I said something like, "Yeah, man, it was great for the Nuggets to start stacking dubs in the dub column or something like that." And then Dover just paused and said, Well, that's probably a good place to put him.
Put him in the dub column.
Yeah, put the wins in the win column. Thanks, Nelly.
No doubt.
Would have been better had they lost the game.
Oh, no.
All the words don't come out the way you want them to sometimes. Okay, well, one of the subjects that has been it's been really significant and really talked about the last few days has been Val Nichushkin entering the NHL Players Assistance Program. I always think it's a good thing to hear from the coach and teammates, whoever's speaking about this situation in depth. And today, Jared Bednar was one of them. Let's start with the timeline that might be out there for Val Nichushkin as he continues on in that program.
Yeah, it is an open-ended situation. You have no idea. And no one's going to give us a timeline. Like, we will not get an update on that. We'll get updates as to how Val's doing, that kind of thing, and eventually we'll be able to reach out to him and talk with him and see how he's doing and check in ourselves, I think. But as of now, like, no one's going to give you a timeline, and I don't think as it goes on they're going to give you a timeline either. It's just going to depend on Val and his aide, and we'll just, when they feel like and he feels like he's ready to come back and join the team, and then they'll allow him to do that. But this is. There's so much uncertainty to it.
I know.
But the reality of it is that's why it's different than an injury. This reminds me more of when a guy gets a concussion, because you just don't know, right? Like, when a guy gets a concussion, you're like, well, he could be back in 4 days or 5, 6 days is kind of usually the earliest, or it could be months. And it's the same thing with Val. It's going to take some time.
It's going to take some time. I frequently say when I think something has any chance of happening, I'll use the phrase, there's a % chance of this happening. I think in the case of Val Nichushkin, I think there's a % chance that he doesn't return. But there's also probably a bigger % chance that he does. We don't know exactly the full circumstances why he's there, but I think this is not even this. Rajas just feels like it's more significant and that he really needs time to process.
We don't know the full details. We will not know the full details. I assume that Val will not be as forthcoming as Sam Girard was, who said, listen, I was dealing with anxiety, depression, and I self-medicated with alcohol, and I realized it was affecting me as a person, affecting me as a player on the ice, and he put himself in. And he let the public know that. I highly doubt that a Russian-born player who hates being interviewed, like when he has to be interviewed, he runs into the locker room and hopes that someone else is going to take, the first star of the game interview with Katie Gauze. Most Russian guys don't like, speaking to an arena of 20,000 people in not their native tongue. You try going to, Shablinsk and speaking Russian when you don't know a lick of the language. Probably not easy. Long way of saying I don't expect there to be a public admonition from him about what's happening. I did say yesterday, and this is as far as I'll go with speculation, is the National Hockey League has heavy issues with alcohol, cocaine, and painkiller abuse. All three of those things are heavy, heavy issues in this league. It's one of the main reasons why the NHLPA and the NHL in their last collective bargaining agreement made sure that the player assistance program was as robust as it possibly could be, as easy for players to go in, get the treatment they needed without having to worry about having their contracts voided or making sure that they're not going to have a job when they finish that, right? There's a reason for that. We can also assume that what happened in the playoffs last year with Val probably has some, if you make it a Venn diagram and you take January 2024 Val Nichushkin and you take April 2023 Val Nichushkin and you push them together to make a Ven, there's something in the middle that overlaps. That's as far as I'll go.
Yeah.
There's a greater percent chance that Val Nichushkin comes back and plays a vital role on this team this year than there is Gabriel Landeskog, though.
I agree with that.
A far greater chance.
Yeah.
It's not close. It's not like, yeah, they both may come back. It's not, 60 for Val and 40 for Gabriel Landeskog. I would put it at like 85% Val Nichushkin and 15% Gabe Landeskog.
Should Landy even come back?
Yes.
He should.
If he can skate 100%. If that dude can give you 8 to 12 minutes a night and just play on the fourth line, you're telling me I get to choose between him and Curtis McDermott? Even if he's just a fourth liner?
Yeah.
I make that choice every single day of the week.
All right, I'm going to ask a series of questions here. Part 2. How early would he have to come back for that to be viable? Before the playoffs?
He can't come back before the playoffs. They don't have the cap space.
Then I wouldn't put him in.
Why not?
Because it's the playoffs. It's the same thing. Like
It's different.
I had this exact same take for Jamal Murray, which is nothing gets easier in the playoffs. It just gets more intense and tougher on your body.
No, but if you knew that Jamal could play, and I'm not expecting Gabe to play 22 minutes a night like Val and McKinnon and Rantanen and Lehkonen might in the playoffs. I'm not expecting that. I'm going very base level. This guy can come back and be fourth liner, maybe kill some penalties, sit net front in a power play, and play 8 to 12 minutes max a game. That's all I'm hoping for this postseason. Yeah, I'd take him back in a heartbeat.
Isn't it harder to just parachute in a playoff scenario?
Probably.
Because
it probably is, yeah.
On your body, because of the intensity of the thing. It's not coming in February. It's coming in April when the stakes are the highest, the games are the roughest, the all those things. I tend to think that you need at least a couple of weeks of run up, at least. And if I haven't seen Gabe Landeskog 2 weeks prior to the end of the season, then I don't know that I would just put him in the hottest and heaviest time of the year.
Vastly different circumstances because of the injury and because of the prognosis given on both players. But Nikita Kucherov sat out basically the entire 2020-2021 season, in which Tampa Bay won a Stanley Cup championship while circumnavigating the cap, which, look in the mirror, it's what the Avs are trying to do this year with Gabe Landeskog, right? You can't bring him back in the regular season because you don't have the cap space. The only time he can come back is the playoffs when his $7 million doesn't count against the cap. Kucherov came back and was an absolute stud in the playoffs. Just got dropped in. Back surgery, back issues, still very, very tough, but not nearly the same injury and the same recovery in terms of knee cartilage replacement that Landeskog's going through right now. Elite player has shown you that elite player can do this and help his team win. Different circumstances, but it's been done in recent memory.
Yeah, it's a very interesting issue. We will obviously see what happens in the coming weeks. All right, let's take a break. Come back with Nelly's NFL Notes. All right. It's that time of the show. Time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Steve, what is story number one?
I have one last big picture question for you guys, wrapping up the wild card weekend that was. A lot of people have been saying, the games weren't good. They weren't exciting or fun because all of them were blowouts, except for one, right? Texans beat the Browns 45-14. That's multiple scores. Chiefs over the Dolphins 26-7. Packers over the Cowboys 48-32. Rams-Lions was the 1-point difference, 24-23. Bills over the Steelers 31-17. Buccaneers over the Eagles 32-9. So many multi-score games. Do you guys like seeing that in the right situation? Like for example, did you get some morbid pleasure watching the Cowboys just absolutely get destroyed, or watching the Eagles just get wrecked by Baker Mayfield? Like, were those compelling games? No, but was it a good game? I mean, what did you think overall of these lopsided scores?
If I get compelling matchups this weekend, I'll be okay with what happened last weekend. You bring up a good point. It's great to watch the Cowboys get blown out and the Eagles get blown out, just because I have a certain hatred for those fan bases naturally. Although Philly they're a great fan, but they're a great fan to hate. You know what I mean? If we get blowouts again this weekend, I'll be upset. I want to see games that come down to the wire. Most games in the NFL are one-score games during the regular season, certainly during the playoffs. I think one of the 9-point spreads this weekend is going to be a nail-biter. And I think it's closer to Houston having a nail-biter against Baltimore than the Packers being able to replicate what they did in the wild card round on the road in San Francisco.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. You know what? It's not great. Those games aren't great to watch from a okay, but this is a blowout standpoint. But I thought the theater that surrounded them, I think did make it compelling. It was compelling that Deshaun Watson had to stand there on the Cleveland Browns sideline and watch the team that he used to quarterback boat race his current team. I thought it was compelling that the Dallas Cowboys, who I think by all measures, by most people's analysis, has a roster that's top to bottom better than the Green Bay Packers, and had a home game, were unable to do anything in that game until it was way too late. Then you're just stat padding late in the game to get to 32 points. But I thought that was compelling for sure. The NFL, with the first weekend of games, got so many great storylines that I thought the way the games played out wasn't it wasn't your normal, well, this is just a blowout, so it's just terrible. I think the circumstances surrounding a great many of those games made some of those blowouts actually more riveting, because you just couldn't believe what was happening on the football field, because it's just not exactly what you expected in the first place. Now, having said that, now we have said that, and now we have seen that, and now we're getting on to the business of, all right, these are the real teams that are remaining in the playoffs, and I would expect that would mean that the games are a lot better. And to Raj's point, I think that's exactly what we'll get. What's next, Steve?
Anytime we say the word compelling that many times, I got to hit this drop.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
That's right. That's right.
All right, here's the compelling question that I have for you, hopefully. Let's go back in time to week 1 of the NFL season. You may remember I was in the Paris of the Eastern Seaboard, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I went to see the 49ers play the Steelers at formerly Heinz, now Acrisure, and the Niners blew the doors off the Steelers. The final score of that game was San Francisco 30, Pittsburgh 7. And I was waiting to take the ferry back across one of the 3 rivers, and some dudes in line behind me were just ripping Mike Tomlin a new one. And some guy was saying, like, we got to move on from Tomlin, but they're never going to fire him because he keeps his 500 streak alive. He's never had a losing season, so he's untouchable. And this season, the same thing's going to happen. He's going to win like 9 games, get beat in the playoffs if he makes it there, and then they still can't fire him. And I was just sitting there enjoying just the passion of the Steelers fans. And somebody out there, if you know that guy, buy him a Yingling, because that's exactly what happened this year.
What a trash beer Yingling is.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, brother.
Garbage beer that thing
I had
is.
one at the game, and
Imagine
I haven't gone
being
back.
proud of Yingling.
There's not much
The
else to
only
be
thing
proud
it's
of.
got going for it is that it's old. That's it.
Anyway, the point of that whole rigmarole is, if you're the Steelers, at what point do you seriously consider moving on from Mike Tomlin? Because I understand that he's never had a losing season, but in the past few years, the Steelers have kind of felt like the 8-8 Marvin Lewis Bengals, where they're like the definition of mediocrity, and they sneak into the playoffs and then do absolutely nothing. So how hot is Mike Tomlin's seat?
Well, get him a quarterback first, and then re-ask me that question, because what he has worked with the last few seasons has just not been good. I don't care about Kenny Pickett. He's not that good. Mason Rudolph, he's not that good. And they got 10 wins out of those two dudes this year. 10. They got outscored, Raj, on the season, and they still got 10 wins.
His seat is ice cold, and I would strip naked and do a lap around the Home Depot next to us in order to have the amount of mediocre success that the Steelers have had since Ben Roethlisberger moved on.
Yep.
You're telling me that you're complaining about making the playoffs and winning games, that complaining about not having worse than a 500 record ever since he took over for Bill Cowher? Talk about entitlement. Shut the hell up.
Every time somebody says that, it's amazing to me.
I'm
not
at the point
one
right now,
losing season, not one.
This is hyperbolic, but maybe the best sports-related commercial of all time was the MasterCard commercial where they went to Fenway and they were asking Boston Red Sox fans what they would give up to have a World Series championship. And it was, people are saying you can have my house, my car. The last one says you can have my firstborn, right? The Sox win the championship in 2004, and then MasterCard does a brilliant turnaround, and they make the same commercial, and they go back, and they finish it with MasterCard just showing up at someone's front door and, snatching a 6-year-old off the porch. If you haven't seen it, there will never be a greater sports commercial ever. I'm at that point with the Broncos right now. I don't have a kid. Take my firstborn. All I want them to do is win again.
Right.
I was in college the last time they won. And you're telling me that Mike Tomlin's seat is hot? Get out of here.
See, the Broncos should have won that game this year, right? Go 9-8. Then what?
They still wouldn't have made the playoffs, so I'm still keeping my kid. They would have had to have won 2 more games. Then we could have that conversation.
All right, fair enough. Nelly, what's next?
Mike Tomlin's not in the hot seat, but Chris Dempsey, you are. I'm putting you on the spot here. What is the dumbest thing you've ever asked in a press conference off the top of your head? Dumbest question you've ever asked?
Never asked a dumb question in my life.
Good answer. Well, then you're better than this reporter that asked a pretty dumb question to Todd Bowles. This was yesterday. Todd Bowles, of course, Bucs head coach. And I'm just going to let this interaction speak for itself.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
I want to first give a shout out to Todd Bowles, because he could have really let her have it on that one. But that is as polite an answer as you will ever get to an obvious question. So shout out to him. Here's part 2. This is where I promise you this. She was not a sports reporter. I promise you that. So you get to these instances deep in the playoffs, and you start catching news reporters, and they just send anybody out there just because the sports team becomes a local news story. And not everybody knows all the things. And so I'm sure she got in there and was like, oh, yeah, it's going to be cold. We've seen all this cold and snow, and you saw all the people throwing snowballs up in Buffalo and everything. I feel bad for her because she will never live this down ever. But it's not her fault. It's not her fault. It's whoever sent her out there, and they knew she was a news reporter or somebody who had not covered sports, and they set her up to fail. Man,
surprised it doesn't happen more often.
Yeah.
We all ask stupid questions.
Yep.
My first media scrum, I was 19 years old. I asked Jim Boeheim why he didn't want to move on from the 2-3 zone. I was 19. He looked at me like I was the scum of the earth. We all ask dumb questions. It happens.
Raj, that was actually a super fair question, given how that eventually ended for him.
One could argue it was a little disrespectful, but
I know he was the 2-3 zone guy. But 2-3 zones get picked apart, man. And sometimes you got to go man to man.
Did you see JJ Redick recently? I know it's an NFL segment, but JJ Redick is going on a tirade about AAU basketball, how like coaches are having 8, 9, and 10-year-olds play zone because they want to win games.
Yes.
And kids can't shoot threes because, the hoops are 10 feet tall and they're only 3'2".
Raj, and pressing. Yeah. Like, they also can't handle the basketball. So it's like, if I just slap a full court press on little Johnny over here, he's going to turn the ball over 12 times. And he does.
It's like Pop Warner teams running a wishbone. Because no one can tackle.
It burns me up so much. And I see it all the time. Okay. Before I walk all the way down that road.
I was going to take you down the river.
So much. I hate it so much. You're not teaching the kids anything. What are they learning? They need to learn the skills before we... Okay. Nelly, what's next?
Wow, that was a big Serenity Now moment from Chris Dempsey there.
Yeah.
After the Eagles game, after they lost to the Buccaneers, the news came down on the Twitter sphere, the social media sphere, that Jason Kelce was finally retiring. But he went on the New Heights podcast, the podcast he does with his brother Travis Kelce, and said, not so fast. Don't necessarily believe that news yet.
Nick kind of gave me an opportunity to talk. I didn't announce what I was doing on purpose, despite, I guess, what's been leaked to the media. I just don't think you're in a position after a game like that to really make that decision. I just don't. There's too much emotion in the moment to really fully grasp that decision. I'm not trying to be dramatic and continue to draw this thing out. I'm really not. It's just something that I think, when it's time to officially announce, what's happening in the future, it'll be done in a way that's, definitive and pays respect to a lot of people and individuals that have meant a lot to me and has led to the career I've had. I don't think that it would be respectful or even accurate to be able to do that right after a game like that.
Yeah.
But I did address the team and pretty much said the same thing that I just said to you, which is, I got belief in every single one of you guys, cherish the moment you have in this league. A lot of guys like, if that is your last game, I feel sorry for you. And I'm like, don't feel sorry for me, motherfucker. I've had a
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, man.
And in that last 5 seconds, you understood where this is exactly is headed. And, look, Jason Kelce is one of the best to ever do it. One of the quotes I always loved about him, because we're in the era of walk-in fits and all, and he just says, look, I'm not here to have a fashion show. I'm here to play football. And Jason Kelce was here to play football, and he played it great for the Eagles for many, many years. And he deserves the right to go out when he says so. And even though Adam Schefter got wind of the speech that he just referenced that he gave to his teammates, we will give him the respect to, when you're ready to say that you're done, which we all know you're done, but when you're ready to say it yourself, then we're ready to receive that message from you. It's just for him, that's the respect that you give a guy like that.
Kansas City might have a need for a center next year.
No, stop
Maybe
it.
the Kelce brothers play together just for one season. He goes to his wife and says, hey, I want to go play with Travis. Imagine the revenue that we could bring in on the podcast being in the same house. They've got a guy on the end of his rookie contract. Just saying. It's a possibility. There's one thing he hasn't done in his career. It's play with his brother.
It's true.
Do you know Jason Kelsey was a big hockey player?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Really?
He played 4 years of high school hockey.
Wow. Where'd he grow up?
Michigan? Ohio? Something like that?
Something like that.
Somewhere in the middle of America. But I know he played 4 years of high school hockey.
Yeah.
Travis can skate too. J.J. Watt's probably the best skater in the NFL, though he's no longer.
It, really?
Dude, J.J. Watt can play.
On skates?
Can play. Those three dudes?
Could you imagine?
No. Could I imagine those guys coming at me at 22 miles an hour?
JJ Watt?
And there's no rules?
Crushing you?
Hell no.
Yeah.
Get
That's
plastered up against the boards.
That's
Run away. Catch me.
You just run away.
That is my response to everyone. Like, I'm one of the shortest people that we have here at the station, and the next show that walks in, while we don't always get Scotty and Tyler in studio because of the amount of travel that Scotty does with the Nuggets,
Yeah.
when they both walk through the door that's like 5 feet to my left right now, it is stunning. It's stunning how tall those dudes are. But I'll talk crap to them any day of the week because you know who can't catch me? Scotty or Tyler. If
running.
I'm in this room with them, I'm the nicest guy on the planet. But if I've got beef, I'm going to talk crap to you and I'm going to run away because you can't find me. Napoleon complex.
You remember when Ches was proposing the, it was like some sort of fight.
The tackle rule?
Yeah, that's what it was. And you were like, look, if you can catch me,
you can catch me. Again, if you're within a 5-foot radius of me, I'm probably screwed.
We thank you all for listening everywhere you listen and consuming where you consume, including on the Safeway Twitch stream. It's easy for me to say, the Safeway Twitch stream. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. When we come back, I want to give a quick ode to the Fab Five. There are a certain amount of you out there of a certain age who will know what I'm talking about, and then we will get to shout-outs as well. All right, shout outs coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Just a few days ago, the University of Michigan honored the Fab Five. And when I saw that go by, I couldn't remember the last time all of those guys were together on the basketball court. Excuse me, just together, I should say, just together at Michigan. And in fact, it hadn't happened since for decades. And really, it was just because Chris Webber, there was just a lot of controversy surrounding whether he took some money, and then he never wanted to show it back to. They wanted him to apologize and to give things back, and he never wanted to show up. And so there was just the Chris Webber piece was the piece that was always the weird variable in this situation. But he was there. Bless you, Raj. He was there, and all five of them were there. And I have to say, as a guy who was a teenager when they were playing basketball, I have never seen, and I don't think I will ever see, a freshman class walk in like that and do what that basketball team did from day one. And if you forgot, the members of the Fab Five were Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, Jalen Rose, who ended up playing for the Nuggets, Jimmy King, and Ray Jackson. Those five guys. It was the greatest collection of freshman talent on a basketball team ever. They walked right on into the University of Michigan, and they won 31 games. 31 games. And not only that, they were a basketball team that kind of ushered in, they were individuals that kind of ushered in individualism. And it was kind of the first time. So see, I'm so old that when I was playing, there were short shorts, right? There were shorter shorts. And what they did was they said, no, we're not playing in those things. So it was kind of cultural and basketball at the same time with these guys. But the basketball is what stands out the most. They ended up going to the NCAA title game in their first year, year one, and they lose to, I believe it was North Carolina they lost to that year. But what they were as a collection of talent, we'll just never see again. And for those of you, I just thought that this was too bad that Chris Webber never made it to an NBA final, because Chris Webber on the court, Raj, was a problem. He was a problem. And he was one of the early big men passers as well. So, I mean, he's super strong to the rim. He walked in at 18 years old to the University of Michigan with a man body. Like, he literally, you could have plucked him out of high school, put him in the NBA, and if you would have just said, hey, won't you just guess his age? You probably would have said, he's got to be 26, 27. Like, that guy's a man. And he played that way. So to see those guys back together at the University of Michigan was awesome. I didn't go to Michigan, but they were, I still have the Sports Illustrated with them on it.
We haven't seen a starting five of all freshmen since, at least all freshmen on a marquee team since 2013, 2014 with Kentucky, when they had the Harrison brothers, Dakari Johnson at the 5, Julius Randle at a stretch 4, and who was the 5th player? That wasn't Marcus Lee. I can't remember who the 5th player was.
Yeah.
They had 5. They went 29-11 that year, and they were national champion runner-up as well.
They weren't as good. I'm telling you, that's a really good 5.
It was a really good team.
I remember that team.
It was a really good team.
It wasn't as good as Michigan's team. That 5, Raj, that 5 was, it was as good as it gets. And, with the exception of, I think Ray Jackson. Did Ray Jackson play in the NBA? I'd have to look that up. They all went on to play in the NBA, or at least the 3 of them obviously were very significant. And then Chris Webber played all those years and played him great with the Sacramento Kings, almost got them to the NBA Finals. So shout out to the Fab 5. They were awesome. They were awesome. And they were back together again for at least one moment in time. And with that, let's get to shout-outs.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man.
You're my boy, Blue. Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends. Yep. Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout-outs.
Now they always say congratulations.
All right, I got a couple of shout-outs, and I'll kind of combine them here. I want to start with one of my colleagues over at Altitude TV, and I want to give a shout-out to Chris Marlowe. Marlowe won the Colorado Sports Broadcaster of the Year, and it's hard to believe. I saw a tweet by his daughter Grace go by, and she said, you know, when they got here 20 years ago, for him to be the play-by-play guy for the Denver Nuggets, you know, it was kind of like, all right, let's do this. And now to see him achieve this award has been very gratifying to all of them. And she mentioned that she was very proud of him, and we are all very proud of him. And, you know, when I got to Altitude, one of the first people to really embrace me was Chris Marlowe. And quite honestly, I continue to learn a bunch of stuff from him to this day. And it blows my mind, actually, that this is the first time that he has won that he has not won that prior to right now, because he is truly great as the play-by-play commentator for the Nuggets. So my first shout out goes to Chris Marlowe. We love you and congratulations.
Just a wild Forrest Gump-like career for that dude. Olympian, actor, play-by-play for an NBA team. Just
all the things.
Grab bag of excellence.
Yeah, all the things. Yeah, he's done it all, and he continues to do it to a very high level. So congratulations to him. And then an individual that we have here on every Thursday to talk about Broncos, Nick Kosmider. I have said on this air that he is one of the very best to do it, to cover this football team. And I mean that. It's not hyperbole. And he was awarded the Colorado Sports Writer of the Year. And I couldn't be more proud of Nick. Nick was one of the beat writers that came after me at the Denver Post covering the Denver Nuggets, which is why we talk about Denver Nuggets with him on a great many of those occasions, because he knows and has covered that basketball team in depth. But what he does with the Broncos coverage for The Athletic, and then when he comes on stations such as this and gives us all of the knowledge, he is one of a kind, and he has been fantastic for a number of years. A great friend of mine. I love him to death, and congratulations, Nick Kosmider, on being Colorado Sports Writer of the Year.
All right, a couple for me here on shoutouts. Did you know, Demps, we have one of the best wrestlers in the country here in the state of Colorado?
I did not.
There's a 15-year-old freshman wrestling for Pomona right now. His name is Ignacio Villasenor. He's on the U17 men's national team. He took third in the World Championships last summer out in Istanbul. And now he is helped Pomona take the number one ranking in 5A. He is the number one ranked player at 107, I believe is his classification this year, 106. And undefeated. We've got wrestling championships coming up in less than a month here for CHSAA, but had no idea. This freshman at Pomona is one of the most heralded wrestlers in the country. So shout out to Pomona Wrestling and Ignacio Villasenor.
Love it.
My other one is IIHF, the international federation that controls, international hockey. They have reinstated the Israeli national team to go play in the U20 national championships. They took them out because of what's happening overseas right now. So shout out to them for allowing kids to play hockey, because they can't control what happens with their governments. While this is a shout out, it's also me pointing a finger at the IIHF, because Russia hasn't been able to compete in that tournament for the last 3 seasons. It's a travesty. These kids just should be able to play hockey. Quit meddling in foreign relations. You manage a game, not politics, not war. So get Russia back in as well.
Nelly.
My shout out is to Madison Marsh, aka Miss Colorado, because a few days ago, she just won the Miss America pageant for this year. And on top of that, she is a graduate of the Air Force Academy and is actually an active officer. She is a second lieutenant, which makes her the first active duty Air Force officer to ever win the Miss America pageant. So go Zoomies, and congratulations to Madison Marsh.
Congratulations. All right, well, that's going to do it for us then with those shout-outs. Wrapping up a wonderful Wednesday here at the radio station. For Raj, I'm Chris. Steve Nelson, we appreciate you.
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds, getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
See, she wasn't totally wrong. There's no dumb questions, baby. No dumb questions. Speaking of that, PhD is next.
Oh, welcome to it. We start the show, Tyler, with Scott on a tarmac again.
We're going to get a plane. Scott on a plane. We're going to get a movie. Scott on a plane.
I am a little confused with all of this because Sportscaster of the Year, Chris Marlowe.
Dude, big deal. Cool deal.
Who will join us in about an hour or so. He and the rest of the, you know where he and most of the other altitude crowd are? Do you know where they are?
Probably at home because they didn't have the TV call.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Scott was on the road because he had to do radio.
Did he have to do radio?
That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe he just wanted
it?
to get away from the warden. Who knows?
Have to?
Yeah.
Strong word. Have to.
Well, I actually asked that question the other day. I said, so when you're on radio, you have to go on the road games as well?
I just assumed he went and did radio just when there was a TV conflict and they weren't doing TV on a trip they already were on.
Well, maybe it makes sense. Like maybe Marlowe had to buy his own flight to go out there or something, right? Because the team charter is already on the way. If you want to be on the team charter, you're just on the team charter.
Okay. I mean, that makes more sense because Kaz, it's like Connor McGahee, just stares into the void, talking to himself.
Kaz does not need someone. No.
No, neither does Connor. It's just, so have to?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either, but boy, is he paying for it. I mean,
talk about two miserable plane rides. The first one, which maybe that's why the Nuggets lost. Who knows? Not really. Nuggets actually looked okay for a huge part of that game, but they were on a plane for 9 hours. 9 hours going out to Philadelphia. I don't know what the current status is of this plane ride, how long they've been on it, but it sounds like this is going to be about another nightmare.
Well, he is officially, for this flight from Philadelphia to Boston, been on the tarmac longer than the flight should have taken.
Well, yeah, I mean, how long is the flight? 30 minutes?
Yes, something like that. It's nothing. Yeah. Same as, the flight to Denver to Philadelphia was twice as long as the actual flight itself takes.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I guess I just like you think
Dude, so people think that this doesn't happen in professionals, like in professional circles.
Right.
Oh, it happens. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, on any given year, we would have 8 road trips, right? Well, add in another 2 during the preseason. So you got 10 road trips. I would say on any given year, this would happen about 3 times a season. Maybe not to the degree that they had. I only had what happened to Scott yesterday or 2 days ago. I only had that happen to me one time in my entire career. But every single year, you'd have 2 to 3 trips that are delayed by an hour or 2.
Okay, so, I mean, it was going to be tight for him to be on the show because it was like, we land in Boston at 11:05 and our time 11:05, 1:05 there. And I'm like, okay, well, you land, got to get to the luxury hotel and the vehicles, the buses are right there on the tarmac. They pick you right up there. You don't have to go through anything. You don't have to work your way through Logan. You're right there. So you're staying at a 5-star hotel, and then you set up. It's like, it'll be close, but I think he'll be fine for the show.
Oh, he could still get on for the show at some point, I bet.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, that plane ride is seriously 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I played in the NFC East, man. It took us longer to drive to the airport than it did to be in the plane.
All right, give me your best guess when Scott Hastings appears on this fine radio program.
I don't know. How long has he been on the tarmac?
2 hours.
Has he really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, shoot, it took him 9 hours last time to find an engine starter. That was the problem with the last ride. They were flying out of Signature. They didn't have an engine starter, and none of the other airlines were willing to share any of their engine starters because everybody was having the exact same problems due to the cold weather.
Unbelievable. This is just going from Philadelphia to, listen, a plane takes off in the air, whatever. It doesn't matter if it goes 10 feet or 10,000 miles.
I want my engine to work.
Exactly.
Yes.
I get it. All right, so we'll catch up with Scotty when we can. We'll hear from Jared Bednar on Val in a second. The game last night, all right, so what does that game say about the team, about Jokic and Embiid? What matters here?
Well, Embiid, credit to him, man. I mean, he won the battle of the MVPs, and especially down the stretch with the, what was it? He was 10-0. He was on a stretch of 10 points to nothing against Denver Nuggets by himself in the fourth quarter, right? Mm-hmm. So credit to Joel Embiid. It's not like Nikola Jokic had a bad game. In the first half, man, it was fireworks. She had 156 points in the first half.
Yeah.
Like, it was fireworks. And then, You know, Jamal just seems to have something going on.
Go ahead.
He's got some bad time turnovers, man. He's got some bad time turnovers. It's not like he's throwing like 8 turnovers a game or anything, but you know, how many did he have last night? 2 or 3? But the one in the fourth really hurt him. That's for sure.
Well, they scored like 17 points, they scored 17 points in the fourth quarter, which of course is garbage. You can't do that, especially in such a high-scoring game. Jamal was doing all right because I was thinking that same thing watching the game. It's like, is he off? He's shooting around 500, but he finished under 500 for the night, 7 of 16. He only had 2 turnovers, and Nikola had 4. The game before the Nuggets won, Nikola had 7. But overall, as a team, they had 10 turnovers, half of what they had previously.
Yep.
They had 22 turnovers for 20 points in their last game, which was, a win. So you say, okay, it wasn't really that. And it feels like maybe Jamal was struggling, but 7 of 16 from the field, 1 of 3, maybe not as many three-pointers, but
I don't know if it's struggling is the right word as so much as I think that's just who he is. I think that's who he is.
I think that is who he is.
You know, and we all want playoff bubble Jamal to just be Jamal Murray. And I think he's just a damn good basketball player.
What was he in the last game? I think he was like 12 of 19, something like that in the last game against the old Pacers.
You know, down in the fourth, I think that the Nuggets they do a really good job of closing out basketball games. I don't really know what happened. I mean, they just couldn't close it out. You had a bad turnover from Jamal there, and then Joel Embiid goes on that 10-point stretch.
He was unreal.
Credit to him. Do we believe what he was speaking nice things to Joker?
I definitely do. Yeah, I think the two of those guys have big guy, absolute. I think if you threw Giannis in there, I think they go through things that only they understand.
I actually think it was a really good look for Joel Embiid. I mean, he's always been so jealous of everything. He's always been so like nervous that he's not going to get his due.
Yeah,
right?
But it's like not. I agree, but it's not against Jokic. It's just Jokic happens to be in the way. That's it.
Sure.
So it's more of just a personal thing than it's an anti-Jokic thing. I think you saw that at the end of the game. By the way, Jamal against the Pacers, where they won, was 11 of 18 rather than 7 of 16. So when you say, is that just Jamal? I would like to think Jamal's a little bit more like 11 of 18. He was 1 for 4 from 3. I know he's a little bit better than that. He's probably 3 of 7 from 3, 12 of 19, something like that. So he was a little bit off, for sure. But did you see the free throw discrepancy between Jokic and Embiid?
No.
Jokic was 3 of 4, Tyler, 3 of 4 from the free throw line. And Embiid was, you ready for this? 12 of 15.
Yep.
And I think that essentially was the game. In addition, the Sixers are just hot. They were, basically 15 of 31 from 3-point.
Well, and Joker does have nights where he's distributing, and that's what he's trying to do. Last night, I felt like he was trying to win a basketball game. I felt like he was aggressive underneath the rim. He was going for it himself. He was trying to take things upon himself. And he had a very nice game. Very nice game. I don't know why. There are nights that I could see why Joker doesn't get the calls. Last night, hey, man, he was aggressive under the hoop.
He had 11 offensive rebounds. And 8, they took one away. I thought he had 20. All right, he had 8 defensive rebounds. I do think they took one away. So he had 19, not 20. But still, I mean, those are monster numbers. 11 offensive rebounds. So who we got here, man? Who's having the better season? Embiid has 18 straight games of 30-plus points.
Mm-hmm.
He won the matchup last night, I guess. They won the game. He scored 41 points with 10 assists and 7 rebounds. You know what's interesting? He was a plus-minus, though, 0, even. That's kind of interesting.
I don't know what people live and die off plus-minus. I never really have. I mean, there's a team out there while you're out on that court at the same time. I don't know what that means. Comparing Joel Embiid to Nikola Jokic is just it's a tough comparison. In size, they look similar, but they don't play the same style of basketball, right? So, yeah, is Joel Embiid going to get more points than Nikola Jokic? It seems like that would be natural because he's not distributing the same way that Nikola Jokic does.
Yeah, well, he also took 22 shots. Jokic took 20, though. I don't know, man. It was a pretty even-Steven game, up and down. So, hey, there you go. Congrats to the Sixers. You know, the Nuggets were on the tarmac for 5.5 hours. They had a horrific travel day the day before. And you won. Way to go, Sixers.
Dude, and don't think for 1 second being on a plane for 9 hours is easy to jump off that thing and go play a basketball game. That's not easy.
No, I think it's ridiculous. Plus, the Nuggets
someone says, hey, stop complaining. You're on a charter flight. It's all first class. Well, maybe those basketball guys, but we didn't have first class. We were sitting back there in economy.
Wait a second. What?
Oh, yeah.
Economy?
Yeah.
Economy.
Yeah. You didn't know that? We had a totally normal plane.
You didn't have a special plane with like extra special wider economy?
Yeah. Now, I mean, the starters would get like premium plus or whatever, right?
Oh, really?
But the coaches were the ones that got first class. But it was a big plane, so you had elbow room because you wouldn't sit next to somebody in the seat.
You weren't going 3 wide, were you?
No. That's what I'm saying. So
right,
it would be
right.
a 2-3-2. So everybody can have a seat in between them, but they're totally normal seats.
The now the battle is the Nuggets go to Boston. Boston 19-0 at home. 19-0.
Yeah, this road trip doesn't get any easier, does it?
That'd be pretty sweet. That'd be a pretty sweet win right there. So there you go with the latest with the Nuggets. The Avs had a nice win last night. Here is Jared Bednar on Val Nichushkin stepping away.
Yeah, it is an open-ended situation. You have no idea. And no one's going to give us a timeline. Like, we will not get an update on that. We'll get updates as to how Val's doing, that kind of thing, and eventually we'll be able to reach out to him and talk with him and see how he's doing and check in ourselves, I think.
Man.
It's a tough deal, man. Tough deal. Avalanche have got a problem on their hands, man. I mean, without Val, this is going to be a tough run just to keep themselves in the position that they already are in. I think it's going to be insanely near impossible to win a cup without Val coming back. And then, it feels like a lot of people are getting uberly excited about Gabe Landeskog. And I'm like, guys,
who's that?
Stop. I just see it on Twitter. I see it all over the internet.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, golly, slow down. Even if you get Gabe back, which would be a miracle of all miracles in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is Gabe going to look like Gabe when he comes back? Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? So I think the Avalanche got to make a decision. Do they want to go out to win this year? Because they certainly could. I mean, you could easily justify that, right? You're in a window. They could easily win a cup right now. They got the pieces. Go out and move pieces. You want to trade Byram. You want to make some crazy moves. You could easily justify that. Or you could take a step back and say, look, let's do the best we can this year, and let's reset.
I think you got to go for it. I think when you have guys in their prime like Makar and McKinnon and Rantanen, I don't think you can dawdle. I think you just got to get to it, and you got to go for it year after year. You're not going to have those guys in their prime forever.
Do you think the Nuggets agree with that approach?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I don't know, man.
You think the Nuggets are going to give away a season with Jokic and Murray?
I'm not telling you the Nuggets aren't trying to win a championship right now. Of course they're trying to win a championship. But Calvin Booth has said it publicly. It's not about this year. He's trying to be healthy. He's trying to win multiple championships. He's having to have a dynasty right now. So
this ain't the year to take off.
I got it. But he's said that publicly. Like that is nothing they're shying from. Like they're trying to build a healthy, organic franchise that is here to stay.
They've done good building up their depth. They got good young pieces, but how many years do you think you got Jokic? Seriously, how many years do you think you got Jokic?
Another 4 or 5, something like that.
It's like, he's what, 28? 28, 29? You think that guy's going to play past 35?
Nothing would surprise me with Jokic. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he retired before his contract was over. It also wouldn't surprise me if he played until he was 38 years old. Like, How do you read Nikola Jokic?
That would shock me if he played till 38 years of age.
I mean, it feels like that would be the least likely outcome, but the dude is odd enough that he's difficult enough to read what his wants and desires are.
Yeah,
That
fair.
I don't know what the hell. How do you judge Nikola Jokic?
We'll have Chris Marlowe on a little bit later to chat with. Will we have Scotty on? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, this travel schedule is ridiculous. Nice win for the Avs. And in terms of the Broncos, it's time to get back to work at some point. And what they're going to do with Russell Wilson and how he's being viewed, we'll dig into that. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Safeway is Colorado's local grocer since 1926 and proud to offer local products including beef, produce, and other Colorado Proud certified items that have been grown, raised, or processed in Colorado. Support local when you shop at Safeway. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no.
Yes.
Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running the back. We running the back. Oh yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud.
Well, all due respect, Coach. Boy, were you wrong. Because not only did Brucey B go to Indiana, he's now going to Toronto.
Dude, okay, sorry. Get the details out, then I'll respond.
The
Sorry.
Pacers, according to Woj, ESPN, the Pacers are finalizing a trade, follow this, to acquire all-star forward Pascal Siakam in a deal that will send Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-round picks to the Raptors. Damn, son. New Orleans will be a third team in the deal, sending Kira Lewis to the Raptors. It's one of these NBA deals, which always seem weird and complicated.
It leaves it a little bit open-ended. I'm not sure where Jamal or where Bruce lands. Does he land in Toronto or does he land in New Orleans?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean,
well, we'll find out here soon enough. But
yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude, I can't help but laugh at this. I can't. Like stability, oh my gosh, I just can't. It's so funny to me how fragile your prime is in professional sports. How fragile it is. Stability, how fragile stability is. Brucey B doing everything in his power just to find a stinking home, Find a home, right? And he gets out here to Denver. Not only does he find a home, but he's a bona fide superstar. I'm going to call him a superstar, That's how well he is loved here in Denver. Wins the stinking championship, and he's a mercenary within 3 months again. I mean, unbelievable, man. He's spent his whole career trying to find stability. He got it. And now he's on the road again, 2 teams, 3rd team in a calendar year.
Well, he got the bag.
I guess.
Dan, what is Brucey B making a year? Isn't it like 18?
It's like 18, yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah, I think it's close to 20.
All right, so here's Brucey B's numbers this year. And that was a really fun game with him the other night, and the Nuggets won, and he played really well in the first half, okay? Really well in the first half. And then the second half, it kind of dropped off. And he's a starter. He's a starter for them. And I was looking at the Pacers like they're a pretty good team. They're a little bit over 500 team. They're in the playoff mix. Not great, but pretty good. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, I think he's the best player on that team. And when you look at the team and Bruce Brown is your best player. Now, they didn't have Dan, who they were missing Halliburton. So he wasn't on the floor then. So he's the best player on the team. But on that floor that night, he was the best player. He's got 12.1 points a game, 4.7 rebounds, 3 assists. These are, pretty pedestrian numbers overall for the season.
Yeah. But it's kind of who Brucey is, right? That's more or less who he is. Nobody expected him to get paid that amount of money. He got it. He had to go, man. But my first thought, if I'm being honest, is this how you get Bruce back? Is this how you get him back? I mean, he's on the road. Whether he lands in Toronto or whether he lands in New Orleans.
I thought the same thing.
Do they really want Bruce Brown? I mean, he's just a part of the deal. He's just a part of the package. And the Nuggets, they didn't get rid of Bruce Brown because they didn't want him. And I'm drawing a blank on the stupid tax rule or whatever. What was the name of the thing that they couldn't pay Bruce even if they wanted to?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? What the heck is the name of that?
No, I don't know.
Somebody help me out here on the text line because whatever that bird rights. Thank you to Pawnee. Wow, you did that quick. Well done. The bird rights. I don't understand it. You got a player on your own team. You can't pay him even if you want to, simply because the rules tell you that you cannot, right? Well, hell, you could go. He went away. Now you can get him back right now if you want to.
Well, do you think that or do you know that? It feels like that could be the case. But
no, I guess I don't know that, but logic would tell me that would be fine.
Okay.
Because he signed a new deal somewhere else.
I get you.
I mean, why would you not be able to take on somebody else's deal?
I don't know. Hey, you know what? I see Dempsey out there. Hey, he's still here. Go yell at Dempsey, will you? Go. I see him in the office there. He hasn't left. Go grab Dempsey and pull his butt. He probably doesn't even know this news. But he's the news and NBA information guy. Let's get him in here.
I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe
get Dempsey. Hey, Debs.
I don't think he can hear you, pal.
Well, we got speakers.
Yeah,
they got the radio
they
station.
They do have the speakers.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
a little bit.
You're right.
Hey, Dempsey, come on in here.
All right, Josh is working on it. I mean, look, man, maybe Toronto wants him. Maybe New Orleans wants him, whoever lands there. My gut tells me this is just a part of a big picture trade. Nobody's making this move about Brucey Brown right now, right?
I don't think so.
Tell me his numbers again.
12.1, 4.7 rebounds, 3 assists. Right?
I think this is your way back.
Jack Johnson came back for the Avs after he was a Blackhawk for like 6 months.
Man. I wonder how many times a dude has left in free agency and came back in the same season.
Oh, I was going to say Brock Osweiler, but it wasn't
the same season.
The same season. Yeah, I don't know.
Josh McDaniels done that about 25 times.
What a deal. I'll tell you this, if he ends up eventually with Toronto or with New Orleans, that would suck. New Orleans is a good team, and he's probably not, the breakout starter guy. Hey, dude, you got to hear this deal. You're still here.
Yeah, I am.
Do you know what the deal is? Did we tell you? Do you know what it is? Or are you just
Is this the Bruce Brown is included in the Pascal Siakam trade?
Yes.
So I saw that go by, and I didn't see all the individual players. So it's Siakam for
Siakam, Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-rounders to the Raptors. New Orleans, 3rd team in the deal, sending Kira Lewis to the Raptors.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here's the thing. I think that Bruce Brown's contract, first of all, is very instrumental in this trade because he's making so much money. So, you have to.
Yeah, what is
it? Is it like 18 or 20?
Huh?
Is it like 18 or 20?
It's like 22 and a half.
Oh, it's over 20.
Yeah, per year is what he's making. Yeah. And so the salaries have to come in within 85% of each other, going out and coming back.
Okay.
So his contract to me sounds like is super instrumental because if I'm not mistaken, Pascal Siakam is a max contract player. I just have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure he is. So the salaries have to match, and so I'm sure it's instrumental in that. From the standpoint of we know how much Bruce Brown meant to this basketball team.
Yes.
Sometimes I'm a little cold-hearted about this because I just look at what you do. And for Bruce Brown, exactly right. Bruce Brown, I've said this a couple of times on my show, which is Reggie Jackson has almost completely replaced his production. And so if
you are cold.
Well, I mean, it just is what it is. And
the numbers say Reggie's a fine replacement.
He's been a fine replacement. Now, if you want to have a defensive conversation and say that he was better defensively, I'll grant you that.
Energy, intangibles.
Sure, but I mean, at the end of the day, when Reggie Jackson needed to start for Jamal Murray, did the Nuggets survive? Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I believe they were 8-6 or 9-6 in those games.
Yeah.
And off the bench yesterday, even the Nuggets lost a game yesterday. Reggie Jackson was really good off the bench in that game.
He was.
And so you really actually haven't had to worry about the production missed from Bruce Brown, which leads me to this. He is the kind of player, because of the production is much more around the 10 to 12 to 13 point range, that almost always gets traded. And it's just kind of like, well, we appreciate everything that you've done for me. You're just valuable enough that we can now move you on to get the player that we really want that will help us to get
So you think the Pacers may have done this with this intention from the beginning?
Well, no, I think probably the Pascal Siakam thing became available to them. And then so the Toronto Raptors say, okay, well, what can you get us in return? Toronto's trying to go super young, and they're really trying to remake their team from what it was under Nick Nurse. So this makes sense for them. Bruce Brown's contract is, I believe it's a team option next year.
Well, if I'm being honest, my mind goes straight to, is this how the Nuggets get him back? And maybe you're saying you wouldn't want him at that price tag.
Well, not at that price tag.
But I mean, I don't think Toronto wants Bruce Brown. Like, this is just like, this is part of the deal, right? Like, you just absorb this, right?
Yeah.
So is this how you get him back? And, I understand what you're saying. Okay, look at this X's and O's. Look at this statistically. Is the dude worth what he's getting paid, right? And that's always a conversation to be had. But my rebuttal to that is always going to be DeMarcus Ware. That's always going to be my rebuttal to that, right? In 2016, I just pulled up D. Ware's stats, and I was looking at his contract just out of curiosity, right? So D. Ware in the Super Bowl season was making $8.8 million. He got 4 sacks the entire year.
Right.
4. That was pretty damn good 4 sacks, though, right?
Right.
He had 8 QB hits on the entire season. He only had 15 tackles on the entire season, right? Not numbers that are worth $8 million a year by any means, but he was an intangible piece that you could not have done it without, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. And maybe I'm living in a pipe dream. It's La La Land. Maybe there's no chance of ever getting Bruce Brown back.
But Bruce Brown really isn't a point guard either, which Reggie Jackson actually is. So although
Bruce Brown's kind of a hybrid, right?
Right.
He can handle the ball. I mean, he did start for Jamal Murray at point guard a couple times last year, but he also could start at small forward and at 2 guard, which Reggie Jackson cannot do those things, obviously.
Correct.
So to Tyler's point about intangibles and being able to be versatile, Reggie Jackson does not have that. Bruce Brown has that in spades.
So he's not going to stay in Toronto, though. They're going to move him too, right?
He might stay the balance of this year, though.
You think so?
Yeah, he might stay the balance of this year.
So you're not surprised by this deal?
No. Just given how this league works and how players like Bruce Brown, even if you're a great role player, you're always tradable. And and so for him, it's kind of shocking to us because
I'm about to retire his number.
Yeah, Indiana paid a bunch, and Indiana paid a bunch of money for him, right? I mean,
T-Max wanted to retire his number, and Tim says it's not worth the money.
Well, think about the conversation that we were having prior to Indiana giving him all the money, which was, well, if his salary comes in that $14 million range, could the Nuggets make it happen somehow? That's what we were expecting, and maybe that's. But the market gave him more, but now he is traded.
Before you walked in, I just can't help but chuckle at the entire thing because it's amazing. I'm repeating myself. Sorry if anybody just listened to this, but it's amazing to me how fragile your prime is as a professional athlete. It's unbelievable, man. You work your whole career just to find a home, just to find somebody that buys in, and you find that home. And was Bruce statistically a superstar? No, but I'm going to call him a superstar in Denver. Like this town loves that dude, right? He found that home, and then he gets on the road and he gets that payday. Cool, and now he's back to being a mercenary, just bouncing around.
Yeah. Well, and to your point though, that might open the door for. I still think it wouldn't happen until at least after this season, but that might open the door for a reunion for him here in subsequent seasons. I mean, I could see that, and so if you're just going to add him at a number to what you already have, like think about if Bruce Brown was already on your bench. You have Reggie Jackson and Bruce Brown and Peyton Watson and these. Now your bench probably A is way more consistent than the Nuggets bench, although it was good last night. But B, you could do a whole lot more things. Could the Nuggets revisit that? Maybe so, maybe not this year. This wouldn't be the year for that, but
so
maybe
who's
as
the most tradable guy on the Nuggets then, going under that same philosophy?
I don't. It's an interesting conversation, D-Mac, because the first question I always ask myself is, what do you need? Like, what do the Nuggets need?
They need what they wanted to get out of Julian Strawther that he's not quite ready for. They need a guy to be able to light it up quickly. They need Jordan, what's his face? Oh my God,
DeAndre Jordan,
not DeAndre Jordan.
Jordan Clarkson. You're talking about Jordan Clarkson.
Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
How about Jordan Clarkson? That's what we could use.
And then the question is how do you obtain a Jordan Clarkson? Now, the Jordan Clarkson situation, I'm pretty sure he is in the last year of his contract. Like, it's an expiring contract this year. So you could like young player plus picks and get him because it's not a situation where he's established and he's got 3 or 4 more years.
Aren't
and
Christian
now you got to give a
Brown
guy.
and Peyton Watson a little redundant?
Yes and no.
Are they same players? Do they have a redundant style of ball? Is that what you're saying?
They're close.
They're similar guys because I think GM Calvin Booth has he's got a vision of what the body type of a basketball player he wants on his team
Peyton
to be.
Watson, but is that Christian Brown?
Yeah, kind of.
6'7"-ish. What is he? 6'6"-ish?
Is he that?
He is.
Yeah,
He's surprisingly tall.
Yeah.
I guess that does shock me.
Yeah. He's got good size. Obviously, competes defensively. Peyton Watson has got a lot more wingspan to him.
Yeah,
and
but Christian has. But they both have crazy hops.
Yeah.
They both can do all that stuff.
But I think over the course of the years, what we'll find is Calvin Booth will have a body prototype, and we'll start to see that repeated, and we'll start to see the Nuggets kind of mirror a little bit what the Toronto Raptors were, which is every dude is 6'8", 6'8", 6'9", with a long wingspan. I think he loves that type of player. So are they redundant? I think maybe as an offensive player, Peyton Watson has a little bit higher ceiling than Christian Brown, but they certainly do some of the same things.
Do you believe in DJ for the long haul here this year?
Yeah.
You do? Not
Yeah.
looking at Mason Plumlee and being like, something like
No, especially after watching him last night. Actually,
Okay. All right.
I watched him in that game last night, and I thought.
So you're down with DJ for the rest of the year.
Yeah, especially because he's got the chemistry with Reggie Jackson.
does.
There's a lot of Lob City happening.
Right.
There's a lot of like,
DJ's dude you keep just for locker room. I mean, that's the type of dude that you don't want to get rid of that vibe.
No, I understand that, but from a functional playing on the court thing, he is playing way more this year than I ever thought he would be.
because Reggie Jackson
Because of Reggie Jackson,
Yes.
who you wouldn't replace Bruce Brown with because Reggie's better than Bruce, according to Chris Dempsey.
Is that how you just okay?
I can't wait to see it on Altitude TV. By the way,
Yep.
dude, talk about a road trip to not go on.
Oh, I know.
Are you thanking your lucky stars to just be in the
yes,
studio for
yes.
this
So
one?
I wouldn't be on the tarmac for 8 hours.
And
while they
again today.
Did it happen again? I did not hear
Scott's
that.
not on the show. He's there like 2 hours on the tarmac today.
Unbelievable. Yes, I think my lucky stars. I'm here with you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
See you
Chris.
guys.
Well, listen.
Good stuff, buddy.
When you put that backpack on, leave the building, or we'll keep you around.
Right.
I know
Is
you
this,
right.
is this the latest you've been at work?
Yeah,
In a minute.
It has been.
Okay.
Later, guys.
All right, we're gonna get to that Russell Wilson stuff and hear this. Oh my God, do we feel bad for the reporter with the Todd Bowles situation or not? Are we feeling sympathy, or are we just gonna bury this person? Find out next. What's going on? It's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive Group. Hey, when it comes to buying a car, smart shoppers love to have choices. I got good news. Mike Maroney Automotive has opened up new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont. Now you can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Ford. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So visit them today at Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partners of CU Athletics. Shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com, and tell them D-Max sent you.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalize Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
So it's too early at all. I spent half an hour with Russ yesterday, and I told him, I said, look, I don't think it's going to be a long, drawn-out process, but it hasn't been decided relative to what our plans are. And but as soon as we know something that certainly, he would be the first to know.
Well, the clock is ticking, Tyler. Peyton said we're going to give ourselves a week and, come back. Well, all right. Okay, I guess. Well, that's over. So we're going to let Russ know as soon as possible. Well, okay. Russ is putting out tweets about how great and awesome 2024 is going to be. Okay.
He's excited.
I guess. So Jeremy Fowler from ESPN did a deep dive into the market for Russell Wilson and the Broncos options. Now, a lot of this is kind of treading old ground, like that we're all aware of, like the cap hit, how you would save if you could spread it out with a post-June 1st designation, kind of stuff that we here in Colorado that have been paying attention to it are familiar with. But it was interesting to see it all laid out like it was.
Yeah, I got this. I got paywalled, so I can't read the whole article here. But I'd be curious to go through the options. Do you have all the options that he's got there on this article?
He only has 2 kind of specific options.
Let me guess. And I've not seen it because I got a paywall.
Okay.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
That was not one of them.
No, not one of them. Okay. And then you know what I really want to say? Wherever Bill Belichick lands.
Well, they weren't that specific about it. But I'll read from the article way past the paywall.
Way past the paywall.
So I got the
nice.
I got the big bucks. League sources see several logical fits for Wilson, who could thrive in an offense that schemes clearly defined throws off play action and the running game.
Okay.
Don't be surprised if Wilson, should he become a free agent, is intrigued by Minnesota.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense.
Assuming Kirk Cousins doesn't re-sign with the Vikings. A big question.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
That does make a little bit of sense. It does. I do think that a West Coast offense is ideal for Russell Wilson. Kevin O'Connell comes from a Sean McVay background, so it's probably the right style of offense for Russ at this point in his career. And my biggest beef with it, though, is that I think the Vikings are just going to bring Kirk Cousins back because I think he's that typical dude that half your fan base wants to get rid of because you just can't quite get to a Super Bowl with them. But then the GM and the head coach are like, dude, we can't find someone better than this guy. Like, how are we going to find someone better than this guy? Now, the fact that he's coming off injury might give them the free out that they need as a GM and as a head coach. Because I think, look, the whole organization probably wants to find elite play. And I love Kirk Cousins, but I'm not going to put him in the top 5 elite quarterbacks of the NFL. He's just a damn good quarterback. I get it, right? So on the surface, I guess it makes sense because I would assume that comes with them drafting a young quarterback and Russ playing for a couple of years.
Actually, they do have a couple of other teams. Let me go through it. You got to own one a little bit from yesterday.
Oh.
Baker Mayfield's a free agent.
Yeah, for sure. And I apologize. I got that one wrong yesterday. I was reading off his old contract. Baker Mayfield is a free agent this year.
So they bring Wilson up for possibly Tampa Bay because the offensive coordinator there, Dave Canales,
something like that. Sure.
Something like that. Was on Seattle's offensive staff throughout Wilson's 10 years there.
Wait,
so
they're saying Tampa?
Tampa. Because he's got a 10-year relationship with their current OC.
Okay, fine. First off, I'm just going to tell you, Russ doesn't have a great relationship with most of his offensive coordinators.
But he wasn't an offensive coordinator in Seattle. He was on the staff.
Okay, all right. Maybe that makes a difference, and maybe it does. But realistically, you're running the ship down there in Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield just had the best statistical year of his career. He brought you to the playoffs, and he won a playoff game. You're swapping him out for Russ?
We will get to how Tampa sees Detroit in terms of their media here in a second. Don't worry, that's coming up. Seems like a stretch to me, too. The other option is the Atlanta Falcons, which actually on the surface probably makes the most sense if they're going to go there. But then again, who's their coach?
Well, if it's Bill Belichick, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Belichick is the type of coach that, look, man, he's probably too old to really want to start from scratch. Is Bill Belichick going to want to try to, develop a young quarterback? Probably looks at Russ Wilson. He's been in this league a long time. He's got a lot of memories about what Russ has done great in this league. I do think if Bill Belichick lands there, that probably makes a lot of sense.
And then the article goes on to say the top 3 teams, the Bears, Commanders, Patriots, all appear interested in quarterbacks.
Is there a scenario in this article that involves a trade?
They do talk about that, what to do with the contract. And they do talk about to swing a trade, which would soften the dead cap blow a bit. But they say the second option, the trade, would be incredibly tough to pull off. Wilson's contract is far from desirable, blah, 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 blah. So, there's a lot of stuff in here that we've talked about kind of over and over.
I mean, the only way to truly trade Russell Wilson, and there's a lot of people out there that are naive that think you can trade Russell Wilson right now on this contract. You cannot. That will not happen. That is never going to happen. No team in the league will trade for Russ and this contract. If you wanted to trade Russell Wilson, and the Broncos do not have this luxury, but if you wanted to trade him, you got to do one of those deals where you send a first-rounder with Russell Wilson just so they will absorb the contract. And that has happened. It happened with Brock Osweiler with going from the Texans to the Cleveland Browns. I think they gave the Browns a first-rounder or something like that to absorb Brock Osweiler's contract. The Broncos right now can't do that. They just got to absorb the cap hit because they need the picks to go select a quarterback.
What this article is basically saying is trading Russell Wilson is going to be impossible. I mean, they're just, first of all, there may only be 2 or 3 teams even slightly interested. Nobody's going to think of Russell Wilson as a long-term play, and nobody's going to say, oh, well. Nobody's going to be like, oh, my God, we got to go get him. Nobody. The Broncos are probably throwing it out there to see if there's, whatever. But seriously, Tyler, how long is this going to take till they realize that there's no trade partners?
All right, talk me through this. I'm just talking out loud here. Is there a world in which it makes sense so Russ is getting paid how much next year?
39.
Okay, so is there a world in which it says, okay, we will pay $25 million of that?
Of course.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, of course. Yes.
How much would you have to pay for a team to be willing to want Russell Wilson? That's a tough question, man.
Well, see, teams know, though, if he just becomes a free agent, they can sign him for vet minimum. Yeah,
that's a good point, right? Because even if you paid $25 million of that, that's still $12 million or whatever that they would have to absorb.
Right. So the only way a trade makes sense is if there's more than one team aggressively going after him, and they gotta have him.
Yeah.
And what this article points out is nobody's gotta have him. Nobody's like that.
Well, I do think it's nearly impossible, but you keep hope alive as long as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And I know that Sean Payton said it's not going to be a long, drawn-out process. I'd keep him as long as you possibly can. I would not make a move until you have exhausted every resource you possibly can, hoping and praying that you could find two teams that are desperate enough for a quarterback that they would get in a bid to want Russ.
I would say within a couple of weeks we'll know. I mean, not even a couple of weeks. I'll say within, I don't know, soon.
Well, I mean, they don't have to, and you're probably right. I'm not arguing against you, but they do not have to do that by any means. They've got, well, the new league year starts in March, but don't they technically have until June?
I'm not exactly. I think you have to designate the June 1st thing, and you have to, I think you have to do that. Good question for Leggy. We'll have Leggy on tomorrow. We can ask him the specifics of it. But they got plenty of time. There's no rush. All right. Well, all they owe Russ, all they owe him is to be polite and do the best for him to let him know as early as possible. But they don't have to. They definitely don't have to.
Also, keep in mind, Russell Wilson's got a no-trade clause built into that contract.
Yeah.
You think he's doing any favors for the Denver Broncos
Hell
right now?
No. Why would he? Why would he? All right, let's go to Tampa and the Todd Bowles press conference. And Dan has put together, Dan has figured out ways to embarrass a lot of people here today. Because I see Kyle Keefe. Weird questions to JaVale McGee. Just Kyle Keefe in particular, though, Dan? Mean guy. And we'll put these next to each other. We'll have Chris Marlowe on here in a few minutes. But let's go to Tampa and that Todd Bowles press conference.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to talk to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
When I first heard this soundbite, I got chills running down my spine. I got cringe chills like, oh my God, can somebody please stop her?
It's one of those, like, I did just laugh because I've heard it like 10 times already, but it is one of those times, like, it's one of those rare moments that happens that you're like, do I laugh or is this just like, oh my gosh, you poor lady. Like, you poor lady, what just happened? How did this just happen to you? Because that was one of the most cringy questions I've ever heard.
You know, we play inside.
So the question is, you're Todd Bowles. You're Todd Bowles. What's your response?
I do not think he could have handled that situation any better than he did.
What's the question?
He could have been so much ruder to her. And it is up there with one of the dumber questions of all time. Now, I understand. I was listening to Dempsey and company, and I've been there. There are, when you get to certain levels, non-sports reporters showing up because it's about the community and it becomes more than just a game.
No chance this lady was a regular. No chance.
That being said, give me a break. I mean,
maybe do an ounce of research. When they gave you the assignment, do an ounce of research.
I mean, the degree of cluelessness is like, I'm not a news reporter, but if I'm going to go cover a fire.
You could tell that Todd Bowles, like, he was fighting it a little bit. I do think he handled it as well as he possibly could. But I think he was fighting, just kind of like just laughing that thing off as hard as he possibly could. He starts it with you do know we're playing indoors.
You do know we're playing indoors.
I think I feel bad for it.
But
I actually think I feel bad for it.
He was a little snarky in the end because he was like, well, it's a little walk outside, like 20 seconds.
Yes,
so
he did.
He did zinger, you know, no doubt.
The longest we're going to be outdoors is about 20 seconds.
Yeah. All right. So, is it truly an our world of no dumb questions? I mean, you want to talk about the absolute top of the mountain of no dumb questions.
Well, I mean, you can never show face again, right? Like if you're that lady, you cannot ever show up in that locker room again, right?
Well, I don't think she's a sports reporter in the first place, so it's not much of an issue.
What if your boss just like hates you? Is like, yep, Todd Bowles wins the next game. You're going to his presser.
Oh my God.
Yep, I want you to do another question.
And in light of that, Dan Tanner has put together an array of other stupid questions, which we will get to in a little bit later on in the program. Meanwhile, Scott Hastings stuck on a tarmac again, but his partner, Chris Marlowe, for the past 20 years, is shining like a diamond. Sportscaster of the Year. Not stuck on airplane food at all. We'll talk to the Sportscaster of the New Year next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, here's a great New Year's resolution. Improve your health. That's common, of course. But if you're feeling sluggish, low energy, your sleep patterns are a disaster, and if you've been working out, you're not seeing the gains you used to, all right, let's make that resolution. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help you because those symptoms probably mean you're suffering with low testosterone. I got it checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and got on a much better path. You can just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, simple 10-question quiz, yes or no, 2 minutes, no big deal. Schedule a consult, and then there you go. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed provider will review your results, discuss your options. Cost of the appointment is $99, but listen, if you sign up for testosterone treatment, your visit is free. Contact them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
They're also dying to know what you two asked each other and said to each other during that last hug.
No, I just told him he's the best player in the league. Like I told you earlier, he won a championship. That's the best team in the league, and he's the Finals MVP. So I'll just tell him keep going, see you in 2 weeks, and keep doing your thing, and that's why you're the best in the league.
I'll tell you this. A night of watching the Nuggets without Chris Marlowe calling the game is a night left unsatisfied. That's what I'll just tell you on that one. And, not that I don't love Kaz on the radio call with Hastings. It's fantastic. But when I want to see the game on television, Tyler, we want to go to the Sportscaster of the Year.
The Sportscaster
of the Year. It's Chris Marlowe who joins us right now, the Sportscaster of the Year. Chris, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for the nice compliment.
I'm just telling you this. I have reports of Drew Goodman and Mark Mosier throwing darts at a dartboard with your picture on it right now. But I find that juvenile behavior.
Yes, absolutely. Just childish.
I think that's ridiculous by the two of them. But congratulations, Chris. It's
Seriously,
pretty cool.
Absolutely amazing.
It's awesome. What do you think?
Well, it was a nice surprise. I knew I had been nominated, but being nominated and actually winning something are two different things. And when they told me I had won, I was, and then they told me I couldn't tell anybody for 2 weeks because they wanted to announce it on January 16th. So I had to kind of keep the secret to myself.
Chris, I should know this, but have you ever won it before?
I have not.
Oh,
I have not.
Wow.
But I've only been here for 20 years.
Another 40, you'll get 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah. It takes some time to work my way up, and I'm glad it all worked out.
What in your broadcasting life? Because I heard somebody describe you as having a Forrest Gump-like existence, which is a compliment for sure.
It is.
And Chris is so many different things. But in terms of your broadcasting life, what have been some of the if you had a top 3 moment, and you can mix it up, I hope, that you've seen and you've been able to call?
Oh, that's a great question. Obviously, I did not call the NBA Finals because that's taken over by network. But getting out of the first round and advancing was terrific. As you know, I do beach volleyball in the summers for NBC Olympics, and I think the Olympic final between Kerry Walsh Jennings and Misty May against Chinese in Beijing in a downpour, sold out, and they won it. And I'll tell you an interesting story about that. So we're just about ready to go on the air. We're 2 minutes away, and Dick Ebersol, who is the head of the Olympics, he comes on and he says, "We've met our quota. We've made all the money. We've sold out everything. This broadcast is going to be live. No commercials. No commercials." And I thought to myself, wow, I don't think I've ever done anything like that. So we went 55 minutes with no commercials, including a 5-minute injury timeout by the Chinese. And it was one of the great experiences, just knowing that you are there. NBC is covering it. Everybody's watching, and the Americans were able to go on to win the gold medal. So those were some NCAA championships. I'd have to go back through the Rolodex to figure out which has been the most rewarding. But I would say working for the Denver Nuggets has been the great job of my career.
All right. How about this? Who's been the most interesting athlete, or maybe the top couple that really just you actually caught yourself, if you had a moment of reflection, saying, "Wow, I cannot believe I'm even getting to do this because of this the talent of this particular person."
Yeah, I think you have to go with Nikola Jokic. He has been such a surprise and such a warrior for the Denver Nuggets. Nobody expected him to be what he has become. He gets better and better every year. You can't stop him. You saw last night, I thought it was really funny when I turned on the TV and I'm watching from the outset. I really wanted to know who was going to be guarding Jokic. And right away, Joel Embiid couldn't do it.
Right.
There's no way they were going to have him guard Jokic because he would get in foul trouble. And so they had Tobias Harris shadow him. and Jokic being kind of the center fielder. So I would say he's the most intriguing athlete that I've covered. I say the most intriguing personality that I've worked with, and I've worked with a bunch of them, is Bill Walton. I worked with Bill Walton back in the 90s on UCLA basketball, and he was the character of all time.
Well, I think the most impressive part is you did this despite Scotty being your partner. I mean, phenomenal work right there. You had to overcome and achieve, you know? Of course I'm playing.
I know you are. And I think the group that we have, the professionals at Altitude, and the fact that Scotty's been my longtime partner, and now Katie Wingy is the part-time partner, they have really helped. And it's been fun to work, 2-person booth, 3-person booth. And I'm lucky to have lasted 20 years, and hopefully I can last another 10 or 20 as the Nuggets go on to great success.
Hey, I want to ask you, because you've got a unique view of the Denver Nuggets. Not so much X's and O's. I'm not curious in performances of the guys or anything like that, but I am curious, sitting in your seat, being as close to the team, hearing the conversations, all of that. How does the vibe of the team this year feel in comparison to last year?
You know, it's a little bit different because now the Nuggets know they can do it. They know they have a championship makeup. And I think when you're trying to win your first championship, you just don't know whether you can do it. You're never sure. And I think the thing that this team has that last year's team doesn't have or didn't have is that championship moxie. Mm-hmm. That they know they can turn it on when they want to. They know how to win a championship. They've got a championship coach. And even with Michael Malone last year, he wasn't quite sure that the Nuggets were going to win it. But now they've kind of got the blueprint. They've got the formula. Obviously, they're trying to figure out the bench and get that working. But you have to remember that when we get to the playoffs, Jokic is going to be playing 40 minutes a game. Same with Jamal Murray and the other regulars. So the benches will not be that crucial. So I think the makeup is similar. That bench obviously more experienced. But when you have that championship know-how, when you know you can win, you know you can go on to win a championship, I think that this team has it. And that'll be really useful down the line.
Can you believe that you have avoided on this particular trip a 5.5-hour delay on a tarmac and what I think is a 2-hour delay to go from Philly to Boston today, Chris? Can you believe your luck on this?
Let me tell you something. That 5-hour delay would have never happened had I been on the trip.
Why? You would have fixed it.
Come on.
That's right.
You would have fixed it.
Yeah. You know, people were asking me, well, why didn't they get off the plane? Well, you know, the plane is really comfy. I have to tell you, you're on a private plane. You've got food, you've got drinks, you've got heat, you got your movies, you got, you know, I wouldn't say being on that was being in purgatory, but I would say that had some effect on the players. You got to sit on the plane for 9 hours. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons why they kind of faltered in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
They did not play well, and that's unusual for the Denver Nuggets because they're usually a really good fourth quarter team, and Jokic and Murray are usually money.
Right.
And in this particular fourth quarter, they didn't have that moxie that we talked about. So I don't know how much that affected it, but it certainly was an issue, I thought.
Did you catch that Bruce Brown was traded to Toronto along with 3 first-round picks for Pascal Siakam and a partridge in a pear tree? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I did hear about that, and I think part of that is they overpaid for Bruce Brown. They gave him a Godfather offer, one that he couldn't refuse. They got him. The second year of his contract is not guaranteed, so they're basically – I think they like Bruce, but he's averaging 11 points and 3 rebounds and 4 assists. He's a great guy, but not worth $24 million. So they were able to do this. They have a plethora of picks. And they're able to get one of the best forwards from the Eastern Conference that will certainly help them. So I think it's a good trade. I don't know if Bruce Brown actually likes it very much going up to Toronto, but we'll see how it works out. He's a great guy, good player, but in this business, that happens. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and sometimes you get traded.
Do you think there's a world in which this could lead to Brucey B being back with the Denver Nuggets?
Well, you'd say never say never. You still have that contract, and the Nuggets have some, financial restraints. The Nuggets made a bid to retain Bruce, but they can only pay him $7 million. So I think they would have to cut him maybe and let him loose as a free agent, and maybe the Nuggets could sign him. But I don't see any way that happens.
All right, Chris. Well, congratulations again, the great Chris Marlowe. Going to be a fun game on Friday night on Altitude. The Celtics undefeated at home. Goodness gracious. So,
hey, when is Hastings coming on your show again today?
Well,
I'll make sure.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
whatever the plane lands, we'll see.
I don't know. He should have been on with us from the jump.
Hey, listen, that plane might have landed an hour and a half ago. Who knows?
Yeah, he's very cagey and creative, isn't he?
Yes,
what do you think? He's got an extra cup of chowder there, and he's not rushing off here to do a show. Come on,
hey,
now.
Chris, you're the absolute.
Say this: after working with him for 20 years, he knows all the angles.
Chris, you are the absolute best. Could not be more happy for you. You are so deserving of it, and just thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks, fellas. Great to be on.
Okay, the divisional matchups in the NFL. We'll get to that. Plus, no dumb questions. It's going to be tough to top asking the coach of the Buccaneers, how are you going to fare with that weather playing inside of a dome? But, hey, give it a shot. 303-504-0925, PhD on 92.5. It's D-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive Group. When it comes to buying a car, come on, be smart. Got to have some choices. That's what we're all about at Mike Maroney Automotive. They've opened new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont. There you go. And there you can get the lowest price, lowest payments on a new Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Ford. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, listen, you are going to find the right vehicle, and it's going to be at the right price. I went through this process with Mike Maroney. Complete satisfaction. Way to go. Happy to go back there again, that's for sure. Find him online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Visit them today. Mike Maroney, Buick GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney Chevrolet, Buick GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this is kind of an historic game. I mean, it's the
I'm aware.
third time the team has scored 70 points over 700.
What's the question?
I mean,
What's the
how do
question?
you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
historically embarrassing?
Next question.
That one doesn't get old. That was Troy.
No. That was Chris Tomlinson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Troy won his.
Troy wasn't our hump.
Yeah, but Troy ended up winning. He ended up getting Sean to answer
He
his
plowed
question.
through.
Yeah.
And then I was the next question after Troy's, and he did the same thing to me, and I surrendered immediately.
You got bullied. Yeah.
I just shut up. I was like, I ain't going through what Troy just went through. I mean, forget that. I'm not going to sit there like Troy. All right, well, we can roll this right into this. Is kind of be a longer no dumb question thing, but we could just roll one thing to another.
All right.
Let me quick thoughts as we look at and we have Kyle Keefe, and I understand Vic Lombardi heard us talk about this and wanted one of his questions to be played in terms of the dumbest questions of all time.
Oh, I haven't heard about this.
How about that for a tease? We'll get there in just a second. We'll meld this into no dumb questions, Dan. How about that? We're geniuses here today. So we can still use your contributions, but we're locked and loaded on that one today. So coming up, Houston at Baltimore. Houston at Baltimore, that is at 2:30 on Saturday. And then we got Green Bay at San Francisco at 6:15. What are you thinking about Houston and Baltimore, Tyler?
Well, I think it should be the most intriguing game of those two matchups. I think that the 49ers are going to blow the Packers out of the water. But look, man, those coaches know each other very, very well. Baltimore, to me, I guess I'm that idiot that just can't buy in. I am, because they have been flat-out bullies. Speaking of bullies, they have been bullies in the NFL this year. Lamar Jackson playing the best football of his entire career, and he's played a lot of good football every single year. But this year, it is outrageous what they are doing. I just feel, and maybe this is just a thing I can't get over, I think Baltimore Ravens like I think about the Dallas Cowboys. Great regular seasons with nothing in the postseason. So there's a part of me that is looking for an upset alert in that game.
Do we have any kind of major weather occurrences here?
Good question. I don't know.
Especially in Detroit. Well, we'll get there. Green Bay at San Francisco. The Jordan Love joyride comes to an end here, correct?
You would think, but man, Jordan Love's playing great football, and don't underestimate how challenging it is to coach against somebody that knows you like the backside of your hand, right? I mean, Matt LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, they know every single thing about one another. And so now it's going to be a battle of like, how can I outthink him? How can I make him think I'm going to do this when I'm really going to do that? And then you start to overthink yourself, right? I think the 49ers should blow them out of the water. So does Vegas. It's a 10-point spread, which is huge in the NFL playoffs.
We move to Sunday. By the way, do you like Saturday games in the playoffs?
I do, yes.
Yeah, I do
yes.
too.
Yeah, give me a weekend experience.
I love them too because they start later in the day. Like my ideal, and I've been lucky enough to do this for a few years, and I'm dying to do it this year, but I don't know. It's just spend the whole day skiing. And we can do this because the Broncos aren't in this place anymore. They used to be. You remember those days.
Those are fun.
But, in general, it's like, oh, man, let's get the pow-pow in. Let's get the runs in. Let's watch some football.
If the city of Denver wants to pool together, start like a GoFundMe or something. If you guys want to pool together, you know what? I don't even need $2 or $3 million. You want to pull together $1.5 million. Okay?
For what?
$1.5 million. I'll come back and I'll get us back to the playoffs.
Okay. Moving on to Sunday.
But you didn't think that was a good idea?
Yeah. How many cheeseburgers would you have to eat to get back to playing weight?
I currently weigh 226 pounds.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You are 6'8", 226?
226.
Chubby loves that.
But I ate a whole box of Lamar donuts on my way in.
Yeah, okay. I'm embarrassed to say that you and I would have been in a scale competition not that long ago. Thankfully, thank God, soda weight loss, state of the art. That is not the case now.
Down 18 pounds, right?
I am. I'm not as far away from your weight as I should be, though. It's still a little embarrassing based on the height and the all right, moving on. I'm getting discouraged. Tampa
You're doing fantastic.
Tampa at Detroit. Well, you killed me on this yesterday because you said Detroit's the team of America, and I said, no
way. It's the Bills. Nobody likes Detroit. Everything's exciting about the Bills. Bills are Denver's second team.
God, let me tell you, it did not end with the show. I just got hate like messaged to me like the whole day.
I know.
About shut up with your Bills.
People are sending me screenshots of your takes from like 2 years ago asking me to call you out on stuff today.
Yeah,
where we at?
I mean,
All right, so
you
final
won.
results
You
on
won
who
by
is
a
America's
mile.
team. That D-Mac thought I was a lunatic for thinking it was going to be the Lions. 71.1% thinks it's the Lions, and 28.9% thinks it's the Buffalo Bills.
I guess people are kind of, I mean, are people like burned out of all the Bills crap?
No. I think people like the Bills. I think the Bills are exciting. But it's a way different story because the Bills are referred to as juggernauts right now. Whether they've actually done anything with it or not, they come into every season and you expect them to be in it. The Detroit Lions, these are the darlings.
All right, so does Detroit take care of Tampa? And is that game inside or outside? I don't
think
know.
they're playing
What are they
in
doing
cold,
this year?
They're playing in cold weather in Detroit. No, actually, they're playing inside.
They are playing inside?
Yeah, so this reporter asked a question. I don't know if you heard it with Bowles.
We'll get to it in a second, yeah. All right, so Detroit wins, or does Baker keep? Detroit's got to win.
Game. I think it's going to be a game.
Yeah, but Detroit's got to win this one, right?
They should. They should. I mean, look, the only concern with Detroit, though, did they already throw their parade? Have they already accomplished what they felt like they needed to accomplish? They won a playoff game.
Right. Does that concern you?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. When you're showing 90-year-old men who've never been to a Lions game, thank God the game's inside, crying, it's like, all right, congratulations on a win. It does feel like that a little bit.
Yeah.
And Tampa did win a Super Bowl a couple years ago. I know it's a whole different cast of characters, but still.
America's definitely rooting for Detroit. I just happen to think this is going to be a very close game.
Still, you don't feel sorry for the guy with his shirt off, the beer belly, the dark tan, the boat parade with the flag. He's not crying because he's never seen Tampa win. They said Tampa won a couple years ago. Plus, nobody feels sorry for people in Tampa anyways, right?
Hey, now that we realized I was an idiot yesterday thinking Baker Mayfield was under contract for 4 years, we got to have a deep conversation here. We got to have a deep conversation about Baker Mayfield.
With the Broncos?
Yep, 100%.
How could they afford? All right. Okay. We'll get there. Kansas City to Buffalo. All right. Help me out here at least. Nobody's rooting for Kansas City in this game. While you may be bigger Lions fans, I guess, there's no way people are pulling for KC here.
No, I mean, Kansas City is this generation's New England Patriots. Nobody in America was rooting for the Patriots if you didn't live in New England.
We're done with Kansas City, right?
Nobody in America is rooting for Kansas City. Nobody unless you're from Kansas City. That's it. Plain and simple. Blow it up, man. Blow it up.
Buffalo get it
What
done.
do you think of the game, though?
I think Buffalo is the better team, but they have a way of buffaloing these games. Okay, so I think the Bills will win, but there was moments of agita even against the Steelers when there was a one-score game where it shouldn't be. So no matter what the lead that Buffalo has, I don't care if they're up by 21. It ain't over till it's over, and I bet Kansas City gives it somewhat of a run. I will take the Bills, but I got it as a close game, and if KC wins with seconds left on the clock, I won't be surprised.
I mean, both teams had their struggles this year, that's for sure.
Did you see the kicker for Buffalo, Bass? Shank? It was a field goal, but it was like an extra point distance. And might have been the biggest.
Oh, yeah, when they got backed up.
Dude, it might have been the biggest shank of a short field goal I'd ever seen.
It was loud.
Dude, it was ridiculous. It didn't matter in the game, but stuff like that is so Buffalo.
Yeah. Look, both teams had their struggles this year, but one team turned it on and one team has just kind of survived. Buffalo Bills have turned it on. I think they win by 2 touchdowns.
All right, let's go to, wow. Well, I'd be all for that and would set up, Detroit at Buffalo. And then, no, I'm sorry. No, Buffalo at Baltimore, sorry. And then Detroit at San Francisco. Okay, that'd be good. This is going to be an epic No Dumb Questions. A little bit of a different twist on No Dumb Questions, but I think we're completely prepared.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, this is a palate cleanser, just to show you an example that The reporter in Tampa wasn't the only one to ask a dumb question, but then we're going to have a competition here. Okay. Hey, Dan, maybe another poll. We'll see. But here's a dumb question to JaVale McGee.
Next question will be from Joe Barton.
Hey, JaVale, welcome aboard. I'm not sure. Is your mom still with us?
My mom alive? Yeah, she's still alive.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's a weird question to ask somebody.
I forgot.
You've never heard that
no,
one?
I have. I forgot about it though. Oh my gosh. What, like, that is just lazy. That's just dumb. Why would you ask a human being that?
Next question will be from Joe Barton.
Hey, JaVale, welcome aboard. I'm not sure. Is your mom still with us?
My mom alive? Yeah, she's still alive.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's a weird question to ask somebody, but keep going.
Okay, here's the competition.
I kind of want to know what the follow-up was on that one, because I don't remember that.
I have no idea what the context or why it mattered or who knows. Okay, here's the competition. It's reporter in Tampa, Kyle Keefe, or Vic Lombardi. Now, I have not heard Kiefer or Vic's question. Dan, Tyler, I don't know what it is. So we do know that Vic wanted to be part of this. Is that right, Dan? Vic, did he send this to you?
He did. He texted it to me.
So he wants to be part of this conversation,
I mean,
Tyler.
Vic, we've talked about this. You get enough attention. You get enough attention already.
Apparently not. So let's start if you haven't heard it, but who has not heard this yet? Let's go to Tampa, where this poor reporter does not realize Detroit plays in a dome.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we've seen it drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? They got a dome.
Unbelievable.
No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
He was a little bit of a wise guy back to it.
Talk about nails on a chalkboard. I mean, that was one of those, I didn't even know if I wanted to laugh. Just nails on a chalkboard.
Okay, so that's one. Tampa reporter.
You know what I wish in that one, though? Because you saw Bull's face, his reaction to it. I wish they had a camera on the reporter as she found out how dumb the question was.
I feel bad for her, sort of. Here's Kiefer. Now, this is quick. So we're going to get a real dumb question from Kyle Keefe, but it's fast. Here we go.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
Okay, let's break that down word by word. All right, let's go that one more at 10.
How much importance was?
How much importance was?
Yeah. How much importance was
how
defensively for you here tonight?
Was it to have a good defensive performance tonight?
Yeah, but let's ask it like Kyle would ask it. How was? I forget.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
Yeah. How much was the importance? Well, it was important.
What is the story,
Always a dumb question, just generally speaking, despite the fact that he butchered it. Always a dumb question anyways. Just asking how important was it? Yeah, it was important. We needed to win the game.
Very.
Yeah.
What's the backstory there, Dan?
So that was the year the Avs won the Cup in the regular season. This was post-game. Kiefer was asking a question to Avs goalie Darcy Kemper.
Oh, boy.
And Kiefer, I think he joined us the next day or a couple days after and said that he saw Darcy on the plane. And Darcy said, hey, I kind of saved you back there, didn't I?
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
That's great. I didn't know the backstory on that, but that makes it even more funny.
You know, is that worse than asking the conditions in Detroit?
No.
Right, here we
that
go.
was just foot in the mouth.
Now, as short as that was, and fantastic, Kiefer, here is Vic, and this one takes some time. So, Broncos training camp win, do we know? 2016. So much promise that year. Could the defense and Paxton Lynch, and I mean, here we go.
Darren, when you look at where this defense is today, compared to where you were maybe a year ago in training camp, and how much you've come and how much you've improved in just everyday practice. And then maybe you compare it to other defenses that have been around.
What is
Like,
happening?
if you look at the Bears defense from 85, maybe compare it to the Ravens
stop.
defense, the Tampa defense, other defenses.
Stop.
that have really
Hip hop.
dominated.
Hip hop. Hip
Do
hop.
you ever think of yourselves as a defense that could be a dominant defense off the field and on the field? When you're talking about the legacy of defenses, not just in the NFL, but defenses all over, like all professional sports, and not just sports, but maybe like defense in general. The term defense.
I don't buy this.
You ever term yourself a great
is a bit.
defense, and what it's like in that word when you're in college or high school?
No. No.
Was it ever like? Did you ever think of it that way? Like that you were going to make it in the defensive realm?
So what's the question?
No,
Wait,
no,
who
I
is he
don't
talking
know.
to?
No, that's not a dumb question because I don't buy that for 1 second.
That was Darian Stewart.
That had to have been a radio bit. He had to have been challenged to do that. Vic he's a dumb dude, but he's not that dumb.
Okay. So now we just got to figure out between you and I, because Dan's got background. Was that a bit?
That's a bit. That has to have been a bit.
And he was talking to Darian Stewart. And Darian Stewart at the end said, "What's the question?"
You can tell by the tone of his voice, like he was intentionally trying to be dumb. I think. Am I giving him too much credit here?
I'm going to say it wasn't a bit in the beginning, but Vic got lost in the question and he just turned it into something.
Okay.
That's my guess based on Darian Stewart, what he said. I'm going to say Vic realized in a minute and 10-second question.
All right, get Vic on the phone.
That 15 seconds into it, he had screwed up.
No, get Vic on the phone. We got to get to the bottom of this one.
All right, Dan. Do we want to just wait for Vic on this, Dan, or do you want to tell us the story?
Oh, you got the full story?
Well, I know what was going on, but let's hear it from Vic. I'll give Vic a call and we'll see if he can come up.
All right. So on the surface, for now, for the sake of argument, say it was for real. We'll get the real story here in a second. Say it was for real. Of those three,
Well, officially the dumbest one by far. But that was a bit from
that's the
start to
dumbest
finish.
one.
But that was a bit start to finish.
But I'm just saying, play along. Let's pretend it was for real.
Yes, if that's for real, that's by far the worst
That's
question.
dumber than how are you going to play in Detroit?
Yes.
I agree with you. That was absolutely idiotic. It has to be a bit.
Right?
But I bet it didn't start out as a bit. I bet it. Well, listen to the very beginning of
Darian, when you look at where this defense is today,
serious,
compared to where you were maybe a year ago.
No, listen
in
to the
training camp,
pace. Listen to
and how much you've come.
the pace of it. The whole thing is goofy.
Hey, Vic, can you wait like 5 minutes so we can talk to you about this in a second?
Wait, so Dan calls me and says, you guys want to talk to me? Now you want me to wait? To
No,
talk to you?
why do we need him to wait? Put him on.
No, because this is called the
We can
tease.
go, okay.
People
all right,
will
fine.
want to hang on. Vic, can you hang on or not, Vic?
Yeah, I can hang on. Call me back so I don't have to sit here and use my data.
Jeez, how cheap is this guy? Does everybody realize how much money he makes? We'll hear from Vic about it coming up next. It's DMAC for Soda Weight Loss. Okay. This has been such a rewarding time, and I knew I would eventually get there. Now, I got a long way to go. But when you drop around 18, 20 pounds, people do start noticing. Clothes start fitting better. I'm wearing this sweatshirt today, my 5280. Love this sweatshirt. And when I got it, it was such a bummer about 2 months ago, whatever, that it didn't really fit that great. But I love the sweatshirt. So it was one of those moments of like, all right, if I can just, dial it in here, I can at least wear some clothes. And this is new for me that I really, really like. And today was a cool day. Today was the day where I put it on like, oh, okay, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. This happens with soda. Listen, you can find more information. Call 1-800-555-6521. Lots of great stories like mine, fitting better, feeling better. SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda, state of the art. Vic Lombardi. Hey, Vic, in your career, how many questions do you think you've asked to, like, athletes or interview? I mean, seriously, what do you think it is? Where in the thousands do you think that is?
Oh, gosh. First of all, before I answer that question, it was a pleasure to wait through that break and hear another soda weight loss commercial because I haven't heard those enough.
Good, buddy. Good. Yeah, everybody cares about me being
Hey, for the
more
record,
fit.
Vic, in the break, I called D-Mac a jerk for making you wait and come back on the other side.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't blame. But in terms of how many questions, I can't even identify a number. I mean, I've been asking questions to athletes since I was, a college freshman?
Right.
So I have no idea. Maybe 100,000.
All
I
right.
have no idea.
So when we hear this question from the reporter in Tampa to Bowles,
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome.
Okay. All right. Where do you put that question in one of the dumber questions you've ever heard?
Well, as soon as I heard it, I know exactly what happened. That the news reporter sent by the local station, because now that the Tampa Bay Bucks are in the playoffs, the local stations think it's such big news that they send their big hitters, the news reporters who don't know anything about sports, and they started asking some ill-informed questions. So I don't blame the reporter. I blame the station for putting that reporter in that situation. I've seen it time and time again. Someone who doesn't know anything about sports but is told, hey, go do a story on sports. So,
but of all the questions, hold on, of all the questions in the world to ask, though.
How does she know there's this young lady, I don't know who she is. How would she know? She couldn't tell you a single player that plays for the Detroit Lions, I guarantee. If she can't identify a player for the Lions, how would she know that they play in the Dome? She has no idea.
It feels like there's an elementary level of research that could have been done there.
And why not, if you're not really doing that, why not just ask, what does this mean for the community to have you in the playoffs? You know, what do you think
What bothers me more than anything is when these questions are being asked. When you go past 10 seconds to ask a question, I start to zone out and I start to hate you. I can't stand the reporter who thinks so high of himself or herself that the question is asked in such a manner that it's some sort of Shakespearean play. Shut up and ask the question.
So you are setting yourself up. I see what you're doing. You're brilliant.
I had your back, Vic. I didn't buy it for a second.
For your 1 minute and 10-second question to Darian Stewart.
Darian, when you look at where this defense is today, compared to where you were maybe a year ago in training camp.
That's 10
and
seconds.
How much you've come and how much you've improved in just everyday practice. And then maybe you compare it to other defenses.
I can't do it because it has another minute from there. It has another minute from there.
Yeah, it's painful.
Okay.
That was 100% an effort for me to prove to my cohorts at Altitude, my friend Kyle Keefe. We had just conducted an interview. We did one of those scrums, and some national reporter asked a question. I think that was to Kubiak at the time, Jerry Kubiak's final year. And the question was 30 seconds long. And I looked at Kyle and I said, God, these people and their freaking questions, they think they're so smart. I go, I bet you I can ask a question for over a minute. And he goes, no way. I go, I bet you I can. So I go, watch this, follow me. And so I found the first person I could find, and that was Darian Stewart. And I said, I'm going to ask a question that just doesn't end. I'm going to go as long as I can. It's like holding your breath underwater. I'm just going to go and go and go.
But he didn't know. But Darian Stewart didn't know.
Oh, he had no idea.
Did you tell him after?
I told him after. I said, Darian, I was just having fun. And he just sort of stared at me and goes, okay, whatever. But the point is,
why'd you waste my time?
Yeah, exactly. It was a complete waste of time. But it was more my effort to prove a point that these people that are so full of themselves in our business that think that they want to hear your voice. No, nobody wants to hear your voice for more than 10 seconds. Any question can be asked in 10 seconds.
I agree.
Name a topic, name a question. I can do it in 10 seconds. There's no reason to give me a compound sentence. None. Zero. Those people that do that, they just want to hear themselves talk.
And I agree.
We got one or two in the Broncos media room that does
one
it.
Or
we
two.
got one or two.
One or two.
Is there more?
Oh, jeez. Well, we can't all be brilliant in five.
Whatever I'll put it this way also. Whenever you start using terminology like a sail route or Texas route, whenever you start using terminology to prove how smart you are.
Yeah. Well,
what are you laughing at, T-Mac? What are you laughing at?
I know you're talking about.
I would have a little more respect for that reporter. She had just bluntly said, "Hey, it's going to be cold in Detroit. You guys ready for the cold?"
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's it. I don't know what all those other words were for. And that poor Coach Bowles, sitting there going, "Okay, yeah, I got you." It just made her look more stupid. So, just a word of advice to all young reporters out there, budding journalists. And first off, I tell you, get into another business.
Right.
Don't get into this business.
Start there.
That's the last advice I'd give you.
Right.
But if you do want to suffer and get into this business, please, brevity is your friend.
Right.
Be short.
Because if you're gonna sound stupid, just do it quickly.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
Look, all I can
Right,
say
right.
is I've lived
Perfect.
by the code of 10 seconds or less my entire life.
That's perfect. See, Kyle was idiotic and moronic there, as he rightfully knows, but he got the message across. It's about the defense and whatever happened to that defense in that game. That's what it was about.
And now we have found more about Tyler's love life. All in the same
10 seconds or less. It's a code I live by.
10 seconds or less. All right, Vic. Hey, can you believe that Scotty was on the tarmac again today for over 2 hours? Again.
You're kidding me.
No, from Philly to
kidding me.
Boston, 2 hours at least.
Oh, my God, dude. Those road trips. I know, Tyler, listen, you play in the NFL just once a week, but I talk to Scotty and Marlo all the time about it. I don't know how they do it.
I know.
82 games. Can you imagine baseball? I mean, I don't know how
It's
they
brutal.
do it.
Yeah.
That's nuts. That's half your life just in air. I couldn't do it.
Well, are you going to be in the studio Friday?
Hell no. I'm at home. See you guys.
All right. No, I meant on altitude. All right.
Vic's
I
done.
meant-
Vic's done.
Okay. All right. That's,
His time's up. I mean,
enough.
you did ask him to wait 5 minutes.
I did. That's true. Yeah, I don't think Vic's ever coming into
See,
into this studio ever
I
again.
mean, I feel like you should have fessed up to Vic that you did not believe that was fully intentional.
I was sort of right because from Darian Stewart's perspective, it was real, but it was, it was a bit. It was obviously shtick.
Yes.
Yes. That takes a lot
Hey,
of.
I give Vic credit
I
for
was
being
just gonna
willing
say,
to put yourself out there and be that dumb. He's barely even doing that for a show. He was doing that to win a bet to a friend.
Dude, I totally agree. That takes some balls to do that.
I actually think I would care about what they think of me as I'm asking this question.
And you're out at training camp and there's a lot of other people around you doing it. Vic's hey man, hey, it's Vic Lombardi, yo.
Yep.
There's things that go along with it. Hey Kyle, watch this. Hold my beer.
Part of me's wondering if he had a timer on his phone and he's looking down at it as he's asking the questions.
Well, I laugh because it's Darian Stewart because I've been around Darian a lot. He's just a very mellow sort of, Darian better than I do, but he's not a Keeb or Chris Harris or one of those type of guys.
Probably the least eccentric dude in
Right?
that no-fly zone. Yeah.
And at the end of it, he goes, "What's your question?"
Yeah, just so you know, I was doing a bit. Okay.
Right. Like, what's he supposed to do with that?
Why'd you choose me
Right.
to
Like,
do
it's
that bit?
hot. I want to get a gate. Practice is over.
But if I'm Darian, because you know who Vic is, but you don't know him that well. After he
Ow.
tells me I'm doing a bit, I'm not sure if I would have believed him.
Oh, my God. That was so great.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
But, Coach, I've seen those sail routes have some success earlier in the game.
Come on. Keep going.
Well,
Keep going.
out of the backfield, the running back, that Texas route, too, just a lot of teams
Throw
have
in
been
21
utilizing it.
personnel.
Yeah, 21 personnel. We want to see that, and John Elway knows my name. I love you, buddy. I love you. I just texted him this morning. He's my pal. I literally just texted him this morning.
Yeah, you're not being subtle now. It's PhD on 92.5. C-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive Group. Okay, time to get that car. You've been thinking about it. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's where you can check it out. But their locations are fabulous when it comes to buying this car. Smart shoppers have choices. That's what I got. We got Mike Maroney Automotive with new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont. Lowest prices, lowest payments on a new Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Ford. They have over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. So you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at my pals, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So visit them today. Mike Maroney, Buick, GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont. Shop online, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Let's go. Turn it up. Sun's out. Guns out. Come on, y'all. You know, see, I got another broadcaster thing for you, which is kind of funny.
Okay.
But I could save that, or I could just get right to it, which is kind of like, is this a goof or not a goof? Maybe I'll just save that for a little bit. Save it for a little bit. But we could play a game. Is this a put on or not a put on? It was with a guy I went to college with, who is a way more famous broadcaster than me. But it's one of those like, not sure here. It's another really awkward moment.
All right.
We'll get to it in a little bit. Joel Embiid on what he said to Jokic after last night's Sixers win over the Nuggets.
They're also dying to know what you two asked each other and said to each other during that last hug.
No, I just told him he's the best player in the league. Like I told you earlier, he won a championship. That's the best team in the league, and he's the Finals MVP. So I was just telling him, keep going, see you in 2 weeks, and keep doing your thing, and that's why you're the best in the league.
Oh, he's going to see us in 2 weeks, is he?
Would he have said that had he not won MVP?
Are you down on Joel Embiid, or do you like Joel Embiid?
I think he is a little bit phony with that stuff, if I'm being real. I do. I'm sure they've got a good relationship. Listen, they play in the NBA. It's a small world. There's only 2 or 3 of them that can do what they can do. And I'm sure there's mutual respect there. But I think Joel Embiid is insecure. I really do. And had he not actually won an MVP, I'm not sure he would have actually said that. But anyways, whatever. Dude, Joel Embiid earned it last night. He won a stinking basketball game for his team. He did. He balled out. Nikola Jokic played good basketball also. Joel Embiid played better. Embiid went on a 10-0 stretch by himself against the Nuggets in the fourth quarter when it mattered the most. And, this Nuggets team is so stinking talented. The only dude that I have, to this day, I've not figured out who he is Jamal Murray. To this day, there was a point where I'm like, I want to put him in the elite category, right?
Mm-hmm. But
he's not elite. He's
pretty damn good.
He's pretty damn good. Is he pretty damn good or great?
I think it depends on the night. And to be elite, you've got to be more consistent.
Yeah.
But there are nights where he is pretty elite. Right, to be elite, you've got to really seriously be able to do it night after night after night after night.
What I honestly thought was going to happen this year, and it sounds like I'm way down on Jamal. I'm not, dude. I'm not. I do think sometimes he just takes too long to get a shot. I think sometimes he doesn't recognize when it's not his night. I also love Jamal Murray, and I also think he's been absolutely phenomenal for Denver Nuggets. But I really did think after the playoff run last year, that was the type of run that changes a player forever. Forever. You never go backwards after a moment like that. And, Jamal, it's not like he's going out there having 7 or 8 turnovers every single night, but there seems to be some untimely turnovers that hurt the Denver Nuggets. Last night in the fourth quarter was certainly one.
Jamal is a world champion. He's the second best player on the Nuggets. He's a max contract worthy player. Is he an all-star?
Well,
it's tough.
And I really don't want to get caught in this. I'm railing on Jamal Murray because that's not what I'm trying to do. But if you really put him up, like against all the point guards in the NBA, where does he stand? So, I don't even think, all-star to me, I don't even think that's the conversation right now.
I think he's definitely a top 10.
Agreed. Absolutely top 10.
I could see him being an all-star. I think he's worthy of that. And I'll tell you this, you can't win a championship without him.
No, you cannot.
But part of Jamal, for sure, is just seeing that there's moments that, are kind of stinkers. But he's also the same guy at the end of the first half who throws up like this crazy three-pointer that he nailed.
Well,
but there's turnovers late in the game, too, that drive you nuts. I get it.
One thing that is kind of been consistent about him, though, is that he does have this ebbs and flows to the season. And I just trust him. When the lights turn on and it matters the most,
he doesn't care.
I just trust him.
I'll tell you this about Jamal. even if he's having a bad game, he doesn't lose confidence at the end of a game.
No.
And I liked a moment last night with Jamal where, listen, it was a stretch if they were going to be able to come back or not at that point. They were down like by 5 with 10 seconds to go, something like that. And instead of forcing the 3 off a pick by Jokic, he dished the ball to KCP, which was the right play. And KCP's a real good player too and had a good look at a 3. He missed it, it went in and out, but it was a good look. And it was definitely a better shot than if Jamal had forced something. The other night against the Pacers in the fourth quarter, Jamal worked hard to get the ball to Michael Porter Jr., who was having a great night. And that worked out well as well. So I think there's good things happening with Jamal. I do. But I understand, too, when you see the ball go to Jamal and it never leaves his hands and he just sort of hangs on to it, and it's like, well, here's Carmelo Anthony all over again.
Yep.
And you have those kind of moments, too.
Someone asks, is Jamal Murray worth a Supermax? Well, he can't get a Supermax unless he's an all-star.
Right. I mean, if he earns it, then yeah. But he's the second best.
I'll tell you this, though. I'd way rather be paying Jamal Murray a Supermax than Michael Porter Jr.
I don't have a problem paying either of them a Supermax contract.
I'm not fighting that Michael Porter Jr. isn't worth his money. Well, a little bit. I mean, he's making a stupid amount of money.
He's an elite shooter.
Okay, I got it. But of those two guys, which one is more worthy of having a Supermax?
Well, Jamal is.
Of course.
But you don't have to make that sort of decision. I mean, that'll sort of be made for itself.
They
do
make that decision for you.
Yeah. Listen, man. It's apples. I mean, we're cutting. You need them both. And without Jamal, they didn't even sniff it. One game without Jamal and MPJ that they won against Golden State. One game.
I'm not quite sure what happened last night, if I'm being honest, because the Nuggets close out games. That's what they do. I mean, they talk about ebbs and flows of every single game. It feels like it's like just rinse and repeat watching the Denver Nuggets. Get out to good lead. They kind of lose it a little bit. They get into the fourth quarter, and they close things out. And last night, they didn't do it. I don't know why.
I know why.
Why?
Well, because you spent a ridiculous travel day and it caught up to you.
Maybe.
And you know what? I didn't have any expectations going to that game last night. And I really don't care that they lost. So what? We'll see Joel Embiid.
You were kind of counting that one as a loss before,
I was.
Right?
I was. I just didn't care. I knew the travel was brutal. They got 4 more games on the road. Do you know they play in Washington, go to Indiana, and come back to New York City? Who scheduled that before they come home? This is a ridiculous.
10 games, right?
It's a ridiculous. Yes, it's a very hard stretch they're in right now. I didn't care about that game. You know what game I actually kind of care about? Boston. I think that would be a bit of a signature game. Yes. Boston's 19-0. They have not lost at home. They got another plane crap, but they have a whole day off yesterday. You know, you can go look at the USS Constitution and the Bunker Hill Monument and, you know, do all that Boston crap.
Today.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Or never. Who cares? They got plenty of time to rest up. You can go see Peter and Eileen in Ipswich.
There you go.
They'll get you a lobster roll down at Woodman's in Essex.
They'd probably poison them if we're being real.
They're
Team Celtics.
They're Team D-Mac.
No.
They're Team Darren.
No.
They root for me first.
Yeah.
Who are we kidding? They're 87 and 77. They ain't staying up for that game. That being said, I care more about that game with rest against a good opponent. They haven't lost at home. Let's go. Let's get that done. Last night, to me, was garbage. Meanwhile, the Avalanche up in Ottawa got a nice win. They were down 4-2, scored 5 unanswered goals. Ottawa pulled their goalie with 5.5 minutes left down, too. That didn't work out. You got Miles Wood, who came back, had a goal. Jason Poland is relatively new, got his first NHL goal, got his first professional goal. How about that? He hadn't scored with the Eagles.
Couple of NCAA guys coming through.
So you got some good stuff. You got Justus Annunen. Mosier kept saying,
Hold on. I thought it was Annunen.
I did too. And he kept saying Annunen like the entire night.
Isn't it Annunen?
Dude.
Like borderline Antonin?
Dude. I thought so. He's from Finland, but I don't know. I'm just listening to Moj, and that's how he's saying it. Bednar on Val seeking help.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but I like to think that like these guys are proud guys and competitive guys, and I think it takes a lot to be able to come forward, especially when you're in the public eye and admit that you got a problem with something and then go seek help. I think it takes a lot of courage, and we want to be, help provide an environment for our guys that they feel comfortable to do that, to ask for help.
Okay, well, so you got to figure this out. I'm just talking hockey now, Tyler, just hockey. You got to figure something out because who knows, seriously, how long this is going to be.
No. Going back to the other side of it, though, just real quick. And you got two guys, same team, same year, going through substance abuse issues. And they're not unique. That's not unique to the Colorado Avalanche. I promise you, it's a problem. I mean, it actually blows my mind. NHL, NBA, and I guess Major League Baseball to a degree, although those guys are barely doing anything. But it blows my mind that those guys can go out there night after night partying the way that they do. See, the one thing about the NFL is I'm not telling you there wasn't substance abuse problems in the NFL. There was. But our schedule more or less prevented it the night before a game. It was nearly impossible to go out and get yourself tanked the night before the game, just based off of our scheduling, the way it worked, when you got into the hotel.
Well, you really didn't have road trips.
What
Not
time
really.
your curfew was. You're not there for 2 days.
Right.
You're not there for 3 days.
Right.
You just get in and you get out. So generally speaking, you didn't have a ton of guys struggling with substance abuse the night before the game. It blows my mind. Like Val clearly has had issues going on this year, whatever it is, and I'm not going to try to assume what it is, but whatever it is that he's struggling with, the dude has been dominant. I mean, going out there and just being an absolute freak in front of the net. I don't know how they do it.
We'll see with Val when he comes back. You can't sit there, though. And I think they are playing to win a championship this year. But we'll see. They got a nice win last night. Guess where they play? They play in Boston. And we're going to have some fun with Connor McGahey, hopefully, and Scott Hastings if the plane ever gets to Boston. So no word from Scott, by the way, Dan, right?
They landed.
Oh, how do you know that?
He texted us.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
He said 2.5 hours sitting on the plane.
So they spent 7.5 hours in the last 48 hours sitting on a tarmac.
So we may get a Scott Hastings last break on the show special show. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Meanwhile, is this a goof or not a goof? Ian Eagle, the bird, I went to college with.
I have not heard it. I'm already going to say not a goof.
Okay.
Because Ian Eagle is in the position that you don't goof.
Even in college, Ian was a pretty
this is in college?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is like the other night with Mike Fratello on the Nets broadcast. So Ian does NFL games for CBS. He's done that for years. He's done local radio in New York, but he's also been the Nets play-by-play guy for 18 years. Here we go.
Threes coming from all over the place, and then everything that could go wrong, foul, ball goes in, N1, stops the clock, turnover, missed free throws when you got fouled of it. It was crazy.
Could I make one point?
Sure can.
I just want to say that earlier, you had a very patronizing tone towards me. I fully understand what a slip screen is. I've been doing the NBA for 18 years. But the way you presented it initially was gobbledygook. So, like the audience, I wanted you to come back and explain yourself. And you then just took a firing line on me, and it was uncalled for.
I don't think so.
That's exactly what happened.
You are overly sensitive to that.
I am not.
Did you have a bad day today?
It's second game of a back-to-back.
The ride back from Philly, did it disturb you last night?
That was 2 hours with you, which is probably the reason why.
Wow.
I've had enough tonight. Timeout.
Wow.
Goof or not a goof?
No, there's nothing goof about that. Are you kidding me? That is dead serious.
Now, they came out
dead serious
and said it was a goof.
No.
They did it, my guy, not a goof.
Now you're covering your tracks at this point.
Think that's what it was?
There's nothing goof about that. Give me a break.
Dan, you don't think that was a goof?
No way.
Now,
you can hear it in his voice. He is ticked off.
Now, Dan, I'm going to give you some serious homework here that if you could figure it out, I'll give you an A+ grade. I get it if you can't. I would love to hear the call of whatever he was referring to that he was being patronized about. I would love to hear that part of the call.
Well, we can work on that. Me too. Knowing Ian, I don't think it was a goof
Dude, you're
either.
you can't play games on a call like that. Are you kidding me?
Well, especially because there was play happening. You could hear it behind the scenes. So you're not describing what's going on during the game to goof around?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so. I want to thank all of our viewers on Twitch. You can download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Safeway is Colorado's local grocer since 1926 and is proud to offer local products including beef, produce, and other Colorado Proud certified items that have been grown, raised, or processed in Colorado. You support local when you shop at Safeway. All right. Thank you, Safeway. Thank you, Ian. We got a lot of cringe audio. Perfect setup for Dan Tanner and Let's Football Go next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. I was talking to my guy Reed today, and I've been friends with Reed for more than a decade, man. It was great chatting with him. It's great to be back in partnership with Premier Heating and Air. Listen, this relationship I've had with Premier means they've been inside of my home for years and years and years, and that makes my home, well, first of all, warmer, more efficient. Technology's up to speed with where I need it. Premier's helped me on all these things. And if you were freezing over the past few days, call Premier, 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. The heating and air pros with free repair diagnostic, $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, and all their equipment, a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty. Again, 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. Oh, damn, that might be a keeper. That might be a keeper right there. Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. What we got, Dan? Yes, let's go.
All right, so Pro Football Talk says that the Bears, Broncos, and Saints can be forced to do Hard Knocks coming up in 2024's training camp.
Good one.
Okay, so here's my question for you guys. Number one, are you interested in seeing the Broncos on Hard Knocks this year? But number two, if you could go back to any Broncos season over the last 20 years, what season would you love to see the inside scoop on Hard Knocks of any Broncos season over the last 20 years?
In season or preseason?
Preseason. Well, I guess either or.
In season, it would be Tebow.
Which Tebow year?
The good one.
Yeah,
I
me
mean,
too.
I would love to see the behind the scenes of how are we figuring this out.
2011.
Right? That would be compelling.
Yep.
Now preseason, it probably would have been that fascinating, but I don't preseason.
I think preseason would have been really fascinating because they were about to trade Orton to Miami and it fell through.
Okay.
And so, no, there was drama even in preseason. That Tebow year, and there's been a lot of amazing, but we're talking Hard Knocks. Like, you want, like stuff going on. That is a tough year to top, Tyler.
Yeah.
Tough year to top.
Just in terms of the Broncos being on Hard Knocks, I think it's going to happen. I do. First off, the Broncos cannot say no if the NFL tells them you are going to be on Hard Knocks this year. They're one of those three teams that they cannot say no to it. And then if you just go down the list in terms of interest, well, I guess there's something compelling about Justin Fields a little bit. Not really to me. Saints, what would be compelling about that? I mean, the Broncos are good. They're getting rid of Russell Wilson, and they're getting a new quarterback. That is by far the most compelling storyline of those three teams.
Not only do I want to see it, I think the Broncos need it. People have just lost touch nationally with who the Broncos even are. I think Greg Penner, man, I would tell you, this is a great opportunity to just reach out and tell everybody your story about who the Broncos are. And forget about, all this other it's a distraction and all that. Forget that.
Well, that's where you and I are going to verge because you could never convince me it's an advantage from a football operation point of view to be on Hard Knocks. Now, I get what you're saying. Penner's in control of the image of the Denver Broncos. So he wants to put the Denver Broncos out there in the public again. Okay, I can't really argue with that. But from a competitive point of view, it is a distraction.
Well, the way it's produced these days, and it's a lot different than it used to be, it is a hype propaganda film for whoever they feature. That is exactly how they do it now because, of course, it's hard to find teams to agree to do this. It's way different than back in the day. They will make everybody on the Broncos look awesome.
Guess what? Greg Penner might come to Sean Payton and say, hey, I want to do it. Now, they can't say no. They cannot say no. But there's zero chance Sean Payton's going to be on board for that.
Tough tooties, Sean. And you know what? He may not, but Slim Shawnee around a camera. Come on. Now,
he does like a little attention.
He likes a little bit. Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas. So Dov Kleeman tweeted this out today. Colts owner Jim Irsay was found laying in his bed, unresponsive and gasping for air during a suspected overdose in December, according to police. Carmel Police Department documents obtained by TMZ said cops were dispatched to Irsay's residence on December 8th at around 4:30 a.m. after someone said they had found the Colts owner unconscious on a bathroom floor with blue skin tone. So that's a little scary there. So an update on this, the Colts have released a statement after owner Jim Irsay reportedly suffered a suspected overdose, saying he is still recovering from a respiratory illness, and they said the team will have no further comment on his personal health, and we continue to ask that Jim and his family have the privacy and be respected.
Well, that's terrible, and I hope he gets better soon, and well, this is a while ago, though, so I suppose he's all right? So, I mean, what's the question, kind of?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there's not much to go with it other than he's got a long history with substance abuse issues also. So, hey, it hits billionaires, it hits billionaires, it hits everybody.
Yeah, I hope for recovery for Jim Irsay. All right, next up.
All right, fellas, Patrick Mahomes' helmet served its intended purpose despite cracking and a piece breaking off in sub-zero temperatures during Saturday night's playoff game. But that's per the manufacturer. So they say while outer shell damage is not ideal, the 0-2 helmet did its job of protecting Patrick Mahomes during a head-to-head impact during unprecedented cold temperatures. The company that makes the helmet said in a statement released on social media. They say the exclusive multi-layer technology employed by the 0-2 helmet model utilizes a deformable outer shell, impact absorption layer, followed by a stiff inner shell. This design approach is similar to the crumple zone of modern cars, effectively absorbing and dispersing impact forces at the point of contact.
You lost me at stiff inner shell.
Not only did the helmet do its job, but they're going to take an image of that shattered helmet. They're going to use that on their sales pitches to all the teams, to all their clients. This is how good our helmet is. It shatters.
So let me get this straight. The people that made the company said it worked fine.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
No chance Patrick Mahomes got a concussion off that one, though. No chance. No need to go see the blue tent. Helmet just exploded.
No. And it worked perfectly. That's like somebody who built a bridge that collapsed going like, that car was meant to sink to the bottom of that river.
Look how many lives we saved.
Yeah. Look how many cars got over that bridge safely.
Yeah.
Next story, Dan.
All right, and lastly, guys, Philadelphia Eagles coach Nick Sirianni will meet with owner Jeffrey Lowry and general manager Howie Roseman on Wednesday, according to a report. So the meeting itself is routine, the team is saying. It'll follow exit interviews with players and meetings with coaches, but the circumstances are unique. Obviously, the Eagles started 10-1, and they lost 6 of their last 7 games and were eliminated on Super Wildcard Weekend by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So here's my question for you guys. With all of the big names that are out in the coaching world that are open, do the Eagles fire Nick Sirianni and try to bring in a Jim Harbaugh, Bill Belichick, or one of the bigger names in the coaching circles?
I don't know, man. He's been a pretty good coach for them over the past couple of years. I'd probably stick with Sirianni and trust him to just get it together here. By the way, did you check out that Jason Kelsey's backtracking, or not backtracking, but just sort of said, hey, I haven't really decided to retire quite yet.
Yeah.
I thought it sounded smart. He was like, when you're so emotional after the last game, why don't you give yourself a little bit of time to sort of think about it?
Yep.
So he may still retire, but I was thinking about you too, and you had a great Facebook post, and you had a lot of thought that went into your retirement. It sort of reminded me of kind of the way you approach that too.
Yeah, well, you never want to do it on a whim like that. But going back to Sirianni,
yeah,
you said he's had a good couple of years. He had 2 incredibly embarrassing years and 1 great year. 2 out of the 3 have been embarrassing, laughing stock of the NFL.
Well, you're still in the playoffs, though. You're still making the playoffs,
dude. Does that feel like you made the playoffs when you lost 6 out of 7 games to end the season?
It's rough.
Yeah,
it's rough.
I don't think he's going to get fired, because I do think that if you get to a Super Bowl, that certainly has got to at least give you 1 bad season of good grace within the franchise, right? You were just in a Super Bowl a year before, but I don't think he's on stable footing by any means, because it's been 2 flat-out embarrassing seasons.
You're probably right. He starts next year on the hot seat and goes from there, but he probably makes it to next year, right?
I would think.
I think the Mike McCarthy situation is I think they should blow him. I don't get that. I don't even know what the hesitation is. You cannot have that talented of a team. What did they win, like 16 games in a row at home, and you lose a home playoff game? Come on, man.
When you lose to a better team, you're supposed to lose.
Hey, the voice of God pops in.
Oh, my God. What's going on? I don't even have the Zoom on. Oh, there you are, bud. I did not even have my Zoom on there. What's going on?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Let's fade this music down. Let's catch up.
My body feels pretty good. I've been nice and limber, walking around, How are you?
Well, Kaz and I were talking. We think that we've been sitting on a plane on tarmacs longer than all the flight times that it's going to take in this 5-game road trip.
Nice.
That's insane.
That's fun.
Yeah, we got another 2.5-hour one today. We're supposed to land in Boston, 1:00 Boston time, 1:05. I sent you that guy's itinerary.
You did, yeah.
We landed at 3:30.
So
Dude.
you're on the tarmac for over 2 hours. How long is the flight itself? 45 minutes?
Yeah, it was nothing. I mean, it was up, boom, boom, level out for 10 or 15 minutes and come back down. The flight wasn't nothing. Then of course, now, whatever. But so today, the issues of traveling in the NBA, today's issues. They had a plane parked too close to the nose of the plane or someplace, and they couldn't move it around and get out. So they had to wait till they could move a plane to get out of the way.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, so, because they park these giant planes usually, and it's not at the main terminals, right? That they're off on little whatever places. And then I was told they'd missed a window or whatever, and like the guys were on their coffee break that were supposed to now de-ice your plane.
Right.
We had like icicles dripping off the plane. I'm glad they waited for that one. That was a good one. So we had to wait another 45 minutes till somebody came back around and could de-ice the airplane.
Dude.
Hey, how much?
It's been it.
Dude.
And then listen, that cry a river for me, play a fiddle, and then we all learn the news on the airplane, right? The assistant coach with Golden State passes away, who's a dear friend of Nikola Jokic's. So
you found that out on the plane?
Well, we found out that we found this out.
Did Nikola know?
I believe so. He was in a pretty serious conversation this morning at breakfast, and I could just assume that was kind of what the conversation was going.
I'm so sorry. That's
Well, like I said, it's a reminder. Listen, we're sitting there worried about sticking on an airplane for 2 hours, catching up on all my kitty cat videos on Instagram, and a guy loses his life who dedicated himself to basketball.
Yeah.
How much do you think that factored into things, Scott? Because Nuggets played good last night. It was exciting. The first half was fireworks. They had 156 combined points in the first half, and then you get to the fourth quarter, and Nuggets historically just close things out. And for whatever reason, last night, Embiid goes on that 10-0 run himself, but the Nugs were kind of out of character. They did not close it out. Do you think that the plane from the day before factored in?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, listen, anytime something goes screwy, that's always just a ready-made excuse. It's not like they suck. They're a pretty good team. Denver stopped them. Kaz and I were doing the radio call, and Denver stopped them. And it was like a 7-point game, and we're saying, okay, they can get back in this. They got to have stops and score. They stopped them 6 straight times. The problem was Denver went down and didn't score 6 straight times. They missed, I want to say they missed 3 or 4 threes. Jamal missed a turnaround, and they had a turnover. But you had 6 possessions that if you score on, you hope you're going to score on 4 of the 6. 3 of the 6 at minimum, and then you got the lead, you're tied, or now it's down to the last few seconds. But the offense went away in the fourth quarter a little bit, and that's it. That is what it is.
Are they even? I saw where they were practicing today, which I think is kind of cool, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not on your itinerary. So I don't even know if they're practicing there today.
Well, they are. It's now an optional, and they are. In fact, we landed. Here's another day. So then we land, and the people in Philadelphia didn't pack the plane right, and they packed all the equipment. So we had to wait for 10 days worth of equipment to come off before we could get personal bags for all the players. So we're saying, and it's. I'm gonna tell you what, Boston's bitter cold right now. It's like Denver cold. It was. We're all standing out underneath the airplane, waiting for bags to come off. But yeah, they're still scheduled. They were supposed to go from 2 to 4. They have a hard out at Harvard at 6:30, but there's a handful of them going over there and an optional practice.
They're practicing at Harvard.
Yeah,
they're going
which I
to
was kind of looking forward. I thought that would be kind of cool. Wouldn't that be neat to go there?
I've been to Harvard campus many times. Have you never been over to the campus at Harvard?
One time, a long, long time ago. Here was the interesting thing. I talked to Katie's on the trip, and I was going to ask her if she went. Now, obviously, the things may change. I'm sure Nicola's not even going over there now. But I don't know if you've ever listened to the introductions when they do starting lineups for the Nuggets on the radio. Have you ever heard it?
God, on the
Dan,
radio.
do you have that? Is that in the system somewhere? So they do the starting lineups, and they're going, Jamal Murray, 6'1", Kentucky, or whatever it does, And the Jokers is hilarious. hilarious, which I thought would be since this is where they're going to. Anyway, long story short, he goes, Nikola Jokic, Harvard.
I did not catch. You got all right. Here you go, Dan. No, he's got it. Go ahead, Dan. Play it.
And at center,
Nikola Jokic, number 15 position. Whatever you want me to do, school, Harvard.
Harvard.
That is
So
fantastic.
they came out with those starting lineups a couple of years ago. Somebody it somehow got to Harvard, and like they should. I mean, this is great. Somebody in the SI department sent Nikola a whole bunch of Harvard gear,
That is fantastic.
like T-shirts and hats and stuff.
It's a cool place, man. I just was like, it's not super convenient with where you're staying, though. It's
Are you downtown?
Yeah, he's on Dalton Street in downtown Boston. Like, you're not. Harvard's in Cambridge. It's across the Charles River.
About 30 minutes or so, or what?
Well, it depends on traffic and all.
Traffic, right?
Emerson,
But
where they're
since
practicing.
you know where I'm at,
Yeah.
there's supposed to be a really nice, famous, like deli/bakery right up the street. right?
I don't know. I'm not. I don't know the ins and outs. If you want to travel 40 minutes up the road to Ipswich, I can let you know where to go there, Scotty. But I'll take your word for it. I just know the general vicinity of Boston, not the ins and outs. But
Yeah. But
anyways,
we finally made it, and
you're
it is
there.
what it is.
All right. Well,
Yeah, we're
listen.
there.
Now that you're here, I don't have time right now. We got to play him the Iron Eagle Fratello thing and see.
I
if,
sent that to you. I've heard it. It's
all right. Hold on. Just
People
hold
are
it.
saying this is old.
Hold on.
2012.
Oh, it's 2012?
Yeah.
2012.
People are saying 11, but whatever. 2011, 2012, yeah.
Why are you?
But
it's
because have you ever heard announcers one get on another one that hard?
No, but I didn't know this was 11 years old.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll still play it because it's fun.
It's making rounds again, though.
Why?
It was
I saw
blowing
that
up
after
again
we talked
today.
about it last time. I saw everybody texting, fellas, this is like 10 years old.
I'm Baby New Year on this. I didn't know. Hey, it's new to me.
Yeah.
That's all that was. Well, all right. We'll have some fun with it here in a second. And Scotty
And now
there.
you know why Fratello's not doing Brooklyn games anymore.
So, okay, well, you're tipping your cap a little bit. We'll hear it coming up next.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalized Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. They are a company that I trust and I've endorsed for years and years. And listen, you know where you're at. If your furnace isn't working correctly, it's costing you cash. If it's malfunctioning, it can affect your family's health, or if it isn't working at all. I mean, how did you actually get through the past few days? Okay, well, I have a solution for you. Call Premier Heating and Air. Don't turn into a popsicle out there. 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. They are heating and air pros with free repair diagnostics, $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, and 0% interest financing, much, much more. All of their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. They're who I trust in my home. They'll do the right work for you. 720-547-8009, PremierAirColorado.com. Hey, just so I'm checking, we're breaking news and stories from 11 years ago,
buddy.
right?
That's what we do.
All right.
Come here for breaking news.
How's Nixon doing? Has he quit yet?
Something happened with I can't remember.
I heard there's something called a car now. What am I going to do with my horse? But all right, let's go back a little bit. And Scotty joins us from Boston.
Oregon yet? Have they discovered Oregon yet?
I don't know.
Dude, that Oregon Trail is nasty.
I mean, Bo Nix has to come from somewhere. All right, we get on with, all right, was this fake or real?
Threes coming from all over the place, and then everything that could go wrong, foul, ball goes in, N1, stops the clock, turnover, missed free throws when you got Fowlovich. It was crazy.
Could I make one point?
Sure can.
I just want to say that earlier, you had a very patronizing tone towards me. I fully understand what a slip screen is. I've been doing the NBA for 18 years. But the way you presented it initially was gobbledygook. So, like the audience, I wanted you to come back and explain yourself. And you then just took a firing line on me, and it was uncalled for.
I don't think so.
That's exactly what happened.
You are overly sensitive to that.
I am not.
Did you have a bad day today?
It's second game of a back-to-back.
The ride back from Philly,
tough.
did it disturb you last night?
That was 2 hours with you, which is probably the reason why I've had enough tonight. Time out.
That's Iron Eagle with Mike Fratello. So
Jeez.
We do have some new news, although this audio is old, but so that was real, Scott, or fake?
When I first heard it, I went, that was a polite way of saying, you know, Jane, you ignorant slut.
Wow.
I mean, it was, I thought it initially, then you hear him kind of laugh. I think they kind of had a history like that. There's another one where they do an open, Ian asks Mike a question, and Mike starts to talk, and Ian goes, we don't have time for that. Let's get right into what happened. And so I don't know if that became a bit
No
for them
freaking
that
way.
they kind of
You guys
jumped
think,
on each other.
Man, that sounded so real to me. Like, and the part that I'm struggling with on a bit, like, it's Scott, you know it's a whole lot better than I would. Is there room for a bit on a broadcast like that? Like, that seems like a pretty serious place.
That audio we got that from is a video, and the game's actually going on. I didn't pay attention what the score. If it's a bit, that means it was like 120 to 85.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And you got 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, you have
and
time
so
in those situations,
Now you just have fun and play. But like I said, there's another clip, because I went down this rabbit hole today too, and I was, in it before I realized that was from 2012. He keeps popping its head up and blah, blah, blah. But there's another one where he asked Mike in the pregame show, and Mike, it was like first game, maybe preseason or something. He goes, Mike, how was your summer? Man, I had a great summer. We ain't time for that. Let's get ready to this game tonight. And they zoom into Mike, and Mike's face is like, what? you know? So I don't know if it was real. I do know this.
What's
he's
that?
not doing Brooklyn games anymore, and he's doing Clipper games. So,
Yeah.
Fratello.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah, Fratello.
Yeah,
and,
to me-
and Ian's still doing Brooklyn games when he's off his other duties.
All right. So, Dan, what is the new story behind this?
When you say
old-
new,
Well,
like
no, this is
2016,
no, this is
2015,
this is back in 2012.
2013.
So we have an old update on an old clip.
But he explains what happens here. This is from Ian Eagle. He said, quote, people believe this is real, that Mike and I would go off on each other on the air. Who in a serious fight would ever use the term gobbledygook?
You.
He also says every bit of that was a put on, not 40%, not 70%. It was 100% busting each other's chops. We do it every game. What happens sometimes is the local audience knows what we're up to, but when something like this goes viral, the unfortunate part is the familiarity goes out the window.
All right. I'll take him at his word.
I tell you what, Ian Fratello's a good friend of mine, and Ian, I think, is one of the best broadcasters in television right now.
Ian was like a grown man at 18 when I first met him when we worked together, and he was the way he is now, Scott. He's kind of been like that since he was 18 years of age.
The name Ian.
That's his
to
real
me,
name.
That just implies I'm serious. That just implies like I'm not here to play games.
He was like serious.
Don't
with
you dare call me Ian.
Right, but he was serious with a sense of humor, and also his real name is Ian Eagle. Like you would think that is his real name. That's not made up. So
that sounds like a wrestler from the old Memphis whatever their wrestling thing is called back there.
Hey,
Deep South Wrestling or something.
I just
Ian
read
Eagle.
something crazy though, guys. John Elway retired.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
John Elway retired.
Let's get some more up-to-date bits on this
How
show.
how you guys feel about that?
Let's super. The more content, the better. All right.
I feel super.
Scotty, thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. I understand there's going to be a moon launch. We're going to try to get to the moon.
That's right.
Finally.
We landed on the moon.
We're finally,
Those yours?
We'll have that audio coming
Both
up
of 'em?
tomorrow. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, and I don't know if you guys understood that
That was
they're
not real,
making
though.
a movie off the New York Times bestseller Jaws. And it's supposed to hit theaters this summer.
I feel bad for naked swimmers. That's what I don't want to give away the movie, but that's just what I've heard rumors about.
We did not land on the moon.
Okay, really? Aaron Rodgers coming into the...
Don't buy it. Nope.
Okay. Boy, we don't have time for our mock draft now.
No!
Oh,
Actually,
thank
you know
God.
what? All right, tomorrow.
Oh, more Iron Eagle. More
Tomorrow,
Iron Eagle.
I'm going to do
more Iron Eagle.
what D-Mac
More
loves
Iron Eagle.
more than anything. The draft trade chart.
Lord.
The trade chart.
Oh, the trade chart.
numbers, the values.
Oh,
that
yeah.
I got to take. That's going to use numbers and values. And it's going to be exciting.
I hope there's a lot
No,
of...
it's not. It's going to be boring as hell, and people will be falling asleep and dumber for having to listen to it.
And may God have mercy on your soul.
Hopefully there's a lot of
Speaking
reading.
of trades, you guys see Bruce Brown got
Yes,
traded
what do you
today. How
think?
about that?
I know, we're running out of time here, but what do you think?
Well, we get to see Bruce when Toronto comes in town again, I guess.
I guess so.
I'd like to have been the third team, maybe find a way to sneak in back here.
We were asking that question.
Yeah.
Is there a way?
Hey, you know what? That second unit could use a little Bruce Brown love.
He doesn't take over Reggie's role because we had
Sorry.
Chris Dempsey in here crapping all over Bruce Brown earlier, saying that's Reggie, and Reggie's a better player essentially than Bruce.
What about the first unit?
Can I say something? Dempsey been living alone at home too long, and he's got Jergens lotion permeating into his veins or something.
We really gotta go.
Jeez.
Well, it wasn't a long appearance, but it was a dynamic one. Thank you, Scott. Enjoy Boston. Say
quality, not quantity, boys.
There you go. That's okay. I'll say goodbye because somebody says my
Go eat
teeth-
some clam chowder.
Enjoy yourself, Dan and Grizz and y'all, and
Well, have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day. We'll see.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
We have to start with some breaking news. The Indiana Pacers, they have acquired all-star forward Pascal Siakam in a 3-team deal that sends Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-round picks to the Toronto Raptors.
I will remember you.
Here's Bruce Brown. Gets by Richardson and converts on the reverse. Beautiful left-hand hesitation.
Tapped around, controlled by Miles Turner. Halliburton, nice bounce to Bruce Brown for a dunk.
Don't let your life pass you by. Weep not for the memories.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right, I feel like that one was stretching the acceptable bounds of Sarah McLachlan use on the show.
I included all the Bruce Brown highlights from his time with the Pacers. There was 2 of them.
There were 2.
Did you see the somebody put out there the let's go and take a look at the Bruce Brown season in Indiana, and it was Aaron Rodgers running out with a flag before blowing his ACL or his Achilles?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. He was well, I don't know if you get a ring for this or a T-shirt or a towel or anything. He is an IST runner-up. He does have that going for him as a member of the Pacers.
Good for him.
That's pretty much all.
Is he gonna hang that banner in his house?
That, and he got a lot of money to then be a leverage piece for the Indiana Pacers. Is yes, they acquired Pascal Siakam today from the Toronto Raptors, sending Brucey B and 3 first-round picks to the Raptors. So I guess to answer Michael Malone, is Brucey B going anywhere? Yes, and
hell yeah.
Yes, he's going.
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running the back. We running the back. Hell yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud.
What's he on, his 3rd team in 7 months now? That's too bad for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, he's not even running it back to the crib in Indiana at this point.
No. I hope he rented it, didn't buy there in Indiana.
You know what really sucks for him is that great contract he got is now going to get double taxed.
Ooh, yeah.
So that doesn't help.
Yeah,
that Canadian tax rate isn't cool.
Tough luck on.
Not sure he'd agreed to that in Canada.
On you on that one, Brucey B. Sorry, I'm told they have fine establishments at night, so you'll enjoy that part of Toronto. And you won't have Jokic there to drink you under the table.
But what did New Orleans get in this whole deal? I still can't figure that out. Did they just get a pick? I've seen 2 reports that said and New Orleans.
Yes.
But it doesn't say what New Orleans got. They just threw a guy where they said, here you go.
Yeah.
You guys need some money, take this guy. We're not going to cut him. Have him.
I'm sure there's a conditional 2nd round if the pick falls between number 51 and 54 in 2029, then they'll get that pick. I have no idea.
Will they get a trade exception? Are we still doing trade exceptions?
I have no idea what they got. Sometimes you just need somebody to hang out and facilitate for you. Yeah, we got a lot going on today here on the show. That was the fun part of the basketball discussion. Now we get to talk about what happened last night. Nuggets fall in Philadelphia, 126-121, falling to 28-14 on the year. Joel Embiid goes off for 41 points, along with 10 assists, along with 7 rebounds. Nikola Jokic was very good in this game with 25 points, 19 rebounds, a career high 11 coming on the offensive glass, but only 3 assists in this game. Yes, Jamal did have 10 assists, but kind of weirdly for the game, the Nuggets only had 23 assists on 45 made field goals. Andy, what did you hate the most about last night's game?
I felt like the refs did a great job kind of staying out of the game till the last 5 minutes. And then I got annoyed. And I don't love that Nikola Jokic can take a forearm from Marcus Morris and it's not a foul. And look, I give him credit. Joel Embiid he's unique this way. But like that little swipe foul he got on Gordon from outside the 3-point line. Now look, it's incredible because he's handling it like a guard and he's 7 feet tall.
It's incredible.
But it's like you shouldn't get that call,
Right.
dude.
He
can't have the little call on the swipe at the ball if you're not going to call Jokic taking a forearm shiver from smaller guys in the lane.
You get guard calls when you play that far from the basket, and he got him. Like,
can I be petty too? How about can I give you one little petty? Who was our play-by-play guy last night? Do you remember?
Was BA. Brian Anderson was on the call last night.
He lost his mind on the Euro step layup from Joel late in the game, where I was already annoyed with how this is going. I was like, guy, why don't you calm down? Joker does that about 9 times a game. None of you react that way.
Mm-hmm.
Joel's dunking left and right and cashing threes as if he's 6'3", and you're gonna freak out because he took one huge step to the side and then laid it in. Just relax.
Speaking of the broadcast, and
That
this
was
is not
petty.
what I hated the most, Stan Van Gundy had a rough one last night, man. How about Jokic and Kelly Oubre bonking heads with each other, both players being shaken up, and SVG just ranted about Jokic and Embiid and like which one you would choose to have on your team. And he was like hosting a sports radio show in the middle of the game, and at no point did he acknowledge, oh yeah, 2 guys are shaken up on the floor and they're being checked by their respective training staffs. It was so weird, and I was waiting for Brian Anderson and his Elton John glasses to just like elbow Stan in the side and be like, hey, we are calling a game right now.
We have a developing situation on the floor we may want to break down.
There is actually something that is happening directly in front of us that we should be talking about. Stan Van Gundy, and I like SVG, I really do. I find him at times to be educational. I learned things about basketball from him. Last night, he had diarrhea of the mouth. I don't know what was going on with him last night, but he had himself a rough broadcast. As far as what did I hate the most about that game last night?
Can I throw one more thing in and maybe
You
they'll
sure
play
can.
the ears?
You sure can.
And look, man, it's hard to do this time of year because we all know it's January.
Yeah.
And probably by April, we don't give a damn about this game anymore, right?
Right.
They're where they need to be. We're setting up for another playoff run.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, we got to live in the moment, and it's January 17th.
Yeah.
Guys have got to start hitting the open looks that Joker's getting them.
Mm-hmm.
And in the threes, whether it's KCP,
Yep.
MPJ,
Yep.
at times Jamal, whoever it is, you guys have got to start hitting the open threes that he's giving you. It's got to happen.
Yeah, KCP
Period.
had a 2 for 7 last night. Christian Brown made 2 threes, but he had a bad air ball kind of coupled in there as well. I actually thought the bench guys played pretty well last night, and we'll get into more of that. But ultimately, what did I hate the most about that game? It was Jamal Murray's play in the fourth quarter. That was what I hated more than anything. He looked gassed, and he played all 12 minutes of the fourth last night. He was 0 for 4 from the field. He had a couple of turnovers. He was a team worst -9 in the fourth quarter. He was both over dribbling and taking poor shots. Acting like he and Nikola Jokic have never run a pick and roll and gotten downhill before. It was just a bad fourth quarter out of Jamal Murray. I think it was largely it was fatigue that got him down. He just looked like a tired basketball player. But it was really disappointing that in a big spot right there, one of the 2 guys that you depend on most heavily to be able to bring a game home like that and win it, Jamal Murray didn't show up. And in fact, he played, I thought, very poorly in the fourth quarter of that game.
I really want Jamal to make the All-Star team. I want Jamal to get his contract.
Yeah.
I want this All-Star game announced. I I feel like he's pressing to make the All-Star
He's
game.
not going to.
And I feel like
he has to know that,
no,
right?
But Nate, don't you feel like, though, he's doing non-Jamal things sometimes?
I agree with that.
Dominating the ball a little bit more than we're used to.
I agree with
because
that.
I think he's trying to make up for the games that he missed so he can make the All-Star team. And I get it, dude. You got a lot of money on the line.
Yeah.
But
I think there's a lot of truth to that, but it's like, number one, guy, you missed 14 games already.
yeah,
So
it is what it is.
I'm sorry, Jamal. Like, you already have that weighing against you, and there is a Western Conference pecking order where there's a bunch of guys that are having massively better seasons than you are, that have both played more basketball and have better numbers than you do right now. You cannot make the All-Star team. That's just Anthony Edwards and Luka Doncic and Steph Curry. Like, these dudes all have to go make the All-Star team. SGA has to make the All-Star team. They all have the numbers for it. That's 4 guards right away in the Western Conference. It's a numbers game. And Jamal, it's just not going to happen for him this year. Maybe you have a great second half and you can, elbow your way into third-team All-NBA, and good for you. That'll get you paid. That'll get you the max contract that you need. The All-Star team thing just isn't going to happen for Jamal Murray.
I'm with you.
And I hope he realizes it.
I can't find any other way to explain. I don't want to call it selfish because some of what he does for that team needs to be selfish.
Yeah.
But forcing it. I feel like there just been a few games, and look, that was a national TV one. It was ESPN. I just feel like he's trying to force moments that I'm not used to seeing him forcing in.
The other thing that I hated about that game, and this is one where we got to remember that you're right, it is January 17th. They do play again in 10 days, and there is always a world where these two teams could match up in the finals. It's unlikely, but there certainly is that possibility. I hated the way that they played Joel Embiid last night. They conceded a jump shot to Joel Embiid all night long, and rather than making him put the ball on the floor, and granted, he gets a billion free throws when he puts the ball on the floor. Guess what? He still took 15 free throws last night anyway because he had a smaller defender in Aaron Gordon on him all night long. But giving that guy, Andy, that guy's as good a jump shooter as there is in the world right now. And basically conceding, like, we'll trade off some jump shots for him killing us in the paint and finishing with a bunch of three-point plays. I don't think that that's the way to play that guy. And I would hope that the film would reveal that to Michael Malone and his staff, and they approach it a little bit differently when they play again in 10 days.
What would you do? Would you have Joker take him more?
Because
you got to be careful with the Joker foul trouble stuff
it's
right?
really hard what you have to be able to do. They used Aaron Gordon on him. I don't think it's merely simply about matchup. Like, AG largely stayed off of him and conceded jump shots to him. You can't take away everything from a player that's great. We see it with teams trying to figure out how to defend Nikola Jokic every single night. What I would do more of is force him, take away a little bit of his space, force him to put the ball on the floor. I'm not saying that he can't still kill you that way. He's just a great player, and he absolutely can. But on a second night of a back-to-back, maybe that fourth quarter energy that he dug down and found last night, maybe he doesn't have that much of it. I just don't think the Nuggets made him work that hard last night.
No, I'm with you. Make him put it on the floor, make him feel that knee a little bit, and try to fatigue him.
Exactly.
Now, again, you may get half your lineup fouled out trying to do it, but
it's something that you kind of deal with a little bit right there. AG as a smaller defender, he has to contest by sort of reaching in, because if he contests straight up, it doesn't do anything.
Well, even Joker getting his hand in his face wasn't doing much.
And Embiid is so good at that swipe. He's so good at, he's, you think of the best players we've ever seen at being able to do that. The Isaiah Thomases of the world. Hell, Chauncey Billups was an artist at it there's a hand right there. Boom, I'll rip right through it. I'll shoot. I'll knock this down, and I'll go to the free throw line. Like, Embiid's incredible at that. He doesn't have to work very hard to get those points. And I did not like the way that they defended him last night. So to me, it was Jamal Murray and game plan, my two big issues. Chris Marlowe is the Colorado Sportscaster of the Year. I don't know why he doesn't win it every single year, but nonetheless, Chris Marlowe will join us to talk about that Nuggets defeat last night. That's next. Nuggets fall last night. They will be back in action coming up here on Friday in Boston. Rough start to the road trip, the Sixers and the Celtics. Joining us right now, very excited to have him back here on the program on a Wednesday afternoon. He is the Colorado Sportscaster of the Year, yet I believe he's the Colorado Sportscaster of the Millennium. He's the great Chris Marlowe. What's up, Chris?
Well, I got to get that award to get back on your show.
That's right.
How about that?
That's right. Yeah, we were ignoring you for a while, and then we were like, oh, yeah, Chris is prestigious. We should probably get him back on the show.
Chris, the ratings have gone up, so so have the standards. I don't know what to tell you.
Absolutely. Expect a jolt today.
That's what we're going for here, Chris. Last night, Nuggets were in Philly to take on the Sixers. You were a spectator last night, Chris Marlowe. So I ask you the question that I asked Andy, that I asked our listeners at the start of the show. What do you hate the most about that game last night?
I guess the fourth quarter. I thought the Nuggets played pretty well throughout the game, or at least through three quarters, maybe 3 quarters and a half. And then they just seemed to run out of gas. And I don't know if that had anything to do with sitting on the plane for 9 hours. That certainly didn't help. But I think you have to give credit to Philadelphia. They're a much improved team, I think. I think Embiid's a better player now. Not only can he score, but he can pass and facilitate. They've got good role players. They're a good team. And it's going to be a battle every time the Nuggets play them. That being said, I think the Nuggets have to reevaluate how they guard Embiid in relation to the three-point shooters. You just can't leave their three-point guys open all the time and cover Embiid. Hey, we paid so much attention to Embiid. He got 41, and they still made 15 threes. So I think you have to figure out what are you going to do. You're going to stop Embiid, hold him to 20, and let the three-point shooters shoot away, or let Embiid get 60 and make sure the others don't get theirs. So I think there's a lot of figuring to do on when we play the 76ers again.
Yeah, Chris, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. And last night, it was a 10-assist game out of Joel Embiid, and so he was able to do a lot of playmaking. And in addition to this, and this is what Andy and I were talking about at the start of the show, he took so many jump shots last night, he just didn't have to work that hard last night. He got to be an off Jokic defender. He got to, sit at the elbow and take a bunch of jump shots last night. Like it was kind of a casual outing for Joel Embiid, and I thought he had a lot of energy in the fourth quarter as a result.
Yeah, he's a force. A lot of those jump shots. The Nuggets had a guy in his face, and on some of those 3-pointers, I thought, oh, that's good. That's a good defense, and then it goes in. That's a good challenge, and then it goes in. So I think that Philly played about as well as it could offensively last night. And, man, they scored 126 points. Nuggets numbers were good. They scored 121. Scott Hastings would say, hey, we always win when we score 120 or more. Well, didn't happen last night. And I think defensively is where the Nuggets definitely have to get after it next time they play Philly.
Chris, I don't know, it's so early, you're probably not worried about anything too much right now, but how much would you like to see some of the outside shooting kind of turn around? I just felt like KCP had a bit of a rough night, and some of the normal guys hitting outside shots have been kind of here and there. Do you think that's just fatigue of the season to this point right now?
Yeah, it's always kind of difficult to figure. So you say rough night. I'm looking at the stats here. KCP 2 for 7. That's not great, but the Nuggets made 41%. That's usually really, really good. They shot 50% from the field. They made a bunch of free throws, and they out-rebounded them. They should have won. They could have won, but they just did not really execute in the fourth quarter. They only had, 11 turnovers, but 4 of them late, and 3 of them leading to scores. So, who knows why? I think these are really evenly matched teams. I think if the Nuggets have home court advantage, if they meet in the finals, that would be big. And it would be big for Philly if they've got it. So, there are a number of teams. The Nuggets are just not going to walk over the Milwaukees, the Bostons, the Phillies, and the good teams in the West. They're just not. it's not like playing the Lakers where you can get a sweep, but we'll see how it pans out and if they ever get to each other a little bit later in the season.
Well, remember, according to Windhorst, that was the toughest sweep in league history that he's ever seen. But I guess, and I will tell you, Chris, I'm influenced by that last 5 minutes. And when I really think back, both teams were struggling at a stretch there down, near the end of the quarter where neither team felt like they could make a shot. I thought the Nuggets could come back, and then it felt like the Sixers could pull away, and they both would have empty offensive possessions. What do you think about this team overall as far as, are they in a good spot mentally? Are you seeing the championship hill we always talk about where it's a big deal every night these guys come to town in the cities that you go to?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the Nuggets, they have that championship moxie now. They know they can turn it on when they want. It's not always going to be good enough for every regular season game. Every other team is sky high, as you mentioned. Every arena we go to is bonkers. And the Nuggets still trying to figure out some things with their second unit, still trying to figure out some things defensively. So I just think, as someone once said, there will be clouds during the season along the way. And I think that's what you're getting. And when the Nuggets lose a game, it's really interesting because there's a angst that goes with it. Like last year, if the Nuggets lost the game, people say, oh, okay, well, maybe they're not as good as Boston. But now we know they're as good as anybody, and they can beat anybody. So you're expecting them to win every single game. And when they don't win, it's consternation, like, why didn't they win? Well, fourth quarters belong to the Nuggets. At least they did last year in the playoffs. Particularly the Lakers series, in the Sun series, and in the Miami series. And I just think the Nuggets are going to get to that. Later in the season when they play in the playoffs, Jokic is going to be playing 40 minutes. Murray's going to be playing 40 minutes, and so are some of the others. So the bench won't be quite as important. So I think there's a long way to go, miles and miles before we sleep, and I think the Nuggets are just fine right now.
Chris Marlowe joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Chris Marlowe is the voice of the Denver Nuggets on Altitude Television. He is the Colorado Sportscaster of the Year. I want to circle back to the word that you just used right there, angst, consternation, that sort of factor. It's so funny, and I mean, we can only talk about it, I guess, from an outsider perspective, so to speak. But like watching that game last night, I can think of how I felt last year when they lost in Philadelphia and Embiid had that great fourth quarter, and you feel a certain way because the team, there's still questions about whether or not this team can actually do it. Well, now they are the NBA champions, and they have done it. And, last night is a game with playoff intensity and national television and big spotlight and all of that. And yet, I sit here today and I go, yeah, I'm not that concerned about it because I know the Nuggets can do it. Chris, you're around the team all the time. You're with the team all the time. How does that manifest itself for the guys in the locker room and the coaching staff, that knowledge of we've been to the top of the mountain?
Yeah, I think having that championship pedigree is key. The Nuggets lost their bench, basically, Bruce Brown and Jeff Green and Ish and those guys. And I thought that would be more than made up for by having that knowledge that you can win the championship. The other teams don't have that. A lot of the other teams, some do. But, when we play Boston on Friday night, they don't have that championship pedigree. They haven't won a championship in quite some time, and certainly none of those players have. So there's always that lingering doubt. And I think, the fans, take losses a little bit harder than the players. The players kind of let it slide off their backs, I think. I remember back to that game in Philly last year. I felt really bad about it because Jokic got torched. Embiid kind of crushed him. But Jokic played great this time. I thought he played really, really well. You mentioned missed a couple of threes late, but generally played really, really well, and he just did not quite get the support that he needed to close this one out. So it's an interesting journey, much different journey this season than it was a year ago The Nuggets trying to climb the mountain. Now they're trying to stay on top of the mountain, and we'll see if they can do it.
Chris, what do you think of that Oklahoma City team we've seen a couple times? I think they got them one more time. They're so interesting because, look, they proved they could be a problem last year. They've got a lot of good young talent. I'm not making declarations that this year is their year, but are they intriguing to you? Could they be a problem in the future?
Sure. Yeah, they're good right now. They've got a good mix of youngsters. They've got a star. They've got some athleticism. I think the one place where the Nuggets can take advantage of them next time they play them is inside. You have to beat them up inside. Lakers have beaten them twice, and it just seems like the size factor for the Lakers just puts OKC in a bad spot. And I think the Nuggets have enough size where they can do that also. They're not a big team. Chet is 7 feet, but he weighs $180, and their forwards are not big and physical. Lakers also did something else to them is they played a lot of zone, which seemed to confuse and slow down OKC. So I wouldn't be surprised if coaches watch and they go, well, look at what the Lakers did to OKC. Maybe we could play some zone also. I think that's something that the Nuggets could explore. If you don't play it the whole time, you can at least snap it on in terms of out of timeouts or late when you need it. But I think they're going to be a factor. Yeah, they're a good team. They shoot the ball. They drive to the basket. And I think they're well coached.
Chris Marlowe, he's getting ready for Nuggets and Celtics coming up here on Friday. That'll be on Altitude. Chris, Bruce Brown is now a Toronto Raptor. 3 teams in 7 months, essentially, now for Bruce Brown. Hey, nobody's feeling bad for Bruce. That contract that he got was quite handsome, and yet, Chris, you've covered the league for a long time. You've talked to these players, over the years. They are people too. What do you make of Bruce Brown? He gets the fat deal from Indiana, moved, right at the midway point of the season, shipped up to Toronto, trying to build something with a fun young Pacers team, and now he gets kind of cast off to go up north. What do you make of this whole thing?
Well, if I'm Bruce Brown, I'm really disappointed on how things have worked out. It's hard to get too sad because he's making $24 million this year, but you're going from, one of the better teams in the East and almost a for sure playoff team to Canada. You're going north of the border. Many different things about Canada make it unappealing to NBA players, the tax situation up there. And you've got a team that's probably not going to make the playoffs. I haven't looked lately to see exactly where they are.
2 games out of the play-in right now. They're a long shot.
Yeah, and now, they traded one of their best players. So we'll see. I think what happened, and this is just a look from the outside, is Indiana decided that Bruce is a good player, but he's not worth $24 million. And if somehow they could get out of his salary and open that up, they have a plethora of extra picks, as you saw. I think it's 3 first-rounders that they could give away on there. And I just think that Bruce is too expensive. You cannot have a $24 million player averaging 11 points per game. And I think this gives them a little window to make other deals. And they've got a really good team. They score. They have a way they play basketball, which is really neat. So we'll see how it all works out. If they buy him out, let's go get him. If they buy him out up there and he's willing to come back to Denver, I'd say go get him.
Yeah, I'd be all for that as well. All right, Chris, last thing. You're Sportscaster of the Year here for the year of 2023, and what a career year that it was as you got to broadcast an NBA champion. But, Chris, I ask you to go dig into the Chris Marlowe archives on this one, okay? I was watching a college game the other night. I saw a player wipe out the courtside broadcast setup, monitors and drinks everywhere and everything like that. Every basketball announcer has a story like this. Chris, what was the worst collision that you ever had courtside calling a basketball game?
It wasn't calling a game, but I was sitting courtside at a Lakers game one time back in the I want to say the 80s. We had great seats. And I turned my head, and Charles Barkley dove for a ball, and his foot hit me, kicked me in the temple as he flew by trying to save the ball out of bounds. And I was probably lucky it was just his foot, which weighed probably 40, 50 pounds. So it was just a glancing blow, and I was in, Olympic shape back in those days. But I think that's the worst I ever got it. I'm trying to think if there's been someone who's just totally taken me out. I'm sure there has been, but that's the one I remember, Charles Barkley flying by and giving me the boost.
Kicked in the head by Charles Barkley is a pretty good one, Marlo.
Yeah, I mean.
Not too bad. I tell you what, the rest of the game I was paying attention.
I would imagine so. By the way, courtside at an 80s Laker game, Forum Club, did you get to go upstairs with Dr. Buss?
I did not.
Nah.
They were seats. I don't know if you remember the great Dr. Curlin. He was the Lakers physician to the stars. I knew his daughter. His daughter was a contemporary of mine in West LA in Palisades, and we had gotten just fantastic seats from the doc. He had 4 seats right at midcourt, and so. I didn't. Jerry Buss was not there that night. I have some experience with Jerry Buss in a good way. I once was the lead announcer on the Jerry Buss roast one time when that was kind of fun. So we had to make up some Jerry Buss jokes, and he was really a good sport about it. When I said, hey, just saw Jerry down at the hospital near the maternity ward looking for his next date, that kind of stuff. And so that was pretty cool.
All right, Chris, before we let you go, we always got to have a little fun with you. You are the reigning Colorado broadcaster, sportscaster of the year. Have you heard this audio from, I hope it's as minor league hockey as we get. I need a ruling from a guy that's been in the line of fire. Should this person be allowed back near their job? This is a hockey call, and a puck apparently got close to our guy here. Take a listen to this.
The rush. Pulls it back there, and now Murphy. Murphy throws the pass across. And that puck's going to go out of play here, and that's going to do it for that sequence right there. 9:25 left. I apologize if I just damaged your eardrums there. It went right over the mesh, right over my head, so I apologize for that. I'm sorry. Everyone's few people look at me. I'm fine.
Okay, Chris. Come on. Everyone that's talking right now has been near a field of play. You're going to be a little bit in the line. Would you ever have done that? That man cannot keep his job after that reaction, can he?
I tell you what, I only felt like that once in my 20 years broadcasting, and thank God the national people didn't take it. You might remember the night when I commented about the Serbian hooker.
Yes.
As soon as I said Serbian hooker, I felt like that guy. I felt like, oh my gosh, maybe nobody noticed I said that. That was totally wrong about that. That lived with me, and I promised everybody that I would never say that again.
I got a text the other night from a friend watching you from out of town on League Pass that commented on your Serbian suction cup comment on Nikola Jokic's hands. I was like, oh yeah, no, that's Marlo. He busts that one out from time to time. That's just a classic right there. Chris, man, good stuff as always. We appreciate it.
Hey, and I want to just thank your show for putting me over the top. I was a couple votes short. But then last time I came on, I got a rush of support, and the rest is history.
Well, Chris, when you're on with us, they go, now there's a broadcaster handling those idiots. So anytime you need the bump, you give us a call.
I got you. Well, yeah.
All right.
Have me on anytime. I'm willing.
All right.
Thanks.
The late night ballot dump gets Chris Marlowe over the top.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. That is the great
3 in the
Chris
morning.
Marlowe, sportscaster of the year and the voice of the Nuggets on Altitude.
A splendid Serbian hooker shot.
Dude, I know how he feels.
Do we have the scoring orgy drop? Do we still have that
Another scoring orgy.
Love the man.
That's another thing.
A scoring orgy.
That's what we all do. I gave a sideline report to Dave, and it was one of those it was one of those where you're just trying to come up with something.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Van Pelt's in the game. They're playing the Texans. It's like the 4th preseason game. Dave tells you, he's like, you better have some stuff in the 4th quarter, man, because, it's preseason and we just want to get this done. And I can remember talking to John Lynch about, and I should have processed it, Nate, but you know me. John Lynch, I was like, hey, give me something about Bradley Van Pelt. We're talking after practice. He goes, hey, kid's looking good. And so I quoted him on the air where I said, he just needs to put a little more touch on his balls and everything will be fine. Dave, back to you. And all you hear is people laughing in the background. Dave didn't talk for like 5 seconds. And I'm like, what? What's wrong with that? Oh. And he goes, thank you, Andy.
Been there. Been there. It's Crackman and Lindahl. Thanks to Chris Marlowe. Thanks to Chris Marlowe. He was fun to have on the show there today. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll be talking to the head coach of the third-ranked team in the country, J.R. Payne. Head coach of the Colorado women's basketball team, fresh off of a big win over Stanford. J.R. Payne, friend of the program. Looking forward to having her coming up today at 5 p.m.
Mark Johnson was telling me quite a few people showed up for the game the other night, like 9,000?
9,111 fans at the Coors Event Center,
Boulder
Event Center, the Event Center. Yeah,
in Boulder.
The floor where they play basketball. But yeah, massive crowd that was in there. Energy was pumping. Third-ranked team in the country. And check out what they got coming up this weekend. Oh, just the 5th and 6th ranked teams in the country are coming into Boulder this weekend. So, tough test coming up, but man, they passed all of them so far. They've beaten LSU, they've beaten Stanford so far this season. They look like a Final Four team right now. So, looking forward to getting JR on the program. Speaking of teams that we would like to be a Final Four team, CSU finally pulled their heads out of their rear at the end last night and beat Air Force. Had to go to overtime to get that victory. Man, credit to Joe Scott and company. They went up to Fort Collins, made it tough on the Rammies last night, but CSU able to pull it out, snapped that little 2-game skid. So a bit of good news going on right there. As for the Buffs, rough loss against Cal there. They got to get things turned around in a hurry if they want to get off the bubble and hopefully be a tournament team this year. So yeah, a lot of college buckets coming up today here on the program. Looking forward to that. Andy, your Avalanche have won 4 of their last 5 and ripped off a solid 5-0 run last night to come back and beat those pesky Ottawa Senators.
Yeah.
That was a nice victory, second night of a back-to-back.
It was. Now, I will tell you, I watched mainly the Nuggets last night. National TV game. You figured most people probably got a chance to take that in. And I was shocked. I watched some of the Avs. I saw the third period where the third period was cool. And I think Brendan McNicholas had the stat that it was like their 15th come from behind victory or something this year.
Yeah, they do a lot of that. 2-goal lead on the Avalanche is dangerous these days. No,
it is. Look, you don't want to keep having to come from behind, though, at some point, right? You'd like to change that trend as you get closer to April, right?
I never complain personally, but yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Boy, I'm telling you. Hockey. Talking hockey. Talking the hockey.
Nathan McKinnon, a couple of assists last night. Mikko, a couple of goals last night. Sam Mayday Malinsky, power play goal. How about that second power play unit getting it done last night?
There you go.
It's good to see.
A 7 spot. They ripped off 4 in a row, right?
Oh, yeah, 5 in a row. 5 in a row. Really, it's kind of 6 in a row. They had one of them taken away on a lame offsides call. So, yeah, it was quite the comeback last night, and Andy, it was everything that you're hoping for. You got a Miles Wood goal, a Sam Mayday Malinsky goal, and a Logan O'Connor goal in the third period. That's your secondary scoring, my friend.
How many people have any idea what you're talking about? Now, I love it. Let's keep going with the Sam Mayday Malinsky.
Oh, we're going to make it happen.
It's not Sam Mayday Malone, for those of you that did not watch Cheers, but I would hope that you would sooner or later.
Yeah. A nice power play goal. A wrister from deep last night.
The wicked wrista.
That was good to see, man. Yeah, Avalanche won 4 of their last 5.
Where are they at games played?
They have played.
So they played 45.
many.
See, that's the only thing. You got to keep cranking because so far in your division, you've played the most of anybody there. Blackhawks are 1 behind, Preds 1 behind, but you've played yourself a lot of hockey. Matter of fact, they're tied with San Jose for the most games played in the West. What do you think of that? So people still do have a few games in hand on you, something to monitor.
Yeah. They should continue to win games. I agree with that take.
You know what? I'm getting real tired of your sauciness. I'm getting real tired of your how did the guy put it? I'm trying to mimic the dude we had from last night. Who was that last
Your
night, by the way?
condescending tone.
Your condescending tone. Who was that last night?
Okay.
What broadcast
what?
crew was that?
Screw it. We're just playing this, okay?
We have to, don't we?
This is not new. This is old.
I had not heard it before.
It's
when is
still
it from?
so good. Here we go. This is from the Yes Network Brooklyn Nets telecast. This is from a few years ago.
Okay, but it made the rounds last night. It might as well have been new on X.
Ian Eagle And
that was Ian Eagle?
And the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, on the call. And Ian Eagle seemed to be in a bit of a mood with the czar. This is from, did we figure out what year this is from? Spring?
Who cares?
Who cares? Either way,
They would never work together again.
This is how Andy is feeling about me. Here we go.
Threes coming from all over the place, and then everything that could go wrong, foul, ball goes in, and one, stops the clock, turnover, missed free throws when you got Fowlovich. It was crazy.
Could I make one point?
Sure can.
I just want to say that earlier, you had a very patronizing tone towards me. I fully understand what a slip screen is. I've been doing the NBA for 18 years. But the way you presented it initially was gobbledygook. So, like the audience, I wanted you to come back and explain yourself. And you then just took a firing line on me, and it was uncalled for.
I don't think so.
That's
at all.
exactly what happened.
You are overly sensitive today.
I am not.
Did you have a bad day today?
It's second game of a back-to-back.
The
It's
ride back from
very
Philly,
tough.
did it disturb you last night?
That was 2 hours with you, which is probably the reason why I've had enough tonight.
That's this studio right now with your, yeah, they need to continue to win games. Yeah, no crap, Sherlock.
I mean, you're the one that said they got to keep it cranking. Like, yes.
I'm just saying that with what people have in hand on you, I don't care for your tone of dismissing that there could be a points issue.
The Avalanche should continue to win as many games as they can before the end of the year.
You know how guys will laugh or crack or give you an idea? That sounded like that was pretty tense. That sounded like they'd had I wonder how late in the year that was.
That clip was 12 years old.
Really?
Yeah, it's a 12-year-old clip.
I wonder if they've worked together since
2011. Yeah, they were the crew. That was.
But I mean, since then,
Ian Eagle and the czar of the telestrator. They did those games for quite a few years. Those were very bad Nets teams too, like very bad teams. So they were highly dependent upon the broadcast being entertaining.
Should we hit up Hastings? He worked with Fratello. Should we find out if Fratello was a grind? Like, did he get on your nerves? Did he? Who do you put that on? Who committed the full? Like, probably Eagle probably shouldn't have brought that on air, right? I want to hear what originally was said because Eagle was holding on to that. That felt like when your wife tells you don't do something, you do it anyway, and she's just waiting to let you know she told you not to do that.
I think Ian Eagle was kidding around.
You think so?
He's a pretty dry dude.
That sounded a little bitter to me.
Hey.
Gobbledygook.
Your explanation was gobbledygook.
Can I bring something up?
Yes.
No. That's what he said.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Can I just point out to you that the Avs have played more games than anybody else? There's games in hand.
And they should.
And every time all I get out of you is they should keep winning.
They should keep winning, yes.
Love of God, man.
I agree. I agree. The Avalanche should score more goals and win more games. I'm with you on that one.
Can you go on Spittin' Chicklets and let's break it down with the guys? That's what I need.
I don't.
You got the mustache for it.
I don't think they would.
You know what?
I think
I think your hockey stash is not. That's a hockey stash,
Is
right?
it?
Of all the sports, I call that a hockey stash.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought this had kind of like late 80s middle
First
reliever
baseman?
vibes.
Okay. We could go there too. But it feels like a hockey stash to me right now.
First base as well. There's Sid Bream. There's a lot of
Some Sid Bream.
Yeah.
Nah, no. You got to go. You got to go Rolly Fingers and twirl the end or whatever that thing is. This is the longest I think it's made it. What's going on?
The stash?
Yeah. It's been a good couple weeks.
I think it's only like a week now.
Nah, I swear you had it last week. Of course, I wasn't in the right mind.
I was going to say. Andy, when you're mustache guy, it never truly leaves. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Tower number 2 of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're rolling with you until 6 p.m. No games on the network tonight. We were doubled up last night between the Avalanche in Ottawa, a 7-4 victory, and the Nuggets in Philly, a 5-point loss. We'll get much more into that game coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But something pointed out today, Andy, this courtesy of Pro Football Talk. They talk about pro football on this website.
Do they say all teams need to win more?
I believe it's one of their unspoken takes.
It's the unwritten rule.
It's not as vocalized as it is on
they
this show.
don't spend time on an afternoon show. Anyway,
they should score more and win more. Yes. The Bears, the Saints, and your Denver Broncos, Andy, can be forced to do Hard Knocks in 2024. Can be forced. The league can say, you have to do this. The Chicago Bears, as not being a playoff team, and since they're bringing back Matt Eberflus as their coach, the Saints, not a playoff team. They fired their offensive coordinator, but they have kept Dennis Allen on. And the Broncos, as having not been a playoff team, I don't know if you heard, and retaining the services of one Sean Payton. These teams, none of whom have been on Hard Knocks in the last 10 years, are eligible to be on the show this upcoming year. 3 teams in the league. So I guess that says the Broncos have a 33% chance of being on Hard Knocks, I guess.
Okay. Off of team interest alone, who do you think would be the winner? A team that the nation would want to care about.
Sean Payton is the biggest, both I think like famous and polarizing character that they could put on the show. Nobody knows who Matt Eberflus is, and nobody cares about Dennis Allen.
Or the Saints, I don't feel like. With all due respect to the Saints fans.
People have an opinion about Sean Payton. Love him, like him, hate him, loathe him, whatever it may be. He's a television star. There's a movie about him. If I was HBO, I would want the Broncos.
So here's where I think it's interesting, and I don't know that you're wrong. But HBO's already had Derek Carr do the quarterback thing, and I just don't know what's appealing about New Orleans. Now, maybe that wins out.
Plus, his giant baby isn't even a baby anymore.
Well, now he's probably a giant, teenager?
Yeah, who cares about that?
That wasn't that long ago, but whatever.
That's not notable to me,
right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I either want a giant baby or a fat cat. I don't want a regular-sized kid or a normal-sized cat.
Right.
Two of my rules.
You want Garfield,
yes,
or you want Huey, baby Huey.
He loves lasagna and he hates Mondays.
That's right. If Caleb Williams is going to be the guy, though, like to me, Caleb Williams and just the market that Chicago is are the two things that could swing it the Bears' way.
You have a lot going for yourselves there. And yes, Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever they end up taking, or maybe there's a world where Justin Fields is back. It feels unlikely to me, but perhaps that there is that world that exists. Caleb Williams as a rookie quarterback. Rookie quarterbacks are guarded.
Sure.
Which I would think would be something they would be aware of. But you're right. He could be great. Who knows? Sometimes like people will surprise you on that show and you'd be like, oh, wow, this person's more entertaining than I thought that they were going to be. The Broncos would have Sean Payton and presumably a quarterback competition of some sort, which Hard Knocks has proven to us.
Yes.
Even lame quarterback competitions are interesting.
Okay.
Do you remember the one in Houston?
Very well.
Yes.
Brock Osweiler.
No,
he wasn't there yet.
It was
Hoyer.
Brian Hoyer and Ryan Mallett.
That's right.
And it was fascinating to watch. Like, remember Mallett was late one day and Bill O'Brien was super pissed at him. You know, they had the meetings where he revealed who was going to be the starter. That was actually, that to me was an underrated, pretty good season of Hard Knocks.
So, you know what? To take that example, I would say this to you. That also might prove you can take a hardened personality like Sean Payton, and maybe they make him look softer because they did that for Bill O'Brien.
Humanize him, right?
Right? Mm-hmm. Got to learn about his kid, got to learn
His
he's actually
family.
seems like an all right guy at home.
Right.
All that kind of stuff.
Terrible person to work for
right.
and with.
Which, just flashback to this year, he's just berating Mac Allen to the point where the guy probably wanted to cry.
Mac Jones, too.
Mac, all of them. All the Macs.
Josh Allen.
I feel like, who else is going to be intriguing? PS2.
Yes.
I'm not sure Justin Simmons is here.
Don't know.
I think Garrett Bowles could be a little bit intriguing with his journey with the Broncos.
If he's
I
still
don't know
here.
if he's going to be here.
Right. If he's still here.
If Jerry Jeudy is here, I'm not sure they want him getting near Jerry Jeudy, and they'll have control of that.
I'd be a fan of
Right?
that. Yeah, put Jerry Jeudy on
I'd
TV.
love to see the chaos of it.
Hell
I'm with you. But I bet you, like, if they came to town and we all know that the Broncos have control of it,
Mm-hmm.
I think McGlinchey's one of the guys you get.
For sure. They can extract
Whatever quarterback, like you
characters
said.
out of any football team, right?
Right.
It would be so different than this past year.
But Sean's going to have to carry it.
When it was the Aaron Rodgers show. This would have to be the Sean Payton show.
Right.
And I think that's largely what HBO would lean into. Now, Sean Payton has talked about Hard Knocks. In fact, he talked about Hard Knocks this very year and sort of talked about, what it could be like to reveal some things from behind the scenes. Here was Sean Payton earlier this season.
I think it's part of the deal, and I understand it. And look, I mean, I get it. But it's the only thing that makes me once in a while want to do Hard Knocks, because there's a perception, and then that would be the only reason to get an insight as to, this whole old school approach. Shoot, you don't do this long if you're not adjusting, funny, creative, all of those things. And I think I am all of those things.
Okay.
He's a funny guy.
Funny. There you go.
He's cracking everybody.
Remember we played this. He wins Stuart Smalley.
Yeah,
Yes.
You're right. Yeah.
He's good enough and he's smart enough. Did he call himself adjusted?
Adjusted, funny, creative, all those things. He basically is telling you he would be the star of the show.
Yes.
I think he wants to do it.
Yes.
I think he wants to do it.
I think Sean Payton likes being a rich, famous guy. I think that's a part of the Sean Payton experience.
He wants you to come in and see some of his genius the way it's been shown of the Dan Campbell genius or of the Robert Saleh, here's all my sayings genius, or whatever else you want to come up with. Hey, man, you can't tell me you didn't come away liking some of the Cleveland Brown coaches. Or,
for sure.
Like we said, Bill O'Brien or...
It's for me when I watch that show, it's very rare when I come away disliking somebody more. Saleh was one of the rare exceptions. I couldn't handle.
You'd had enough
listening to Robert Saleh and listening to his weird motivational speeches.
But can I tell you, the guy that I've grown to love is Dan Campbell, and yet I couldn't take him a year ago. Everything was like all the emotion. I was like, dude, have a break.
Right.
How about we just come in and have a normal day? Let's not just have, you're like a teenager in a freaking relationship right now. Everything's a high or a low. Can we have a medium?
This is the wild thing about Dan Campbell, and this is like the don't judge a book by its cover thing, is that dude is such a smart football coach. He is aggressive in the right spots. He's excellent at clock management. Did you notice, late in the fourth quarter between the Rams and the Lions, there was Sean McVay with one timeout left because all the crazy motion and everything that they run, and then, stuff kind of gets messed up and Stafford's got to burn another timeout. They didn't have timeouts left at the end of that game. There's Detroit just sitting there fat and happy with their 3 timeouts. Like, the game management, like the P's and the Q's are stuck to with that guy. Like, I think he walked in the door and we were like, this lunatic just coaches on emotion. He's one of the smartest football coaches in the game today. He manages the game, calls the game as perfectly almost as you can do it in the league anymore.
He is the reason why I think Antonio Pierce has a great chance of getting a job.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of some of the other. I just think Dan Campbell and probably Vrabel played into this too. I think it's got owners looking and going, maybe the former player route is the way to. Maybe I don't need the guy now. Some of the coaches won't want to hear this, but I think some owners are starting to go, maybe I don't need the lifetime grinding at it coach guy.
But I mean, the thing is like Campbell had it all going for him. He was a coach for a long time and a bunch of really good staffs. And then, he had briefly been an interim and, so he'd been in that spot before. And then he got to step into the big chair. But like, he wasn't a coordinator before he got hired, was he?
No, I don't think so. He'd been like the assistant
head coach
for Peyton.
Yeah.
Look, people had told me he was, for the long time down there, he was the bark. I was like, he was the bark? After what I've experienced with Peyton here, he was your bark. You know what, though? For some reason, talking about this, everybody always texts in and asks you and I, what's your problem with Peyton? And I've tried to tell you, just something about the guy bothers me. I don't like him. There's a bully atmosphere I've heard about at both stops here now. But you know what I wished he'd do that Dan Campbell definitely did that I think is smart for coaches? Everything was his fight. The biggest thing that rubbed me wrong about Sean Payton this year was the famous not my hump.
Right.
Not my problem.
Right.
Not my whatever. Dan Campbell walked in and said, I'm one of you.
Mm-hmm.
I know how bad this sucks. And together, we're going to go find the promised land.
Yeah,
and he said it to the fans right away. I just wish Sean Payton would have done something like that to just try to be one of us. One of us. One of us. Never happened.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's a dude from Texas. Like, I guess he played for the Lions for a minute, but like he didn't grow up there or anything else like that. And yet he walked in the door and you're right. He embraced everything about
suck of Detroit,
how much it sucks to be a Lions fan and how rough it's been for the history of that franchise. And yeah, Sean Payton walked in the door and was just like, hey, this is this sweet gig that I got. But I'm really more of a Saints kind of guy.
Yeah. And again, even that little, the cut even at the end, I want you all to see how funny and diverse.
He's adjusted.
Oh, dude.
He's adjusted.
By the way, can I just read this because this is the funniest saying I've heard in a while?
Let's have it.
The texter out of the 707 says, Hard Knocks is like putting an elevator in an outhouse. Useless. I've never heard that, yet I love that. An elevator in an outhouse? It's a hell of an outhouse.
Whatever you do, don't take it down.
Although I wouldn't mind
It's
a
a
floor
number
for
two.
one. Yeah, there should be a floor for that only. This is the floor.
Right.
If you're coming up here, you know what you're getting into.
Up only. Mm-hmm. Crackman and Liddell. We'll take a break. When we come back, Nuggets lose a big nationally televised game. Why does it just feel okay? We'll talk about that next.
He's a really good player. He's playing historic right now. He's averaging 30-something points every night, and that's really that's extremely hard to do, especially every night. But I mean, I'm not playing against him. I'm playing against Philadelphia, so it was a good matchup, probably.
Nikola Jokic talking about Joel Embiid after the game last night. Joker, 25 points, 19 rebounds, a career-high 11 offensive rebounds because you didn't have Embiid on him all night, so Jokic just hung out and snatched offensive rebounds. Only 3 assists in that game. He turned it over 4 times. He was a +1 for the evening. Joel Embiid on the other side, and his team came out and won by 5. 41 points. He had 10 assists and 7 rebounds in that game last night. Good passing night out of Joel Embiid. Tyrese Maxey was also a problem for the Nuggets, going for 25 in that matchup. Okay, the Nuggets lose this game, Andy, and last year they basically kind of did the same thing. They go and they lose in Philadelphia, and Embiid has a huge game, a great fourth quarter, and the Nuggets fall in that game. And, we talked about it okay, this is the MVP race just completely tilted in Joel Embiid's favor. This is a bad loss for the Nuggets. This is us sitting around questioning this team, all of those kind of things. Waking up today and, yes, I wanted the Nuggets to win that game as I watched it last night. I woke up today and it was like they lost a road game in Philadelphia in January, I'm not going to say it wasn't intense, that it didn't have a playoff-like intensity to it, but also it's game number 42 in the middle of January on the first game of an East Coast swing when the Nuggets just spent 9 hours sitting on a plane the day before that to be able to get out there. They played pretty well. They gassed out at the end, and this is a team that can go 16-4 and go and win an NBA championship. I didn't wake up today particularly worked up or disappointed in the way that thing went last night because I know how good the Nuggets are because they've proven it to me.
I woke up. Look, in the moment, you're annoyed as all get out.
Of course.
Because you don't want to hear from Philly guy.
You want him to win.
I didn't want Nick Wright jumping in my feed all of a sudden or whatever. But like you said, it is amazing, I think, what it does for everybody. We all know what it does for a team to win a championship. But I think you're also seeing what it does to a fan base. When you haven't won the championship, and we've seen this now with 3 different teams in this town, you're questioning, does this team have the mettle, the leadership, the core to get it done? Well, now they've done it. Last year, this was the closest thing to the big game test that you were going to get until he came back to Denver. Then he ducked Joker, so he wasn't even there. Boston would be another one. If they had not did what they've done a year ago, we would all be hyper-focused on this trip more than we are right now.
Sure.
The reality is this team showed us that when it's go time, they can take it to another level of basketball. And so that's one of the nice things, that some of the cachet you earn as being the champs. To your point, I'm not bothered by much. I'm not even bothered by the MVP race. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I don't care if Joker wins another regular season MVP. From this point forward, how many finals MVPs is he going to put together? Because this is a good enough team. There should be multiple trophies in the case after a, 5-year run here, and that's what's going to matter.
There were things that happened in that game last night. For example, I was really pleased with the way, Peyton Watson looked in that game last night. He didn't play in the playoffs last year. He's never played those high leverage minutes. So, how is he responding when he gets those opportunities? I thought he played really well last night. I thought Peyton Watson was up to the challenge of playing basketball in that environment. That's the kind of thing that I need to be able to see out of this team right now because, to your point, when it is go time, I know that they're going to be ready to go. I don't concern myself with it. I think this is a team that is playing for April, May, and June and isn't playing for January. I'm not saying they didn't take that game seriously last night, and I don't say any of this to take anything away from the way that Philly played last night. I thought the Sixers played a very good game, but they're also a team that they haven't done it. They haven't gotten beyond the second round of the playoffs. Quite frankly, they need games like this a hell of a lot more than the Denver Nuggets do.
Yeah, and it's funny talking to Chris. Chris pointed it out. The last 5 minutes so skewed my feeling of the game.
Yeah.
Because both teams, frankly, if you think about it, They were missing shots. It looked like Philly could have put Denver away 3 times. They couldn't.
Sure.
Denver could have hit a 2 or a 3 and made that a 1-possession game again. They couldn't do it. So that's kind of what the lingering memory I have of that thing. You forget, I forgot anyway, how good both teams shot. Like, what was the first half? Was it like 80-79 or something ridiculous like that?
It was 78-78 at the half.
It was stupid.
The Nuggets shot 58%. Philly shot 67%. And the only reason why it was tied and the Nuggets number wasn't as good when it came to shooting from the field was they had 1 billion offensive rebounds and Jokic just kept getting easy putbacks. And that was how they had that game tied at the half. That first half was wild. Nobody could miss anything in the first half of that game. And then they did defend a little bit. And then
both teams got tired.
The Sixers were on the second night of a back-to-back in Denver. They were on the first game after a tough travel day. So, yeah, I'm not worked up about that outcome. Some people did find something to get worked up over, though,
but
in that game.
They pay to get worked up.
That is true. So after the game, Joel Embiid is doing his sideline interview with TNT. Was that Allie LaForce on the sidelines last night? And Joel Embiid was asked about, the big man rivalry between he and Nikola Jokic, and Joel Embiid had nothing to say but complimentary things about the Joker. They had a long embrace after the game. Honestly, Andy, I think it's two dudes that kind of like each other.
Yeah, well, Joel, left and then came back and left and came back again. I think Joker's like, cool, bro. I'm at the showers.
I think these dudes they've always said very complimentary things about each other. Embiid strayed off the script for a while last year in the MVP race, and I think it came back to bite him a little bit. This is what Embiid had to say to TNT after the game.
The world was waiting to watch this matchup between Joel Embiid and Nikola Jokic, but they're also dying to know what you said to each other after that tough fight.
I didn't hear the last part.
They're also dying to know what you two asked each other and said to each other during that last hug.
I just told him he's the best player in the league. Like I told you earlier, he won a championship. That's the best team in the league, and he's the Finals MVP. So I was just telling him, keep going, see you in 2 weeks, and keep doing your thing, and that's why you're the best in the league.
Best in the league. Finals MVP, reiterated again after the game. Embiid's right.
Right.
He's talking about the guy who's at the top of the mountain right now. That's the way that this works in this league, okay? Is when you win regular season MVPs, like, you're in consideration, but you have to be a guy that wins NBA titles and wins finals MVP, okay? Like, Jokic sort of took the mantle away from Giannis, who had taken it away from Steph, who had taken it away from LeBron. Like, that's the way that it works. That's the pecking order. That's how we sort of knight people in professional basketball with, you are Sir Nikola Jokic, the best basketball player on the planet. Joel Embiid doesn't get to be that guy. Today, and this was on the NBA Today, Richard Jefferson, former Nugget Richard Jefferson, hot take artist extraordinaire, he had issues with Embiid having said that. This is from today on ESPN.
Shouldn't have said that they lost.
As someone who sat on the other side of the interview when someone said, I'm fine in the West, and then that made all the rounds when they, in fact, were not. It will make all the rounds once again if and when it comes to fruition that they face off against each other, and Joel Embiid is not the best player in that series. But I do see your point, Richard, in that I can't imagine LeBron, for instance, saying that about Steph Curry in their battles.
No, I can't see Steph Curry. I couldn't see Steph Curry saying that about LeBron. Like, look, if you were the reigning, he's a reigning MVP. Even Giannis said it. Look, when you win the MVP, you're the best. If you win the Finals MVP, yes, you can give some credit in that moment. But to go and play against this man, and we know how close they are, and be like, look, he's the best player in the world. You are telling me as your teammate that when we step on, we've got the second best player on the floor, or at least that's your mentality. You're saying it to the world.
I think saying it to the world and saying what he said, whatever he said in the locker room, as you guys know, are often two different things. He can say whatever he wants. Again, graciousness never hurts. Yeah. When does graciousness ever come back to bite you? It doesn't.
That's a great point, number one, by Wilbon right there. Richard Jefferson, God bless you, sweet prince, for what you're doing on a screaming hot take show. Okay? But a couple of things. Number one, last year, Joel Embiid took a couple of shots at Nikola Jokic. He played the company Kendrick Perkins line.
Stat padding.
He said it to Shams in the interview. And what happened? Joel Embiid got bounced in the second round of the playoffs. And Nikola Jokic went on to win the NBA championship. And there was a backlash against Embiid for having done all of that. He got labeled with being a choke artist. Can't win when it matters the most. Jokic is a winner. Great. You have great numbers in the regular season. When have you ever even been to a conference finals? Like, Embiid had to live with all of that this whole off season, okay? I don't think that Joel Embiid is sitting around going, boy, I wish one day I could be as good a player as Nikola Jokic. I don't think that's what he's doing right there. I think to a certain degree, he's paying deference to a guy that I think he likes, that got to the top of the mountain, and also he takes some pressure off his damn self by saying things like that. So now he can turn his focus inward and internally get his team to the place that it needs to go. I think it was a savvy thing for Joel Embiid to have said, and if a single member of the Sixers locker room is losing any confidence in Joel Embiid because he said that after the game last night, then they're idiots.
I think for some athletes, and I think Joel's showing us he's one of them, it's easier to go hunting than be the hunted.
Agreed.
And that comment last night, for him, I think makes Joker the hunted still. Yeah. And he is for Joel. You know why? He's now... We all know the MVP that matters to most players is that finals MVP.
It's the one.
Right? Because you know what? You truly earn that one in the final series as your team raises a trophy.
You have to win the NBA championship to win the award.
Exactly. And it's not something voted on by all the guys that they despise weighing in on what they do and all that other stuff. Mm-hmm. It's simply, I was the best player in the series that matters most to every basketball player in the world. Right? So, Joel's letting you know he's got that. That's my goal. I'm still chasing him. I'll acknowledge it. And look, to your point, see, what I think is so funny is there was so much venom in last year's conversation about this thing. You know, the Kendrick Perkins and the stat padding and how can you see that? Everybody running to their corners and just yelling. And it's all gone. The spice for this debate is gone. Because he's a finals MVP.
Right.
Period. I don't think either guy cares about that award. Joel wants the finals MVP now. He got the other one.
And the other element in all of this is that you're talking about Nikola Jokic, the most likable person in sports. You know? Like the guy that talks about, I don't want to have to work. I just want to go home and hang out with my horses. Like, Nikola Jokic is one of the most relatable professional athletes in the world to average dopes like me and you, you know? And so you go trashing that guy, huggable, lovable Nikola Jokic. It doesn't do you any good. And I think, again, like Embiid sort of, you know, he flew too close to the sun on wings of scorn last year, and it did him no good.
Seriously, I feel like a lot of people didn't understand, and maybe Embiid's one of them. Joker still played his game in the finals, in the playoffs. They won the series. We played it. We talked about it yesterday. Spoelstra said, no, I'm not letting him score. I'm not letting him do anything. He's doing it because he's that damn good and he's impossible to stop.
Yep.
And he's got a beautiful mind. And LeBron talked after the Western Conference Finals about the beautiful mind of Nikola Jokic. Don't you think Embiid probably sat back? You know, he watched that and probably went, my God, we're not even the same player.
Yeah.
Like, I watched Embiid last night. And I'm not going to hate on the game. It is amazing that dude, he looks like Allen Iverson in a 7-foot body.
Right.
It's ridiculous what the game looks like. That's not a 7-footer's game. So I think for a while, Embiid probably took it as, oh, you like him as the better big man? He doesn't. And then you go and you see, holy cow, this guy is Magic. If you're Allen Iverson, he's Magic Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And you're both too big to be doing that. You both are blowing our minds because your frame is so big. I just think it's taken all the wood out of the fire for this whole debate.
Jokic last night, we played the cut coming in. I'm not playing against him. I'm playing against Philadelphia. The part where Jokic doesn't participate in any of this nonsense, and he's just like, to your point, Andy, like, I got to play my game. If I go out and I play my game, then I'm helping my team being able to win. And in the meantime, I will acknowledge how great Joel Embiid is and how tough it is to have to guard that guy.
Yeah, I kind of wish they would play each other.
I know, right?
The defensive matchup would find itself a little more.
That's the other thing about it is it's so funny. Like in the modern NBA, every coach is just like, well, I've got to, I got to gerrymander my defensive matchups so that my guy, my star doesn't get into foul trouble, which is smart, but also like it means that rarely will they go head to head. Now, there were a few times last night where Nikola got the ball with Joel on him one-on-one. What did Nikola do? He took his ass right to the hole, put his back into him, turned and scored because that's what Nikola Jokic does. But again, like if you're Nick Nurse, you don't want to play Jokic like that. You can't get Embiid in foul trouble. You'll lose.
And you're going to wear him out from, again, those two banging on each other all night in the paint is going to wear them both out.
Exactly. So two coaches trying to win a game. Entertaining one last night. Unfortunately, Nuggets didn't come out on top. They got Boston coming up on Friday. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I want to breathe some optimism into this fine community, okay? And
here we go.
And I saw some, okay? I've got it for you here. I got something that's going to warm your frozen cold dead hearts in the middle of January. And it actually has something to do with our baseball team. I'll tell you what that is next. All right, top of the hour, we will talk to J.R. Payne, head coach of the third-ranked team in the country, the Colorado Buffaloes. They have got UCLA and USC coming up this weekend, but they just beat Stanford on Sunday afternoon. Buffs are 15-1, 5-0 in the Pac-12 so far this season. So looking forward to talking to JR. We last spoke to her after the LSU win. Was the last time that we had her on the show, and all that her team has done is kick total ass since that point. So we'll talk to her coming up at the top of the hour. All right, Andy, so I'm on MLB.com, okay? And Will Leach is writing for MLB.com, and he has got a piece up there. These teams will win the next 10 World Series.
Okay.
These are the teams that will win the next 10 World Series.
Hit me. Can't wait.
He likes Atlanta over Baltimore next year. He likes the Dodgers over Toronto in 25. Mets over the Yankees, another Subway Series in 26, and on and on and on, okay? And then you keep going forward. Again, we're doing the next 10 in 2031. He likes the Cubs over the Red Sox. In 2032, he likes the Yankees over the Cubs. And then in 2033, Will Leach of MLB.com says that the winner of the World Series, your Colorado Rockies, will defeat the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, California.
All right, I'm going to need him to show his.
you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Show me his work.
2033.
How does he figure? With guys we haven't drafted yet, or what?
What's so funny is this is literally what he wrote, okay? The Rockies turn 40 this year, 2033. They'll be turning 40. That's how old the Mets and the Astros were in 2002, and the Rockies have only made one World Series in their existence, and they haven't ever won a single World Series game. And yes, this is a bold prediction, but his justification is it's got to be the Rockies' year at some point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're looking 10 years out at some point,
hey,
you might as well just throw some darts against the wall.
Maybe
kind of futures action you think you could get on that right now.
Exactly. Plus $150 million if you wanted to bet on that right now. Hey, future Hall of Famer Nolan Jones will be entering his prime by the time we get there.
There you go.
So there's a lot to like. By the way, the win total on the upcoming season is 60.5. Only Oakland is lower at 57.5. But hey, we've always got the 2033 season to look back on. And hey, remember Sports Illustrated? They said the Astros were going to win the World Series in 2017. Look at what happened.
Sure.
They predicted it years in advance.
You know what I think the Rockies need?
Somebody's got to do it.
The Rockies need a movie to predict that they win the World Series. Remember that? There's all these weird things in movies that were predicted, and it's kind of coming true.
There you go.
We need one of those.
That somebody has got to believe in the Colorado Rockies.
When was the last good old baseball movie made? Just a good old baseball flick.
What was the one with Costner?
Bull Durham?
No. It was the later one when he was
Love
pitching
of the
for the
Game?
Tigers. Well, I think that was the one that it was, yes.
The one where all the shenanigans are rumored to have gone down, that one?
What year was Trouble with the Curve? That wasn't that long ago.
That was a good one.
There was the one with John Hamm where he was scouting the kids from India. What was that, $1 Million Arm or whatever it was? That
sure.
wasn't that long ago.
I did like Trouble with the Curve.
There you go.
Good
See?
old Clint Eastwood.
Good old baseball movies. Somebody
still packing heat for no good reason, but now he's going to.
Somebody needs to make a baseball movie about the Colorado Rockies.
Someone said Moneyball. 42 was good.
Yeah, Moneyball wasn't that long ago. 42 was this century. Yeah, there you go.
Can you Field of Dreams? Can you? When was the last really good sports movie made? See, now you got me going down a rabbit hole here, Kreckman. Was it Miracle?
No, there had to have been something more recent than that.
Sports movie? I feel like we don't do that genre as much anymore.
What was the?
You're the movie guy. What do you would have me watching and holding hands to?
I mean, Hustle with Sandler was great.
Okay, you like that? Yeah.
That was a great movie. That's probably the last great sports movie I feel like I watched.
Space Jam 2?
I mean, Wancho was in Hustle. So.
Where's our friend Hackett for that one? Yeah.
Johnny Jazz Cabbage says the movie about Kurt Warner.
Wasn't it just called Kurt Warner?
The Kevin James, Sean Payton movie.
There you go. That's an option. By the way, I
yeah,
have to
The
admit,
Blind Side is not aging well, folks.
No, it's not. I gotta be honest. I never actually watched the Kevin James, Sean Payton movie.
Nor did
you?
I.
Yeah.
Why would you need to? What about the one with Ditka and Farrell in it where they're in a soccer team?
Kicking and Screaming?
Yeah.
I think that was like 20 years ago. That's the thing, is a lot of things happened like 20 years ago now.
Jeremiah says 80 for Brady wasn't a great sports movie. I got to tell you, I didn't catch it. Coach Carter, maybe.
I remember we got some emails about getting like the producer of 80 for Brady on the show. I was like, I don't think we need to do
We're cool.
this. Nah, we're good.
Was Moneyball it? Moneyball might have been it.
I'm going with Hustle as the last great sports
what about
movie.
the shoe one? Would that count? Did you see the one with Ben Affleck and his bromance guy that's always in it too? Goodwill Hunting?
Matt Damon?
Yeah.
My favorite bit we do is Andy tries to remember an
tries to
actor's
just
name.
remembers some guys. Air. Wasn't it called Air about the shoe?
Yes, I didn't actually see it.
Well, now we got to go find. Hey, what about Avalanche Sharks? Oh, wait, not a sports movie. My bad.
I mean, it kind of was. The Sharks had a
I'm just
sporting
waiting
chance.
for another Rad. Give me another Rad, Nate. Did you ever see the original Rad?
I did, yes.
Really? I don't feel like you have.
I've seen Rad.
I think you'd have shaved the mustache if you did.
Were they anti-stash and Rad?
I just think it would have raised you better.
I think the stash is doing great.
Not that one.
One other
stashes are great. Yours is troubling.
Marvelous is the other day. So the other day I'm in a public pool, okay?
What? Why are you in a pool?
Whoa.
So were you with the kids?
Because I went to the pool.
What'd you go take a steam?
I did take a steam. Yes, it was delightful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Guy poked his head in, and I was like, it's like a sauna in here. Anyway.
And he's like, all right, that's all I needed to know when he left.
I'm in a pool.
Sure.
And there was a very nice woman, and she was swimming with her baby, and her baby was very adorable. Okay? And as was pointed out to me a few minutes later by my lovely wife, I think she had gotten out of the pool to like go to the bathroom or something like that. So I'm just in the pool by myself, okay, with this mustache. However, I'm not aware of the mustache because this is the thing about the mustache. It's everybody else's problem.
Sure. You don't see it.
I don't even know it's there.
Right.
Okay. And so whatever, I started chatting with this. She had a very adorable baby. I was like, hey, cute kid or whatever, you know? So I just chatted with her for a moment. And then Abby she got back and we're chatting. And she's like, oh, hey, that's a cute baby. I was like, oh, yeah, I was talking to that lady about her cute baby. And Abby was just like, wow, it's just solo guy in a pool with a stash. And you decided to broach that conversation. How quickly did she swim away from you? And I was just like, now that you mention it, she didn't talk to me for very long. And then it's like, then I remember like, oh yeah, the stash, I forget it's there.
Yeah.
I'm not even aware of it.
We don't. Did Abby then go into the steam room and trip into her to report back
to give her a heads up
on the natural of any situation going on like Elaine?
So I'm creeping the world out, but again, I don't even know it. Which, quite frankly, that's how most of my life is anyway.
I throw you a Seinfeld reference and you just go right by.
They're
You've Iron Eagled me twice.
They're real and they're spectacular. Todd Helton, by the way, Andy, getting 82% of the vote. 82% of the vote with 43% of
what does
precincts.
He need? We good there?
He needs 75%. Typically, when the final ballot is revealed, guys will drop like 6% off of what we know publicly on average. So as of right now, it's going to be snug, but I think Todsky's going into the Hall of Fame this year.
Close as your stash.
Yeah. It's.
By the way, Southpaw. You ever see the movie Southpaw? That was pretty good.
No.
Jake Gyllenhaal fighting everybody. Got a drug problem. They kill his girl.
Boxing movie?
I like boxing
movies. Boxing lends itself to great cinema.
I like the fighter.
Yeah. Boxing Boxing, it's easy to have a good box. Not easy.
Batman's in jail with his drug problem, coaching his brother from the clink.
Batman. It's Crackman and Lindahl. When we come back, we'll talk to our friend J.R. Payne. The Buffs are 15-1. That's coming up next.
So a good weekend of double-doubles for her in the Mountain Time Zone. She had one at Utah as well on Friday. Foreman connecting for three, and finally the Buffs get on the board in the third quarter. The whole team looking a bit deflated during that run by CU in this third quarter. And they turn the ball over on the inbounds play. Hannah jumped through it right to Sherrod. Off to Maddie Nolan for another three. The Polo throws up a prayer after there, and a 71-59 victory for the number 5 team in the country.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, that was our buddy Jenny Kavnar on the call right there. That was Sunday. Pac-12 Network Buffs beat Stanford 71-59 up there in Boulder. Win number 9 in a row. The Buffs now 15-1, 5-0 in the Pac-12. And you heard Jenny at the end of that call calling the Buffs the 5th-ranked team in the country. Well, now they're the 3rd-ranked team in the country. And what a weekend they've got coming up against UCLA and USC, the 5th and 6th-ranked teams in the country, respectively. Joining us right now, great to have her back on the program, the head coach of the 3rd-ranked team in the country, the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, our friend J.R. Payne. Coach, how are you?
I am great. Thank you guys for having me.
It's great to have you back on the show as always. Coach, again, I know it's one game at a time. You got a tough weekend coming up right here, but to just take a step back and say, we just beat Stanford. We are now the number 3 ranked team in the country. We've got it all in front of us. How does it feel to see your team getting rewarded for all their hard work and good play?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, we have a lot of players that have been in our program for several years now, and so it's really incredible to see those players and coaches, of course, but the players in particular that have worked so hard, to build our program to where it is. It's just incredible to see them getting that type of recognition.
Coach, are you enjoying this at all? You're a coach, so I imagine, you just flush everything and move on, right? But have you enjoyed this season to this point?
That's funny. I will tell anyone I absolutely love. They work hard. They're silly. They're fun to be around. So every day is awesome. Like, it's not always a perfect practice or a perfect game, but we genuinely enjoy being together. So yes, I'm having tons of fun. I love my squad, and we're beyond excited for this weekend.
So that victory over Stanford, Kendall Wetta hits the buzzer beater at halftime from half court. You watch a million heaves, from 3/4 court, from half court, whatever, and you probably don't think much of it. Coach, when she put that up, did you think hey, this one's got a chance? And how do you sort of calm it back down and refocus once you get back to the locker room after an exciting end of the half like that?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought it had a chance because she got a pretty clean look at it. And it's kind of funny because a lot of our players like to shoot half-court shots, like at the end of practice or, just messing around. And Kendall is not one of them. She's not usually one that really does that. And so it was a little bit ironic that, that she was the one that hit the shot in the game. But yeah, they were pretty calm. By the time we got back in, I think they were a pretty focused group on, just trying to figure out what we needed to do for the second half.
Well, and you beat a really good Stanford team. One thing that stood out to me is Stanford's bigs in that game. I mean, Cameron Brink's an All-American. Erie Offen, I think she's 17-10. And yeah. They combined to go 10 of 32 from the field in that game. Your bigs, Vonleh and Miller, what was so successful against them, and how critical was that to getting that win?
Yeah, it was really critical. I think Brink and Erie Offen are two of the best post players in the country, in that they have such a rare combination of size and skill and strength, and they're a tough matchup. So our post players knew going in, you guys are going to have a job down there, but also I think our guard play did a really good job in helping, the post, because they were giving such tremendous ball pressure on the perimeter. So they were, making touches difficult just by being disruptive on the perimeter. And I think that allows your post players to, have a little bit more time to get in position, things like that. So total team effort. and was key to winning.
J.R. Payne, head coach of the Buffs. They're 15-1, 5-0 in the Pac-12, third-ranked team in the country. She joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Maddie Nolan went for 12 in that game. She hit 3 triples. Her role is increased. She's moved into the starting 5. Grad transfer from Michigan. Like, you look at her season numbers, Coach, like the minutes are down a little bit. Her numbers are down a little bit, and yet her role has just sort of increased as the season has gone on. What have you seen from her in terms of just sort of sticking to it and becoming a bigger and bigger part of this team?
Yeah, I think Maddie's role is really significant, with our team because we have really great point guard play that can set people up. We don't have a lot of people that can shoot the ball the way Maddie does. So I think the combination of her ability to shoot, combined with our good point guard play is going to continue to have her elevate her game. But she had a great career at Michigan. And then when she went, to transfer her 5th year, she just said, I just want to be on a great team with great people that have a legitimate shot at a championship. She said, I don't need to be the man. I don't need X amount of shots or, I just want to be on a great team. And so she's the ultimate teammate, very unselfish, very hardworking, and really just does whatever the team needs her to do. But I think she's going to continue to play a bigger and bigger role.
Coach, for you personally, beating Stanford, and, you walk over and you shake Tara Vanderveer's hand after that game, but beating a legend. For those that don't know, Tara Vanderveer, she's the Krzyzewski of women's basketball, essentially, and what she's been able to build at Stanford and a massive coaching tree. And I know, all of you in the profession look up to her so much. Is that one of those moments that you get to take a certain amount of pride in of like, I've built this program up now that we can beat a team like that and a great coach like that?
Sure, yeah. I'm sure but most people listening won't know that in 2 wins, when Tara wins 2 more games, she will pass Krzyzewski as the all-time winningest coach in the history of basketball, men or women. And so she truly is the best ever, And so she's also very gracious and very complimentary and a humble winner and a humble loser. Like she's wonderful. She's a great example for all of us. And of course, our team has always battled Stanford pretty tough. And so we always get really excited for that game. And, but yeah, she's really incredible for all of us to look up to.
Coach, how have the atmospheres been? I've heard things, but what's it been like from your perspective? And you got the game coming up Friday. I see you want everybody to wear white. Just talk about the atmospheres and what you guys have inside the building there lately.
It is amazing. It is electric, like unlike anything we've ever seen for women's sports at CU. We had over 9,000 people there last Friday. We actually are expecting, to sell out Friday night. And so it's awesome. It's a loud group. It's an energized, fan base. People know our players. They're buying their jerseys. It's just very, very exciting in Boulder right now.
How important is that for your group, too, to get used to that? You've got big things, right? Talking to our buddy Mark Johnson, he thinks you may go ahead and win the whole darn thing this year. How important is it for you to get exposed to these big environments, maybe that, like you just laid out right there, that your team was not used to, and managing the emotions of those buildings?
Yeah, I think it's really important. We've played in front of big crowds before, just not that size at home. So it's kind of nice to be in front of 9,000 people that are actually cheering for you instead of booing you. But it's great. It actually challenges us in ways that we haven't been challenged as far as communication, on the court. On Sunday even, it was so loud. We were like, we need to make sure we over-communicate what we're doing so we're on the same page, things like that. So it's important. We're going to keep seeing big crowds throughout the season and hopefully in March Madness.
All right, guys, go out, see the Buffs Friday night. They'll also be back home on Sunday night. Good Lord, look at this schedule. 3 top 10 opponents in 8 days for Colorado. UCLA on Friday, USC on Sunday. This is a team where, they got 4 players averaging in double figures right now. Frida Foreman is leading the Pac-12 in three-point shooting. Jalen Sherrod is a Wooden Award finalist. By the way, Coach, do you and Tad Boyle, do you guys ever debate in the hallway who has the better point guard between KJ Simpson and Jalen Sherrod?
I don't know. I think they are 2 of the best in America. I'm a huge KJ fan. And they're both tough and awesome to watch. So Either one I would take.
All right. Well, CU one of three schools in the country with a Wooden Award finalist on both the men's and the women's side. But go watch the Buffs this weekend, Coach. Hey, congratulations. Third-ranked team in the country. You're 15-1. You've won 9 in a row. Keep it rolling, all right?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me. Have a good night.
All right. That's J.R. Payne, the head coach of the CU Buffs. They play number 5 UCLA Friday night, number 6 USC on Sunday night. Andy, they did over 9,000 at the Stanford game on Sunday. It was pumping in there.
Yeah, and it reminds me of the Seal Berry days where she had those teams going and winning the title and doing all the great things that she did. You know what amazes me? Looking at so Stanford was 8.
Yeah.
They've got UCLA Friday, who's 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the poll, 6th or 4th for USC.
Yeah. Buffs are 3rd.
The Buffs are 3rd. The Pac-12 just had a team in the championship game for football in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Why in the hell is this conference breaking up, Nate?
So dumb.
You know what I mean?
It is so dumb.
It just is.
And
I didn't want to ask her about it again. She talked about it with us last time.
Right. She's talked about it so much. It's not what the focus is on.
And I get it's a better basketball conference in the big. Well, allegedly, maybe for the men, doesn't look like you can do too much better for the women.
No, that's a brutal league on the women's side. I mean, that's those are premier programs all over the place. The idea that they couldn't get their crap together enough to get an actual television deal.
With the L.A. market. If you had just done it with the L.A. market, nobody leaves.
In all of the years that they could have been able to get it done, and then the year that it blows up. Like, you see how good it is right now in women's basketball. Like, you see that on the men's side, especially what Arizona is capable of being able to do. You look at the football season, Washington playing for a national championship, Deion being the story of the year in college football.
Oregon being a big
Oregon
deal.
being a premier program. Like Washington, Oregon was one of the best games that I watched all year in college football. It's so dumb.
It really is.
It is just so stupid. Like, Washington played the national title game against Michigan. Next year, they're in the same conference.
Right. Yeah.
It sucks. No, it does. Like, there has to be a world where we could get player empowerment and NIL and everything else. Like JR talking about, you can get my players' jerseys. Like, that's awesome. That's cool. That's the way it always should have been. And I don't know. We could have actually still maintained geographic and long-standing rivalries within the sport.
Yeah, you don't need a California team flying out to Maryland on a regular basis to get a game in.
Dumb. It is just so dumb. And yeah, like what JR, like, look at the Pac-12, like 4 teams in the top 10 in women's basketball right now. Like premier programs and like all of the Olympic sports, and you're telling me somehow we can't have this conference? Dumb. It is beyond dumb. Good conversation there with J.R. Payne. We love having her on the show. Good friend of the program. We'll take a break. When we come back, we got to revisit what the Nuggets did last night, including some really head-scratching moments that happened in that loss. A well-played game, and yet I can still find areas to critique. We'll do that next. Game number 42 last night. Nuggets fall by 5 in Philly. Game was 78-all at the half. In fact, the Nuggets were up at the end of the third quarter. Reggie hit a 3 with 8:41 left. And then the Sixers went on a 16-2 run. And that was pretty much it for the evening. Yeah, there was some less than ideal execution in the fourth quarter, Andy. We're going to call it that. Jamal Murray, let's just be blunt about it, had a terrible fourth quarter last night. He was 0 for 4. He was -9. He had a couple of turnovers in that fourth quarter. And I think a combination of fatigue and Pat Beverly got to Jamal Murray late in that game last night. And I thought it was smart by Nick Nurse. He rode Beverly all the way to the end of that game because he liked what that matchup was doing. It looked like Jamal was playing at, 80%, 70% capacity, whatever it was, because of fatigue. And that, to me, was the difference in the game. Like, Jokic jacked up a couple of threes. I think he was trying to make something happen for his team after they kept stringing together bad possessions. Neither of those were able to fall. Like, yeah, they had a minute. MPJ hit one big shot. They made some free throws. Like, they kind of got back into that game. But all in all, like, they just flat out, they didn't execute down the stretch. I thought they played pretty well for about 43 minutes last night.
Yeah, it was the first time in a while where I felt like the crunch time shots weren't falling. Philadelphia just kept leaving the door open, missing their own offensive possessions. The thing that bums you out about it, like, we said this earlier, I'm not disappointed necessarily that you lost to Philly on a road trip.
Right.
I'm more disappointed that they had played the night before and you didn't take advantage of it. Now, I know you had the long travel day, and that stunk. That wasn't fun. But they played the night before.
It set up well for you.
Yeah, you should have. And you shot so well in the first half. Somebody else brought up the free throw shooting, even towards the end of it. Like, again, they shot pretty good free throws, I believe. Everything was going in first half. And it was like everybody really kind of from both teams started to go cold at the same time. It was wild.
Yep, another bad free throw night out of Aaron Gordon last night. AG played pretty well in that game, but it was on the defensive end where Michael Malone made the decision, like, okay, I'm going to guard Embiid straight up with AG for most of this evening, and they threw some doubles at him, and Embiid was able to make him pay for that. But other than that, it was mostly just It was a jump shooting night for Joel Embiid.
And
he had an easy one. I don't think he had to really break that much of a sweat to go for 41 last night. And what I would like to see, and I am aware, okay, there is a cost that goes with forcing Joel Embiid to put the ball on the floor, okay? It's
shows up in foul count
you're
sometimes.
You're going to get a hell of a lot more fouls, but also you are going to make him work a little bit harder. And typically you've seen that's what teams have done with him in the postseason, is just you make him work. And that when it becomes a fourth quarter game, he's not going to have the same energy that he had, and you can possibly take advantage of it then on both ends of the floor. I thought the Nuggets generally gave Joel Embiid too easy of a time last night.
All right. I'm going to float this out there.
Float it.
See, this is tough. It's a tough question to ask because, A, I'm about to float something out that involves one of my favorite guys on the team.
I answer tough questions, Andy.
And I'm not sure this is the year Calvin Booth thinks he's going to do this. But do they need to think about the bench? Like, Rod's checking in and saying Maul shouldn't play the whole fourth quarter. I agree. I feel like there's times where Coach Malone so badly wants to trust the roster. And maybe Julian Strawther gets back. Not Jalen Pickett. Julian Strawther gets back. He can throw a few more minutes in. He finds that shot, all that stuff. But let's be honest. That's best case scenario. Julian's a rookie, and he's going to probably continue to be a little bit up and down. Maybe he snaps out of it. Maybe he goes Christian Brown down the stretch. Maybe he finds something, and he is a regular contributor to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
I love Christian Brown. Do you think about shopping him right now? Do you think about doing something to bolster the bench? Is he a guy you think about?
I wouldn't move him. And this is why, because the role that you need Christian Braun to play in the postseason is essentially the same one that he played a year ago.
The irritant.
Exactly. And I was hoping that Christian Braun was going to take a step forward with his offensive game. Like, he's had good shooting stretches in this season, but by and large, I would say that Christian's having kind of a tough season. I think he still needs a lot of work on his handle. And it's pretty clear that the scouting report is make this dude put the ball on the floor. I think that that's where he struggles the most. However, when they get to the postseason, is what they're going to do is they are going to have Reggie essentially fill the Bruce Brown role, which is kind of what he's doing right now. Not as good of a defender, but a very good offensive player. I think Peyton Watson will be Jeff Green in that scenario. He doesn't have exactly the height, but because of his length, he can sort of play that role. Christian Braun will be Christian Braun. And that's sort of what they're setting up, I think, to be for the postseason. That is contingent upon everybody being healthy.
Right. Well,
and again, like, I was pleased with the way Peyton Watson played last night. I didn't think Christian Braun played a bad game last night. But bench scoring, like, as we've learned, when it's time for this team to be able to start to make their postseason run, if Reggie can essentially fill in the gap what Bruce did last year, and I think that he can, they're going to be fine.
But see, the key to that is you got to start resting Reggie a bit.
Yeah.
I feel like they're playing a lot of minutes for Reggie, and I'm worried it's going to catch up to him at the worst time.
Sure.
That he's just going to be tired. I feel like over these next couple of months, they need to find a way to reduce some of the minutes and then ramp him back up like late March or something.
Yep.
And again, maybe the answer is Julian Strawther not battling the hammy or whatever it is. He comes back, he starts hitting some threes. You're a little less worried about the bench scoring, but part of me wonders, do they need to make a move? And again, we all have to remember, Calvin Booth said, I'm not worried about a repeat.
Right.
I'm worried about 3 and 5 years or something to that effect over the math.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. And to that point, it's like, okay, you trade Christian Braun now, you know, you're punting on a young player that has filled into a nice role and has sort of grown with this team, and continuity has been so important to everything the Nuggets have been doing.
I'm with you. And look, people when you hear should you trade a guy, I'm not saying trade the guy that sucks.
I know what you mean.
You got to give up something to get something. He's a young player that I think would entice a lot of people into maybe giving you a better trade. You're not getting something for end of the bench guy. Somebody texted in, and I think Postal Brian, what about Zeke? Look, I think we'd
Not
all
tradable.
like him to move Zeke right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how much interest there is.
No, you can't
in
move
a guy that just seems to be flatlining in his career.
Yeah, you can't move his contract right now. You're stuck with Zeke. At least until next year, you're stuck with Zeke. Yes, if Toronto buys out Bruce Brown, get him back.
Yeah, even
Yes.
Chris Marlowe told us that a little bit
Yes,
earlier.
I am 100% all for that. I don't know if they will or not, but in a world where Toronto didn't want to have Brucey B on their team.
But what does he? What does he have to? You taking like $1 million or whatever? Is there a vet minimum like $2 million? You're not giving him. You know. Now look, I don't know why he wouldn't want to be a hell of a lot better than going to Canada.
No, his
right?
contract's his contract. Like if Toronto buys him out, like
he gets his money. And you're a free agent.
Exactly.
Now everything else is just house cash.
Bring him back pretty much on the cheap. So yeah, I wouldn't mess around with any of that.
Do you really think
stuff.
they're going to do that though? You know what broke my heart, and Chris is 1,000% correct, and we all knew it at the time. This is what, and I only say broke my heart. Look, I know he's uber rich.
He's doing
crying his dollar
Right,
bills like Scrooge McDuck.
Right.
But we all like Bruce, right? I'm just talking about the person.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, Michael Malone shows the whole league. Here's how to use this guy.
Yeah.
Here's his optimal roles, all that kind of stuff. And Chris said it. You're paying too much. You're paying $24 million to a guy that we all knew wasn't worth it. That's why nobody in Denver has ever been mad the guy left.
What's so funny about it too is like his role. Like look at any of his numbers. Like he's at almost the exact same amount of field goal attempts per game. He's taken basically the exact same amount of threes every game. right now. His rebound numbers are almost exactly the same. His assist total is almost exactly the same. Only last year in Denver, he was doing it for $6 million, and this year in Indiana, he was doing it for $22.5 million. Like, Bruce Brown showed the world how valuable he can be to a basketball team, but there's no planet on which Bruce Brown is going to be one of the 3 best players on an NBA team. Or if he is, you're in trouble. And they paid him like they wanted him to be.
He's your super sixth man.
Yeah, they wanted him to complement, Turner and Halliburton. And again, he's a good player, but he's not that. Like, going and getting Pascal Siakam, I get what the Pacers are trying to do. Like, that's a good move.
Yeah, and they're a fun team.
Yeah.
We saw it with our own eyes just last week. They're a really good team.
Yeah. No, that's a good team right there. But no, right now,
if they buy him out, I'm all in. Just do you really think they're going to buy him out?
I would be a little bit surprised if that was the move that they did. I don't need to trade anybody right now. You know?
Okay, I'm with you. Like, you can hang out there.
Right now, and you need everybody to be able to stay healthy, but I know what 1 through 8 looks like for the postseason now for this team. I know what it looks like. I don't know if they can do it again. I don't know if fatigue is going to get them or anything else like that. But I know right now what 1 through 8 looks like, and I saw a similar group win an NBA title a year ago.
By the way, so we've got Najee for Brown. Spring, do you have your tweet pulled up? Spring was cracking me up because he was trying to figure out a way how to get Bruce Brown back here.
Okay.
He even got rejected. He tried to trade Aaron Gordon in this little trade simulator thing.
So
the
you
NBA
were in
has.
the trade machine.
He was trying to do Aaron Gordon for Bruce Brown, and it wouldn't even allow him to do that. Do you have all the people you had to move? Like, he's got like half the NBA involved to try to get Bruce Brown back here.
Yeah, you just got to start stripping a lot of salary from the Nuggets, obviously.
Sure.
But even like Bruce for Aaron Gordon straight up, like, and they're both $22 million a year players, which is kind of crazy that, inflation got Bruce to Aaron Gordon level of money.
No kidding, right?
But that won't work because of like the way the Nuggets have acquired players recently, so you got to strip even more money. But obviously, you don't want to trade AG. You want to trade any of the core guys. The one core guy you do have to trade is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. All right, so here's your trade. Okay, this is a weird one.
Stay with him.
Okay, the Nuggets get Bruce Brown and Alex Caruso from the Bulls.
Okay.
The Bulls get Jonathan Isaac from the Magic, Zeke Naji, Julian Strother, that one hurts, Hunter Tyson. The Magic get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Reggie Jackson, Vlatko Čančar, DeAndre Jordan. The Raptors get Lonzo Ball, Christian Brown, Justin Holiday, Jalen Pickett. John Hollinger says the Nuggets add 2 wins, the Magic add 2 wins, and both the Bulls and Raptors lose 2 wins, but they get young players that they can build around, like Christian Brown and Julian Strother.
And who is left? Who's left, Spring?
So you're starting 5.
You still have Jokic. You still have Jamal. You still have MPJ.
And Aaron Gordon. And now Bruce is your starting 2 guard instead of KCP.
Okay.
And Alex Caruso and Peyton Watson are your first 2 off the bench.
Strother's gone. Hunter Tyson. Is Jalen Pickett still on the team?
No, Jalen Pickett's gone. And it's funny. You have
they don't have enough players to legally play games now.
Now Colin Gillespie's back with the team.
Okay.
And, a buyout guy or 2.
I just saw this, like, TCU's women's team. I saw this headline today. Like, TCU's women's team had to cancel 2 games. They don't have enough players right now.
Because there's a sickness running through or whatever.
But in the playoffs, what do you really need? How many guys do you really need?
I've got Spring's trade pulled up. I'm going to read you all the guys the Nuggets lose to get Bruce Brown back here to make this work with the Bulls, Magic, and Raptors. They lose KCP, Reggie Jackson, DeAndre Jordan, Čančar, he's not playing, Najee, Strother, Hunter Tyson, Jalen Pickett, Holiday, and Christian Brown.
Is Francisco Elson on that list?
Yeah, he might as well be. And an old Carmelo Anthony jersey's thrown in
Sonny
because
Weems
we don't need it anymore.
In this trade as well.
Yeah, Vaughn Wafer somehow got involved. Yeah, 10 Nuggets players have to get moved in order for this to, or 9 Nuggets players have to get moved for this to work.
See, but if they do
10.
all of this, then finally Michael Malone will be correct from the parade, and then that would make it all worth it, right?
And you get Alex Caruso and his ultra sweet headband with his bald head.
Tease up. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
I am laughing. I am laughing looking at this. This is the most ridiculous trade. Like, this is not even a Madden trade.
What's funny is it's all necessary. Like, every last dollar is necessary.
Is necessary to make it work by NBA rules. Mm-hmm.
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell
not here anyway.
Hell no. Hey, we running the back. We running the back. Oh yeah, come on, get loud.
We just have to trade 18 players to make it happen, and
No
then
big
we
deal.
can run this bleep back.
Who doesn't love a good 10-player trade? Opens up all kind of jersey numbers.
Totally. Got the Nuggets, the Bulls, the Magic, and the Raptors.
Warm-up line would be quicker.
Somebody added a throw in Russell Wilson while we're at
Yeah. Why not?
What I talk with Russell about is none of your business.
None of your business. Okay.
Oh, I like this from Cuban Benny. Junior Harrington and Priest Lauderdale. You got to go back a while
There
to
you
get a
go.
good Priest Lauderdale
There
in
you
there.
go.
Do you remember Mamadou Njai?
Can I get a Tony Battie reference here today on
I
the
need
show?
some Mamadou Njai.
We'll take a break. When we come back, one of the fun things about a team advancing deep into the NFL playoffs is all the new reporters that then get to show up and start covering the team. Todd Bowles dealt with this today in Tampa Bay. We'll play you the audio next. Berto's got the Blitz. It's coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is divisional playoff weekend, super divisional playoff weekend. It's all just super to me. Sunday at 1 o'clock, Andy, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will go to take on the Detroit Lions. A team from Florida is going to play a game in January in Detroit. Oh, man, better check the weather. The weather could be an issue in this game. So thought one savvy reporter as she was sent out to the Todd Bowles press conference today to cover the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Going to guess this gal didn't come from the sports department. Here we go, Todd Bowles. Tolerate this question.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No. Nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Oh, no! Dude, halfway through the question.
No!
Yeah.
Like, you could see in the video, too, it, like, dawns on Bowles of, like, oh, she's really asking this.
Yeah, you aren't aware of the structure we're about to play in.
At no point did he try to stop her? Just give her a courtesy of like, we're playing inside. He just could have very quickly given it to her, and instead
look, you and I have been
let
around
her finish
for some of these where you just want to be like, no, stop. They
No.
don't. I know where you're going. They don't play outside. And you and I said it to you, and then Spring walked in. I said, because I was at a place that did this sometimes across the street. You send a news person because you don't have sports people. And sure enough, Spring walked in and said the TV station that this lady came from had cut their sports department, which is becoming kind of a popular
They
deal.
laid off their entire sports department, so they sent out,
And then all of a sudden, because they probably thought the Bucs aren't winning anyway. They haven't been a very good team.
Sure.
So we'll cut the sports department. We're not going to need to worry about it.
Now we'll
gotta
care.
hire somebody as football comes closer or whatever. Although you got the Lightning down there, you think they would care. And all of a sudden, this is how it ends.
I always like when these things happen. We had the drops from last year. Do you remember after Bruce Boudreau? Remember he got fired by Vancouver?
Yeah,
that
late night
all
breaking news or whatever.
Went down. Wasn't this? So this happened spring, and they hired Rick Tocchet afterwards. But this was from a news station in D.C. because remember Boudreau had used to coach the Caps, and so again, news gal had to handle the story, and this is how it went.
And former Washington Capitals coach Bruce Boudreau has been fired by the Vancouver Canucks. The team announced the change today. Rick Tocchet was hired as Boudreau's replacement.
The Canucks is the
that
best
was
part.
0 for 3.
Canucks.
I'm confused.
I would have gone Tocchet, I think.
That's not an easy one.
If I was just reading that one and I didn't know how it was pronounced, and to be fair, like on hockey names, I always try to double check. I'm still getting used to Justus Annunen. Like, I don't even know if I said it right there.
Right.
Yeah, but you always got to double check on the hockey names. They can be tricky.
By the way, breaking news, Spring. Okay, this comes from Adam Schefter. Nate, is this truly breaking news?
Okay, let's have it.
The Dallas Cowboys have decided they are not firing Mike McCarthy.
In future news, the Dallas Cowboys
will be
go
firing Mike McCarthy.
11-6 next year and losing on Super Wild Card Weekend again.
You shocked by that at all?
I am.
I'm with you.
Truly shocked that Mike McCarthy will be back as the head coach of the Cowboys next year. how do you keep running this thing back? Like, I would love to see a world where Dak Prescott got coached by an actually competent coach, not Jason Garrett, not Mike McCarthy. Like, what if Mike McDaniel got to go coach Dak? He didn't have to deal with Tua anymore, and he got Dak Prescott in his life. I bet Mike McDaniel would like to see what that looked like. I bet Dak would like to see what that looks like, but instead he's stuck playing for Mike McCarthy.
Okay. Did Mike just throw Dan Quinn under the bus and go, hey, man, we finally got our stuff together. We couldn't get a stop defensively.
They had 16 points until garbage time in that game. They were garbage in that. Everything that the Cowboys did in that game was downright
look,
terrible.
I'm with you. I'm shocked. I thought they would actually fire him this time. At some point, you got to make a change, right?
Yes.
Because even our Cowboy fans, we got a really good new listener who's a Cowboy fan, and even he wrote in the middle of the season, he said, I don't trust the Cowboys.
Do you think that this is a result of Jerry Jones having been rebuffed by Greg Penner in trading a draft pick to acquire Sean Payton in Dallas?
No.
I mean, the story always was that Jerry was infatuated with Sean, that he wanted to replicate the Bill Parcells experience.
Okay, let me tell you why I don't think this is it, all right? First off, well, I do think Penner, clearly Peyton's Penner's guy.
Yep.
But there was an interesting report. I found this surprising. And on Good Morning Football the other day, the whole reason why Mike McCarthy and the staff returned as a whole was, and I guess Jerry made him being Mike McCarthy pare down his staff because Jerry's sick of paying all these coaches.
Sure.
So he's sick of paying the coaches. Let's say Jerry did want to make the trade. Not sure he wants to pay $18 million a year to a coach.
What would be the difference? You can't take it with you, Jerry.
Because apparently all of a sudden this guy's a little worried about how much money he's shelling out. He made McCarthy pare down his staff last year. That was the report on Monday. That Jerry said, I am spending too much on my coaching staff, pare it down. And he lopped off like a third of the coaches or something like that.
It is incredible, though. Like, think about that. Because I don't think the Cowboys are going to have a better opportunity than they had this year.
No, I think you're right.
Like Dak was an MVP candidate until like late December.
Look at the Eagles. The Eagles had it all going. They show you how quickly this thing can turn around.
CeeDee Lamb is like a bona fide all-pro star player that you have. You know, you move on from Zeke. You still have an awesome offensive line. Defensively, you have arguably, I don't know if he's the best, but a top 5 pass rusher in the game today in Micah Parsons. You got studs all over your secondary. Like, you're going to get Diggs back and healthy next year, but like, how is it going to get better? How is it going to get better for the Dallas Cowboys? That's the thing I don't like. They needed fresh eyes to be able to walk in that door.
I don't disagree with you. But again, here would be the other interesting part. I don't think Sean Payton wants to be a full GM. Thus the reason why George Payton's sticking around.
Mm-hmm.
But they said this was going to be the problem with Jerry Jones and either Bill Belichick or Jim Harbaugh. Jerry's still going to tell you who your players are.
Sure.
And I don't think whether it's Sean Payton, Bill Belichick, Jim Harbaugh, none of those guys want to go for that. Jerry is the GM. Jerry is a unique owner. He still thinks he's got it figured out. And I don't think any of the 3 men we're talking about are signing up for that.
And honestly, like, it's kind of hard to argue with Jerry. Like, he built a good roster. A 12-win team.
Sure. Fair enough.
How do you not make that change? It's wild to me.
Yeah, let me ask you, do you think Sean Payton wants to leave Denver? See, I think if this goes down next year, it gets interesting. Because next year, Sean's probably more in the reality of what the dead cap does to you.
Like, Sean is now, I don't think the dead cap thing is that bad. Again,
you could keep saying it. You know what? We're all going to find out.
4 out of the 5 teams that had the heaviest dead cap hit in the NFL.
Yeah, they also had
young
young
rosters
and
year.
quarterbacks in place. You don't.
You don't know that.
Yeah, come on now. Jordan Love's better than Jared Stidham.
You don't know that.
Baker Mayfield's better than Jared Stidham.
Jared Stidham, system quarterback, might be able to do something.
Yeah, we saw it. 16 points. We saw what it did.
Again, this is start number 1 and 2.
I love your Jared
in
Stidham
the NFL.
loyalty out of nowhere.
I'm a Stiddy guy through
We got
and through.
plenty of time to fight this, including camp. I think next year it becomes a more interesting question. I think right now Sean is just starting to seize his true power in that building. I don't think he's looking to leave with his 18 mil.
I think you're probably right about that. I think there probably is something to that. Although, again, if you're going to look at Sean Payton and say, you can have the Cowboys roster or you can have the Broncos roster, which one do you want?
But do I get my 18 mil?
Well, of course. Yeah, that
I'm
part
not
of it,
sure Jerry wants to pay him his 18 mil based off this report.
That part of it doesn't change. You would be sure that Sean would want to go and take the Cowboys roster.
Everything equal, you would think.
Yeah.
But again, why? See, I would ask you why. I'm curious, why didn't Sean hang out one more year himself?
Don't know.
I've already put out.
Don't know.
Why didn't the Broncos hang out one more year? Sean had to know all these jobs are probably going to come open. His rumored top of the list LA job he had to know was probably coming open.
I don't think when 18 mil gets dangled in front of you.
Who the hell says no?
Exactly.
Let's do it.